So good morning and to the Diamante Sporting Complex here in Trinidad and Tobago, and we greet you with the news that check 1 2 levels 1 2 levels. Welcome to the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, and we greet you with the news that we are ready for some cricket action in round 5 of Cricket West Indies regional 4-day match involving Barbados Pride table toppers and bottom of the points table, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. As we about to begin this match, just to let you know that the Windward Islands Volcanoes have won the toss and they're going to be batting first. It's a wonderful day for cricket, and just as the teams and match officials and other dignitaries, including Vice President of Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallow, gather on the field before the start of this match, very important match. There's going to be a simple ceremony to recognize the contribution of Cricket West Indies, especially at the first class level, by the veteran, the Grenadian, the left-hander who has played many of years for West Indies and also at the regional level, Devon Sheldon Smith. 40 years old and has been with the Windward Islands side from as long as we can remember. He made his first class debut way back in the 1998-99 series, and now he is confirming his retirement from domestic cricket, and there's a simple ceremony on field to recognize the contribution, the sterling contribution made by Devon Sheldon Smith. Among his matches he has played, 43 of those for the West Indies at the test level, 47 one-day internationals, 60 20 internationals, but at the first class level, 221 first class matches for the Windward Islands since making his debut, and that wonderful shirt to recognize his 222nd appearance is going to be worn proudly by Devon Smith, and a cap as well. We can see Miles Bascom in the background, and the presentation is being made by Dwayne Gill, who's also director of Cricket West Indies, and Dr. Shallow will no doubt hand over a plaque that he has as well for Devon Smith. So both teams on the field, and Dr. Shallow addressing the gathering of players. Match referee is there, officials from both sides, and 222nd matches now for Devon Smith. This year they're announcing that officially he's going to be hanging up the gloves, putting up the pads to signal into a wonderful first-class career at the first class level. 222 matches before, well, with this one, 403 innings, 26 not outs, 14,843 runs, with the highest of 212 batting average. And he says thank you to everyone there, Devon Smith. And his first class average is 39.37, 38 hundreds and 64 half centuries, and very good slip fielder as well. 241 catches at the test level. Could have done a whole lot better with his promise and potential. Highest score of 108 is only test century, to go with 8 half centuries, averaging 23.78, 1,760 runs in his 43 test matches. So Devon Smith announces his retirement from domestic cricket, and his teammates Kieran Kotoy, Atenays before that, getting the opportunity to mark the occasion with a memorable photo. And the teams will now head to the center of the field where the playing area is, the pitch, and we'll have another gesture. And there's no doubt Devon Smith seems to be very fit and still up to the challenge. There's no doubt he's going to be missing this game after this one, but The Windward Islands at the bottom of the table, and Devon Smith did not really help them this much this season. Struggled for some runs, and because of that, we would say that the Volcanoes are not in title contention as the opposition, the Barbados Pride. So when you look at the runs for Smith this year, 162 runs. All 4 matches before this he has played just 1 half century, and that was in the opening round against Guyana at the Queen's Park Oval. Since then he's been out of form, but still a formidable player for the Windward Islands Volcanoes over the years, and now he is saying goodbye to domestic cricket. Because I'm sure of his caliber, his experience, what he has to offer to cricket, I think he may go on to another role, but in cricket as well. We do not want someone with this level of experience to go to waste. As you can see, both teams on the opposite sides of the pitch there for the occasion, as Devon Smith says goodbye to domestic cricket. The Grenadian started his career, like I said, way back in the 1998-99 season. Made his test debut in Guyana when West Indies and Australia were locked in battle in 2003. His last test came in 2018 when West Indies took on Bangladesh at Kingston in Jamaica. So he's been around for a long time. No one can say do not know Devon Smith. All his worth and all his value to cricket. Seems if they're having a moment of silence as well. Word of prayer, thanking Devon Smith, thanking the Almighty for allowing Devon Smith to play for so many years. Here he is proudly wearing number 28 on his back. And maybe the Windward Islands, maybe Grenada will retire the number 28, because there can only be one Devon Smith, and with all he has done for cricket, maybe they may want to retire that number, leave it exclusively for Devon Smith. But this is day number 1 of this final encounter. He still has a role to play. He's in the playing 11, and he will be opening the batting as the Windward Islands Volcanoes won the toss, and they'll be having a bat first against table toppers, the Barbados Pride. Pride looking for another title at the first class level, the second in succession following the 2020 title. There was no tournament in 2021 because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and here we are playing an abbreviated 5-round tournament, and the Barbados Pride on top of the points table with 67 points, closely followed by the Windward Islands Hurricanes, 65.4 points, and the Guyana Harp Eagles in 3rd position. The only other team maybe with realistic chance of getting to the title, and if something miraculous happened, only then you'll see the Guyana Harp Eagles challenging for this title. Other than that, it's a clear race between the Pride and the Hurricanes. So the umpires are out, Barbados Pride out in the middle as well, and we'll be getting ready for some action in about 3 to 5 minutes. Oh, so the moment of silence just now we saw was for the passing and the memory of David Holford, the former Barbados and former West Indies player who died recently in Barbados at the age of 82 after suffering a little bit of illness. So we'll be back in a few seconds with some live action. Myself, John Ramsing, and Anil Raja will bring you the action today live from the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, where Barbados Pride will take on the Windward Islands Volcanoes. This is day number 1 of round number 5 in Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Championships.
Yeah, pleasant good morning again from the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. I am Anil Raja. Together with me is John Ramsing, coming all the way from Guyana, regional broadcaster, specializing in regional cricket. And we will be bringing you commentary on this, the fifth and final round matches in the regional 4-day championship being played here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. A game of significance, not so much so for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, because they are currently in the cellar position, no chance whatsoever of being among the silverware. On the other hand here, the Barbados Pride, they are raring to go because they lead the standing by just by 1.6 of a point, I believe. The Windward Islands are in second place, and here is the first delivery. It's Miguel Cummings. Lovely looking track out there, John. I don't know if you went out this morning, but it is very hard, very well rolled in, and it looks like a very good batting surface. No doubt the last two games we had here, they were very high scoring games, so I expect this one as well should produce a lot of runs. That wicket is very good for batting, John.
Most definitely, I saw it as well, and I think you mentioned lots of runs. Might be an understatement. It's a small venue as well, fast outfield, and I think Barbados Pride, with all to play for, will be looking to cash in batting friendly conditions. There's a tinge of green, but that's just to hold the surface together. It's very dry in Trinidad and Tobago, mind you. The last match was played on the strip adjacent to that one, when Guyana Harpy Eagles and Jamaica Scorpions played to an exciting high scoring draw. And that draw really put Guyana's title chances out the window. But I do expect lots of runs. It is a good track.
Here is coming Devon Smith. Wonderful tribute paid to him here this morning at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. The veteran, the ideal servant for cricket in the West Indies, especially so the Windward Islands. He has been at it for some time and has really done an outstanding job in serving Windward Islands and West Indies cricket. He was honoured this morning, quite fittingly so. And also there was a tribute played in the honour of the former West Indies all-rounder David Halford. Here is Miguel Cummins. And this time, ball hitting bat as he turns it on the onside. No chance of a run yet.
Miguel Cummings came in a bit late to the Barbados franchise team this year, but came in and started to land in some good areas in the last match. And he came in when Shamar Brooks and Shea Hope went on to West Indies international duties in the Netherlands, and he's looked good so far in his opening over.
Here's the first run. Devon Smith turning it behind square. There's a man on the square leg boundary who keeps it to a single. So the Windward Island Volcanoes, they are off and running here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. This is day one. Barbados Pride. They have just ahead of the Windward Islands in the standing, and this round of matches is going to be very interesting as far as these two teams are concerned, the Windward Island Hurricanes and the Barbados Pride. More than likely one of these two teams will emerge as the champions of 2022. So all to play for. What would be of interest are the bonus points. And also Barbados, I guess they just edged ahead because of the amount of wickets they got with the pace bowling bonus points. I thought Leeward was set back last week when I thought it was about 15 wickets went down to the spinners. Raheem Cornwall getting 11 wickets in that match, and the young left-arm spinner Durham, he had about 3 or 4. So that probably has Barbados just slightly ahead, because the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they gained a couple more bonus batting points. They had scored 300 and in excess of 300, and Barbados had failed to reach 300 in their first inning in their last game. And Barbados as well did not bat in the second innings because they won by an innings against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So those pace bowling batting points would have done a lot for the Barbados pride. So that's the end of over number 1.
Those points very important, with just 1.6 points separating Barbados pride from the Hurricanes. And if Barbados can not only go on to win this match, to have to retain their title, they need to have that point, 1.6 point better than the Hurricanes, because the Hurricanes can get maximum points from this encounter, including those fast bowling points that you're mentioning. So if they can do that, then it can be very close.
Very interesting indeed.
So sharing a new ball with Miguel Cummins is Akeem Jordan, and already runs again for the Volcanoes. Smith, that's Devon Smith, getting 2 runs. So quite a fitting tribute this morning to the veteran. And he's opening the batting with his nephew, Dennis Smith. So that's a transition that we're seeing not only in this match but in West Indies cricket. The veteran making way for the young ones.
I'm glad to see him coming in this early, Dennis Smith, because I was taken aback when he came in at, I thought it was number 10. In the last game, the Volcanoes played at the Queen's Park Oval against Windward Islands Hurricane, and we were wondering if something was wrong with him, and yes, that was the case, as we learned later on. And he played quite a lot of shots in those 2 innings. He probably didn't get many runs, but he looked like he can bat, and I like his approach. Once the ball is there to be hit, he was quite willing to play his shots. Didn't last us very long at all in the wicket on both occasions, so he has a very good opportunity here, young Dennis Smith, wicket-keeper for the Volcanoes. As you mentioned, he is with the elder Smith, Devon Smith. Most likely this might be the final game for the old warrior Devon Smith, and here he is tentatively opening the face, allowing the ball to run off to the man at squarish cover, just behind square. 3 slips a gully, that man behind square, and a mid-off, that's the field on the offside. And on the onside there's a mid-on, there's a man just forward of the square leg umpire, and there is a fine leg on the boundary. Here is Akeem Jordan, right arm over. Smith attempting to drive through mid-off, gets the inner half of the bat, it goes back along the pitch. 3 without loss Volcanoes, winning the toss this morning and electing to bat on what looks like a very, very good batting track here at the Diego Martin Complex. You can just have a look at the color of the pitch, John. That tells you how dry it probably is, because the whiter it is means there's less water. Smith again driving this time, making good contact. That is going to beat mid off all the way down to the long off boundary for 4. So that's the first boundary of the morning. Coming to the man, Devon Smith. Over pitch delivery by Akeem Jordan, driven straight back on the offside.
Oh, we will miss those shots from Devon Smith as he goes into retirement. But as a ball is well pitched up, and there's Devon Smith driving through the line, getting the maximum rewards. Quite a career from Devon Smith. It's good to see that he's still around shepherding the younger forces. Kimani Milius, Akeem Auguste, and the likes coming through, and they would have benefited immensely from this series, being around Devon Smith in that dressing room, being around on the field as well, because he's a wealth of knowledge, and shots like that made him very popular, got him into the international side, and got him lots of runs in his career.
Very similar field for Miguel Cummins. So he tucks up the younger of the Smiths, Dennis Smith. turns it on the onside. Looked fairly awkward there, as though he was flinching a bit. 3 slips a gully, a man behind square on the offside, a short mid-off. And on the onside is a mid-on, a man forward of the square leg umpire and a deep fine leg. So the line, no doubt, might be off, middle and off. And good call for a single there by Dennis Smith. Taking the bottom hand away, and there's going to be an overthrow. So that'll be 2 to Dennis Smith. A bit of carelessness here by the wicketkeeper. He was a bit late in getting up to the stump Dowrich. And they took an easy overthrow down to fine leg. So that takes the total on to 9 without loss. Windward Island Volcanoes. Over number 3. Not too good forecast as far as the weather is concerned. Let's hope that the forecasters are wrong.
Well, we've had excellent weather throughout 4 rounds so far, and if it's going to come or put a damper on the final round, that would not be good.
My goodness. That came back a long way, John.
After round number 3, when we were told that Miguel Cummins will be joining the Barbados Pride squad, there were lots of expectations on him because of what he has done over the years. He has international experience as well, and that ball came back sharp after pitching. It was outside the off stump, but the keeper took it down the leg side.
That just shows how much it swung. And again, Dennis Smith getting a bit of a testing time here for Miguel Cummins. That ball previously came back sharply. Judge both of them pretty well, but a bit too close for comfort. 3 slips a gully, they all await. I only mentioned that the ground is a pretty small one, John. I don't think so. I think these are normal size boundaries, and it's a pretty big outfield to me. What happens, it's a very fast outfield because of the hardness of the surface, and it has been very well cut as well, very low. So it is a very quick outfield.
The last game right here at Diego Martin Sporting Complex, we saw the likes of Leroy Logg, Chandrapal Hemraj, John Campbell clearing the boundaries very easily. And because of that, we get the impression that it's a smallish outfield. I take your point that it's small because it's fast as well. But there are some of the smaller boundaries, the straighter boundaries, definitely shorter.
Yeah, you are probably right. So just give you the Barbados 11 this morning. All right. Okay. We try to put it on the screen again so that you can have a look at the teams.
So the Volcanoes won the toss. And
here are the both teams.
So teams from Windward Islands will come from Devon Smith, Kavim Hodge, captain, Preston McSween, Ryan John, Alec Atenez, Larry Edwards, Teddy Bishop, Akeem Agist, Dennis Smith, who's in the middle, Kenneth Demba, and Darius Martin.
And for the Barbados Pride, Jonathan Carter, Craig Braithwaite, Shane Norwich, Justin Graves, Raymond Reefer, Ruston Chase, Miguel Cummins, Jomel Warrican, Akeem Jordan, Ramon Simmons, and Shane Mosley. That's the Barbados Pride 11. They are on the field.
Jordan looks good. This is his third first-class match. He opened his career at the Queen's Park Oval against the Guyana Harper Eagles. Took a while to get his first-class wicket. When he got there, he eventually got 3 in the first innings, 4 in the second innings when the Guyana Harper Eagles were hunting quick runs. He maintained his line and length And he maintained his posture. Oh, that's a very good delivery again. Lots of movement we're seeing from both of these Barbados Pride bowlers. In the last game, Jordan managed to pick up 5 wickets when the Pride won that one. So he has 12 wickets in 2 matches, and that has skyrocketed him to the top of the Barbados Pride bowling in terms of wickets.
Yeah, they got more pace bowling bonus points than any other team in the competition. That's one of the reasons as well that they have pushed their heads ahead on the points table. A lot of wickets going to the fast bowlers for the Pride.
One of those wickets when Jordan had Keegan Simmons bowled at a ball that came back sharply after pitching, and Simmons lost his stumps. He was not even prepared to play. So lots of inward movement, lots of movement, lateral movement from both of these bowlers, Miguel Cummins and now Jordan. Jordan looks as he's ready for first class cricket.
Well, we'd expect there'd be a bit movement this morning, John. That little tinge of green that you spoke about, it's fresh grass, and there would be some preparation moisture as well. Added, you've got a new ball in your hand, you're fresh, so you should be doing a thing or two with the ball. Well driven there. That's a good looking shot there from young Dennis Smith. Pick up just 2, but it was well played, well timed. He didn't look to hit it too hard, but he timed it beautifully, and he was almost in a defensive posture when it came off the bat. It beat the man at short mid-off. Good shot. He's got a bit of cover on the onside. I like the field that Jordan has. Both bowlers operating with the same field placing. 3 men on the onside, so he's got a bit of cover on the onside, so he can afford to bowl a ball on the stumps. Then he's got the 3 catching men in slip plus the gully on the off. Dennis Smith lets that one go by. 12 for no loss. Windward Island Volcanoes. They would need to score a very big score here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, because it is a good batting track. All the games that have been played here were high scoring games, more or less. That last game against with the Harpy Eagles and Barbados was a very high scoring affair, John.
Yes, we had 4 centuries in that game. So lots of runs on offer. You mentioned Windwards need to bat, put on a good display.
It's a good delivery. Tucked him up. Well, you would have seen those centuries in that game last week here, John. You would have had a good look at Cheshire and Chandapol. There's a lot of talks in the region now that he should be a contender for one of the opening spots on the West Indies senior team. Your thoughts on his batting?
He's actually matured, and I think at the right time, because he's been around a number of years. In his early career, had some injuries. I remember the 2017-2018 season started really well, but coming down towards the end of the tournament, he had a nasty delivery from Jerome Taylor in Jamaica and broke his small finger, his pinky, and that prevented him from going on, because he was actually slated to play for one of the President's 11 or Cricket West Indies Bowl 11 or so against the visiting side in that year, but because of the injury, it did not happen. And he tapered off a little bit and came back. He had 3 consecutive half centuries on his return after that injury, but then also tapered towards the end. But this year we're seeing him started a bit lean. He had some starts, 20s, 30s, and in the mid-season came back after some work was done during the off-season back home in Guyana, and he hit a magnificent 140 upon return, then 184. Batting long hours. In fact, he has faced the most deliveries in this tournament, 1,024 balls compared to the next highest, Craig Brathwaite, with 925. So he's fit mentally and physically, because he's prepared to bat very long and he's getting the runs. And because of that, He has matured, like I said, at the right time, and he is ready for the next level.
Okay. You heard it there from John Ramsing, regional broadcaster, specializing in regional cricket. This takes the edge all along the ground. It beats the man at third slip. That would run all the way down to the third man boundary for 4. So Dennis Smith, a bit fortunate there, but I'll give him credit that he probably relaxed the bottom hand and it didn't really carry much in the air. It dropped as soon as it hit the air, just wide of the man at third slip. Thought he probably should have made a better effort at that ball passing just to his right. And that total moves to 17 without loss, Windward Island Volcanoes. But that was a pretty good attack that Tejan and Chandapol would have been up against the Barbados Pride last week. I mean, they have some quality fast bowlers, and I thought 184 would have been a tremendous effort, regardless of if he took a pretty long while at it or not. I mean, as you rightly said, he's got the temperament, he's got the patience, and defensively, he's got to have good technique to be staying in the wicket so long and scoring so much runs. I think probably what he might have to do a bit to improve his game, to try to improve his stroke making, and probably hitting the ball with a little more power if it needs that he gets to the gym and straighten up a bit. That might allow him to hit the ball with a little more power, but he needs to improve. But he's in a good position.
That was a talk about Chandapal, especially after that first game. He batted the entire Guyana Harp Eagles first innings and got 140. The overs come to an end, so at the end of 5 overs, Windward Islands winning the toss and batting 18 without loss. Right, so after the first game, as you can see the flags there, just a bit limp. The Barbados Pride flag just being flown up at half mast because of the passing of David Holford. So the Trinidad and Tobago national flag and the Windwards flag on top of the flag staff. A little bit of wind this morning, not a whole lot. It's a little bit overcast, but no threat of rain. So Chandapal, after that 140 magnificent innings, not out, was guilty of not finding the gaps often enough and hitting too hard but straight to the fielder. But after that game, this one is played square of the wicket in the offside, a bit uppish, but runs for Dennis Smith and he'll get a boundary. This time he's going onto the front foot, driving on the up. Here you see, but in the gap and got the boundary.
That's a good shot. He wasn't actually to the pitch of the delivery. He hit it while it was on the way up, and he kept it on the ground as well, and also found the gap. There's a man at a squarish cover point, and there's a short extra cover and a wide mid-off. He found the gap and picked up 4 good-looking runs. Here is Jordan. It's well played, and that's well called as well. That's good cricket here from young Dennis Smith. On the back foot, turning it on the onside. It was slightly wide of the man at mid-on, but he immediately called for that single. Good running.
Just to finish off the point on Chandapal, when they were asked to get 68 runs in quick time in 13 overs at the Oval, Chandapal came in the middle, not opening the batting, and managed to hit the winning run, 23 runs from just 10 deliveries. It goes to show that he has a different dimension to his game, not only blocking and batting long, but also can change gears very quickly. And since that innings, when he came back and played that 184 innings here against the Scorpions, he was on appeal for a leg before, but clearly heading down the leg. When he played that 184, that great knock, 184. Let's have a look at this appeal again. It's coming from around the wicket, bowling to the left-hander. And he was struck.
Yeah, you're still seeing the batsman middle and off stump, so
Right.
clearly that was heading down the leg side with the angle.
Yeah. When he had that 184, he played more shots, got more boundaries, and found the gap more regular. So it goes to show that he has learned from that 140, that 23 from 10 deliveries, and he perhaps got the two together, played defensive and aggressive when the needs be, and that's why he got 184 in relatively quick time based on his temperament. Yesterday was his birthday to mention. Celebrated his 26th birthday yesterday. Short ball, pulled away, runs for Devon Smith. This was a very bad ball, maybe the first of the innings from Jordan. Just testing the pitch a little bit. But there is Devon Smith, the experienced campaigner, rocking back on the back foot and pulling it nicely to mid-wicket for 4.
That's a good shot. Quickly transferred his weight onto the back foot and pulled it, rolling the wrist on contact, hitting it forward of square for 4. So the Windward Islands now move on to 27 without loss. And I'd like to say a special hello to all of you people tuned in Barbados. A special good morning to you here from the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. And on behalf of Cricket 360, we would like to extend our condolences to the Barbadian people on the passing of the former Barbadian and West Indies all-rounder, Mr. David Halford. We do sympathize with you guys. And it's a tribute paid to Mr. Halford earlier on this morning before the start of proceedings here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. It was a pretty touching one. Also, there was a tribute paid to Devon Smith, the long-serving Windward Island and West Indies left-handed batsman. He is at the crease at the moment. You're not missing any cricket. There's a little conversation between the umpires. The ball probably has to be changed. Not too sure. 27-4-1 Windward Island Volcanoes after having won the toss and deciding to take first strike against the Barbados Pride.
In the Jamaica Scorpions' second innings last week in the fourth round match, 7 balls had to be changed because the balls left the Diego Martin Sporting Complex arena. 6 of those were from the bat of Leroy Lugg, who were hitting all the way into those houses to the southern end of the ground. But this time the ball went through the fence. I think there's a perimeter drain there, and the ball got wet. As you can see, the umpire looks like Carl Tuckett holding the ball with just 2 fingers, indicating that he's not comfortable holding to get a lot of that moisture on his fingers. Carl Tuckett and Patrick Gustard, the Jamaican, standing in this game. Craig Braffett inspecting as he wants to make sure that he gets the right ball, a ball that is good enough. So umpires, Patrick Gustard, indicating that yes, that's the ball they're going to be using. Looks relatively new, looks good.
Yeah, well, as a matter of fact, just how many overs going here? This is the 6th over. So that's a fairly new ball. Has it been changed, John?
It has been changed. The one that they have looks like it's extremely new, just out of the plastic. It's difficult to have a ball that is 5.5 overs old. They tried to get a ball that's close enough to what it looked like at the time, but well, this one is relatively new.
Usually they would scruff it up in the turf a bit. Didn't see him do that. So we're back with Devon Smith. He is on strike, and Hakeem Jordan has none for 17. This is his 3rd over. Smith allowing that one to go by, but that was pretty close. Have a look at this here. Did he get out of this form too quickly? My goodness, just a bit too late with that swing, but it did swing a long way, John. If he had started that just slightly, a bit more on off stump, probably something could have happened there.
That's the exaggerated swing, and that's the end of 6 overs. The Windward Islands winning the toss and batting 28th without loss. Devon Smith is on 11. His nephew, Dennis Smith, 15. So it looks as if there's going to be a change in bowling very early. After 6 overs, Miguel Cummings and Akeem Jordan had the new ball. But now it will be spin from the southern end of the ground in Roston Chase. Right arm off spinner. So with a new ball, I must say, spin on day number 1. Anil, are you surprised?
Well, that's a bit of a surprise, John. That definitely is a bit of a surprise. Well, we just have to wait and see how Chase bowls on this fresh track with a fairly new ball. Windward Islands 28 for no loss. Devon Smith is on 11 and Dennis Smith on 15. Here's Roston Chase, right arm around the wicket. There's a slip and a forward short leg, the men in close catching positions. There's a backward point, a cover, short extra cover and a long off. On the inside there's a wide mid on, normal mid on, bowling. He's bowling.
There's Devon Smith playing down the wrong line to Roston Chase. I was asking if you're surprised that off spin has been introduced so early. As we see the ball last pitch on the line of off stump, went through the arm, and Roston Chase gets his man very early. The reason I asked if you were surprised, because over the years Devon Smith has been a suspect, a quality off spin bowling. He's been playing tentatively outside that off stump line, and there we go. Craig Brathwaite reading this game nicely. Remember, perhaps it clicked late upon him, or he wanted a new bowler to take a little bit of sheen off of that ball. But there we see Devon Smith once again. Over the years, that might have been his only downfall, not being able to play the off spinners very well at the start of his innings. But there's a good breakthrough. Smith gone for 11, bowl chase, Windward Islands 28 for 1.
Yeah, that's a good bit of work there by the thinking of the Barbadian captain Craig Brathwaite. And I quite agree with you, John, that one of Devon Smith's downfall was his inability to play quality spin. I mean, he struggled at the international level against international spinners. And thought that he should have been aware of the fact that that ball is fairly new. And with Roston Chase coming around the wicket with that angle, you always had to play with a tighter bit of defense. You can't allow that ball to really pass through bat and pad. So credit to Roston Chase as well. That ball just seamed back into Devon Smith and it knocked the leg stump. Right, was that right, John? I thought it hit the leg, middle and off. Yeah, Devon Smith played with a bit of a gap there, and the Windward Islands have now lost their main batter. Have a look at it again here. Middle and off. Yeah, that's right. Top of Austin. Devon Smith allowing one to go through the gate. So a very attacking field here by Roston Chase, and quite rightly so. There's a slip, there's a forward short leg, there's a very short mid-wicket, and there's a short extra cover as well. Those are the men close into the bat. Everyone else stopping a single except the deep mid-wicket. Here's Chase. LBW there, coming down the track.
The new batsman is Kavim Hodge. Hodge, the captain for the Windward Islands Volcanoes this season. So the new ball, the Chase is bowling with, you not get a lot of turn. You get a ball to slide through.
Yeah, a bit of underspin there. New ball. It's a bit of grass slightly as well, so it was a good move by Craig Braithwaite to get Roston Chase off. I was saying I was a bit surprised that he came on this early, but it has worked. So credit to the Barbadian think tank there, John.
7 overs gone, 28 for 1.
Two other matches taking place today at the Queen's Park Oval. We've got the home team, the TNT Red Force. They're up against the Guyana Happy Eagles. And down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Windward Islands Hurricanes, they're up against the Jamaica Scorpions. It's a good looking shot there by Smith. Bit of an over pitch delivery, I comment, by Jordan. He was quickly onto the front foot, timing it well. But there's that man that's short, mid-off. There's a mid-off as well, but a bit wide and deep. There's a squarish cover and a man just behind square. One slip and a gully now. Oh, that one made a bit of height. Thinking of a leg by, but a good bit of feeling there by Roston Chase. Coming around quickly to his left at a backward point, preventing the batsman going for that. What would have been a leg by. So he's removed a couple of the men from the slip, Jordan. There's just the one slip and probably a fourth slip. A first and a fourth. Devon Smith completely bemused by Roston Chase. Coming on in just the 7th over and knocking back Devon Smith's off stump. Ball that went through bat and pad. Feeling for that one outside off stump. It will go down to a widest third man for 4, but he wasn't ready to the pitch. His feet were just locked on the crease. Have a look at this. Oh, he did play it pretty good. Opened the face a bit late, but he wasn't through the pitch actually, but he did manage to open the face and stay past the man at backward point for 4, so that takes the total now on to 32 for 1. Smith moves on to 19.
Some nice movement from Hakeem Jordan. The last ball was, you say, controlled shot, open the face of the bat Smith, because Jordan is getting this ball to seam a little bit. Has some pace as well. It's just one score of significance for Dennis Smith. 6-5 against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. That was in round 2. 12 and 4 against Ghana in round number 1. Short ball handled well. It got down to gully very quickly. He made 2 in the first innings against the Red Force, but came back nicely 6-5 in the second innings. Then 8, no score against the Scorpions. Then the last round, 11 and 7. Short of runs, Dennis Smith, but he has potential. End of over number 8, 32 for 1. The Windward Islands batting first.
So it's going to be Roston Chase, no doubt. Had a wicket in his first over. that of Devon Smith. That's a good hit. That is a very good hit here by Kaveem Hodge. And that goes all the way over the perimeter fence as well. It's out onto the road on the far side to the east. That's a very good hit. Coming down the track, lofting it over wide, long on, and it goes for 6. What a way to get off the mark. Kaveem Hodge, a flighty delivery from Chase. A good shot here from Kaveem Hodge.
Hodge is coming off of a 4-3 in the last game against the Hurricanes at the Oval. Just one score of significance for him as well. 63 against the Jamaica Scorpions. But he has responsibility batting at number 3 and also as a captain. Uses feet nicely. And once again we see the ball leaving the playing arena. That's a much quicker ball from Ruston Chase. Fuller hitting the batsman on his back foot, but
have a look at this. Wow. Well, we were a bit obscured by the wicket keeper.
Yeah.
But I thought that it probably hit him adjacent there, John. Can't really tell for sure. It's a good looking drive out to cover here from Hodge. He struggled a bit in the last game. He started batting a bit better in the second innings. He was looking like he was rounding into some form, Kaveem Hodge. He struggled a bit in the tournament this year. He drives through the man and short extra cover. Quite willing to play his shots here this morning. I think he doesn't really want Ruston Chase to settle on a good length and line. So he's decided that he's going to be positive. This time he's on the back foot, punching it too short mid-wicket. There are 2 men out in the deep on the onside. There's a deep mid-wicket and there is a long on. Everyone else cutting a single except for the men in close catching position, a forward short leg. Turns this on the leg side. No chance of a run. There's a short fine leg. And that's the end of Chase's second over. Struck for a mighty blow in the very first delivery, over wide long on by Kaveem Hodge. A very good hit indeed. Hodge got off the mark with that shot. 38 for 1.
The score on 38 for 1. 9 overs have been bowled.
nice conditions for cricket, as you can see. Nice mountain in the background. Very scenic venue, the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Third first class match for Diego Martin. Has made a debut, an impressive debut this year.
Yeah, it was an impressive debut because we had a couple guys who had some very outstanding performances. I thought that Kieran Powell shocked the very first century here at this new, spanking new venue, 139, and he followed that up with 84. I thought it was in the second inning as well, John. So Yannick Karai as well getting 100. Change in bowling. Simmons, that's a good delivery, almost getting through the defense there of Dennis Smith. So Jordan has been taken off the attack. He's replaced by Simmons.
Simmons is a left-arm seamer, as you can see. Has a little bit of pace. Short man in the context of fast bowlers, really. It's well bowled. So he's looking to perhaps start with not too many experiments. Just start to be very basic, very simple, line and length. then may work up some pace a bit later on.
Yeah, he's got some cover on both sides, but he's got just that extra man in the slip as compared to Jordan. Jordan had just the one slip and the gully, but he's got two slips, a gully, a backward point, a cover, and a mid-off. That's the feel on the offside. Left arm over. Whoa. Didn't seem too comfortable there. Smith jumping off his feet to try to keep that one down. Looked a bit awkward. The surface is very hard as well, John Ramsing. I thought that once you put a little extra and you bend your back and give it a little more effort, you can get the ball to probably past at uncomfortable heights. I haven't seen any of the quickies try to use short pitch deliveries.
Jordan attempted one and was pulled viciously by Devon Smith to mid-wicket, and the ball had to be changed after that. But you're right. The weapon that was very prominent in yesteryear, the short ball, not being used a lot in modern West Indies cricket.
That's a good catch, is it?
Well, you're celebrating. It looks a bit...
Yeah, that's a great catch.
It looks as if it is the fall of the second wicket, and Warrican holding on to that one. The batsman stood his ground for a little bit, and I thought would have been a bum ball. That's why he's standing his ground. But the replay will confirm. Hitting on the up, and Dennis Smith has to go after a little bit of a start. 19 from 32 deliveries. So 38 now for two, the Windward Islands. Volcanoes losing both openers now. So that's Dennis Smith, 19, joining Devon Smith. And Dennis Smith caught by Jamel Warrican at mid-on off the bowling of Simmons in his very first over. 38 for two in over number 10.
Well, that's a very good change again by Captain Craig Braithwaite. I think he should concentrate on trying to change bowlers as quickly as he can, because as soon as he brings on a new bowler, a wicket falls. So Simmons in his very first over, young Dennis Smith, the Windward Islands opener and wicket keeper, looking to play the on drive, hit it in the air. He hit it pretty well because it was travelling, but that was an excellent catch by the man at mid-on.
Incoming batsman.
Stopping it one-handed and was still able to recover. He pushed it up a bit. I thought that was deliberate because it was travelling fast, it was going high. He got off the ground and palmed it up in the air and then was able to complete the catch. That was skillfully done there. It's a good catch. 38 for 2, the Volcanoes now. So they have lost both openers. Dennis Smith has followed Devon Smith. That's down the leg side.
So Alec Athanaze is a new batter. He's left-handed as well as he overcomes soon, and as the end of a successful over from Raymond Simmons, the left-arm seamer. After 10, Windward Islands Volcanoes winning the toss and batting 38 for 2 against the Barbados Pride.
Lost and chase again. Southern Patrick Grambazade.
So we're back with the action here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Chase will continue. There you see Captain Hodge using his feet nicely, getting to the pitch of the delivery and driving. Reefer has to make a tumbling save to his left that will mid off. So Alec Athanaze is a Dominican. He has joined his captain, who's also Dominican. Athenaeus has gotten a couple of starts in this year's tournament, but yet to get a big score or a score of real significance. You got 2 half centuries in round number 1 against the Guyana Harpy Eagles at Queen's Park Oval. 68 and 58, but since then failed to get past 33 because he got that in the second round against the Red Force. 5, 6 and 17, 12 and 14. So short of runs. So this is a good wicket for Barbados Pride to get at the now we get into the middle order of the Volcanoes because Athenaeus and his fellow Dominican Kavim Hodge short of runs and they're already in the middle. If they can get into the meat of this Windward Islands Volcano side early, they can be looking to have a bat later on today, but that's 2 runs. So Athenaeus, he's off the mark. So Chase getting an extended ball. He was asked to pick up the wicket early of Devon Smith. He did so in his very first over, and now he's into his 3rd over.
Two strikes within the first 40 minutes for the Pride, removing both Volcano openers, Devon Smith and Dennis Smith. Here we have a view of the background of the mountains of the Diego Martin Valley. It's a bit of smoke blows across from a bushfire perhaps, but that's the area that is known for the Blue Basin waterfalls here in the northwest tip of Trinidad. Very beautiful surroundings, surrounded by mountains actually here in the Diego Martin Valley. A wonderful sight. A lot of green, pleasing to the eyes, John.
Very. Last week we had a field day while at this venue. Simmons continues. This is his 2nd over. He's bowling to Hodge. Hodge is on 7. Got the early boundary. Big 6 out of the ground. Hodge, number 23 in terms of runs in the tournament. Athenaeus on number 13. So they're the 2 better batters for the Windward Islands this season. Devon Smith in number 24th position, the 3rd overall. Then there's Keron Kotoy. So Athenaeus, Kotoy, Hodge and Smith. Kotoy not playing this game. Smith already dismissed as Devon Smith. Kotoy had 199 runs, not in this game. 2 half centuries. Devon Smith 162 runs, dismissed already, 1 half century. Hodge 167 at the crease now, 1 half century, 63. And Athenaeus, the most runs, 2 half centuries, 213 before this game. So the batting has let the Windward Islands down a whole lot this season.
Very much so. I thought that the 3 teams that batted poorly in the tournament this year, they are the 3 teams who are at the bottom of the standings, John. No surprise there. I don't think that the TNT Red Force in the last couple of games batted well. Neither did the Windward Islands Volcanoes in all 4 matches that they played. And the other team that didn't do too well in the batting was Jamaica. Only in that game, perhaps against Guyana, they had a fairly good total. But the batting has been a letdown for a couple of the teams. While on the other hand, I thought that the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the Barbados Pride and the Windward Islands, they produced quite a lot of good scores amongst their batsmen, and hence the reason as well that they are at the top of the standings. They really batted well. So Hodge as well, he had struggled a bit. I thought in the last innings here against the Hurricanes, he got to 43 in the second innings, but he had struggled there as well. But he looked as though he was rounding into some form. He batted all of 141 deliveries for that 43, but he was starting to look pretty good. He hasn't looked all that bad here this morning, but Artenes as well, in the last game he had two fairly small scores of 12 and 14. So not a lot there at the moment in terms of confidence. Two slip, there's a straightish gully, there's a man just back with a point, a cover and a mid-off, and on the onside there is a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and a man on the fine leg boundary a bit wide. Simmons wants some adjustment to the field. Tries, beautiful looking shot here, and that is going to go all the way into the deep extra cover boundary for 4. So another good shot here from Kaveem Hodge, John.
No man move, well played. So the bowler was coming around the wicket to him, got a low full toss, and he drove through the line all along the ground, and that ball sped across this nice sward here at Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Mosley gave chase, but just to retrieve. That's the end of the over. 12 gone, 45 for 2.
That's a bad delivery from Simmons. It's a wideish full toss outside off, and Hodge wasted no time opening the face on contact to beat the man at cover, and it raced away to the boundary. Brilliant sunshine here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Pleasant good morning to all the people up the islands, especially the Windward Islands, who are tuned in to Cricket 360. Say a pleasant morning to you, and hope that you are enjoying the cricket here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. That is travelling down to the boundary for 4. Would it? Oh, that's a good pullback there. That's very well stopped, and the batsmen are going to complete 3. For 2.
Good work from Justin Greaves, preventing the boundary. Saved 1. You had to chase all the way from short backward square down towards the boundary at square leg, and he managed to put it. It was a good shot. Nice roll of the wrist from the left-handed Atenes. Chase, I would say, is having an extended bowl, because his role, I would think, was to break that partnership, get rid of Devon Smith. He's done so, but is now into his 4th over. I'm not going to question the tactics of his captain. The captain has done nothing wrong so far. Edge found, and this time this is Jonathan Carter at first slip. Cannot hold on to that one. It was a thick edge. It flew off because the batsman was going for the booming drive and got the edge. I think Carter did well to get a hand to it and to just perhaps stop it. But it's a chance nonetheless. Hodge edging, Carter reacting a bit late.
Yeah, he was up a bit as well. Thought he was probably on the way up when the ball was passing, so he had a bit of problem to stop and then get back down. By that time the ball had just hit the tip of the fingers, so that's a chance.
Yeah.
And just when you were saying that you thought the chase was on for a bit too long, he had a chance going a begging there. Here he is around the wicket. He's backing away and cutting Artenes.
In the meantime, 50 coming up for the Windward Islands Volcanoes in over number 13. Captain Hodge is there in 14. Atenes has just gotten there. He's on 5. They need to build a partnership. They need to bat long. The bowling is on top, but a good partnership can change that around. Batting friendly conditions, just need to weather the early storm, because the track is doing a little bit. Fresh track. New ball doing a little bit as well. So if you manage to weather that storm, build a partnership, the game can change. That's a beautiful cut shot, driven outside the off stump. There's a field at backward point, but he was there just as a spectator. The ball flew to his right, Dwarakan. Here you see, big shot, room outside the off stump and cut away nicely for 4. Good use of the width that was on offer. And there's Athenes getting his boundary.
Yeah, just a bit too wide and full there by Roston Chase, and it was well played by Athenes. It was in the air for a short while, but well away from the fieldsman at backward point. He hit that with a lot of power as well. A very high back lift and cutting through the line of the ball, hitting it with the middle of the bat. 55-4-2 Volcanoes. It's going to be Simmons. Ramon Simmons, left arm around the wicket this time. Caught shouldering arms and allowing it to go by.
So already we've seen 7 4s and 1 6, despite losing 2 wickets very early. It's a very healthy run rate that they're scoring at the Volcanoes. Now in over number 14. But after the first innings total in the first round match against the Guyana Harp Eagles, 339. The Volcanoes did not manage to pick up another batting bonus point. 339, they managed to get 3 batting bonus points, and that's all they have this season. In the first innings, that's their score. In the second innings, they got 190. When they played against the Red Force, they lost that one as well. They bowled for 97, then 186. Third round match, they lost against the Scorpions and managed scores of 137 and 195. The last game at the Queen's Park Oval when they lost to the Hurricanes. In the first innings, 173. Second innings, 200. They set a target, of 418. They got 184. So they failed to get to 200 runs ever since the first game when they passed and got to 339. So the batting has been definitely the weakest facet of the game this season. That has let them down so bad that they're down at the bottom of the table with just 21 points after 4 games.
Well, I think a lot of that would have to do with Devon Smith not really producing as he's accustomed to, because he has been the mainstay of the Windward Island Volcanoes batting for quite a number of years, and they depended on him heavily, and he responded in a positive manner for the Volcanoes. So I think him really not in the best of his form. I mean, he's done the yeoman service to Windward Island Volcanoes, so you expect at this age Devon Smith wouldn't be the same as he was 10, 15 years ago. But I thought it was time that the others should step up and really fill in the shoes of Devon Smith. So they are languishing at the bottom of the table, and as you pointed out, John, they didn't bat well whatsoever. Not a lot of batting points.
Smith's contribution this year, 52 against Guyana and no score in the second innings. 16 and 12 against the Red Force. 1 and 34 against Jamaica Scorpions. 35 and 12 against the Hurricanes. That drives home your point that he's been not getting among the runs. Therefore, the Windwards not getting the type of runs that they would love. So that's the end of the first hour of play on day number 1. Windward Islands against the Barbados Pride. The Volcanoes won the toss, and after 14 overs, 55-2. We'll take a break for some refreshments, and we'll be back in a short while.
back at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex after the first water break with Windward Islands winning the toss and deciding to bat. Roston Chase bowling to Alec Atenes.
So the early exchanges, 14 overs, 55 for 2. Who you think would have won that first hour of play?
Well, obviously, I think it would be the Barbados Pride, John. In the first 40 minutes, they picked up the 2 opening batsmen for Windward Islands. So they would have had the better of the exchanges in the first hour. And here's the man who took the very first wicket, Roston Chase. You were saying that you thought that he's been on for a bit too long.
My only reasoning is that ball is still new. There's Justin Greaves, there's Raymond Reefer as well, and I think the faster bowler should have the better use of a new ball. When Chase was called upon, he was called to get rid of Devon Smith, the dangerous Devon Smith. He did so, and I think he's now getting an extended ball, but this time he's looking good. I think spinners most times would settle on nice line and length after a few overs because of rhythm. The body will tend to start to get attuned to the conditions, and Roston Chase now is settled in nicely.
Well, he's got a forward short leg and a slip. Well spread field on the offside. There's a backward point, a cover, a short extra cover and a mid-off. On the onside there's a deepish mid-on, there's a short mid-wicket and a backward square leg on the boundary. So no doubt Chase would be looking to bowl the off stump line. It's a nice looking on drive there for Martinez, but straight to mid-on. No chance of a run.
You see the mountains in the background. Score remains on 55 after the drinks break. 15 overs gone, 2 wickets down. So there we see Simmons 1 for 4, Chase 1 for 19, the successful bowlers. Devon Smith, that's Dennis Smith in fact, 19, Devon Smith 11, batsmen dismissed. Hodge and Atney is at the crease. So
just the 3 overs for Miguel Cummins and
Yeah.
4 for Hakeem Jordan, so they are fairly fresh. And then as you mentioned, he's still got a Raymond Reefer, Justin Greaves. Expect that if Chase doesn't do anything in terms of wickets, he might be taken off.
Cummins is back now. And then there's also the search for fast bowling bonus points.
Very much so. They gained a lot of that,
Yeah.
Barbados Pride. That has probably had pushed them to the front in the standings,
Yes,
the amount of wickets they got from the fast bowlers.
They have the most, 10, compared to 8.4 from the Hurricanes. So, because of that factor as well, you'd want to see the Pacers getting more opportunities. And then, with just 1.6 runs 1.6 points separating Barbados Pride from the second place Hurricanes, they'd want to make sure to get maximum points in every facet of the game, including fast bowling points.
Very much so. They dropped a couple points in the last game as far as the batting is concerned. They didn't get to 300 in their first innings, and they didn't bat in the second innings. But they had a lot of fast bowling points to make up that deficit. And they have managed to stay just ahead in the point standings, looking to make all the running here. Miguel Cummins, he might be sharper than the other fast bowlers. That was a fairly quick delivery, and he would swing it as well. He swung the ball in the opening spell when he had 3 overs for 13 runs. Didn't get any wickets, but here he is looking to generate some pace. This is still fairly fresh bat and strip. The ball is still pretty new. We are in over number 16. Hodge on 15. And that's pitched right up to Hodge. He drives out to cover. It's well fielded. Cummins has a 2 men in slip and a gully, a backward point, a cover and a mid-off. He's bowling right arm around the wicket to Alec Athanaze. A deep fine leg, man pawed up the square leg umpire and a mid-on, that's the onside field.
So Miguel coming down towards the end of his comeback over, first of his second spell on the opening day. There's an appeal given. Very well bowled from Miguel Cummins. Very full ball, targeting the stump. There's Athanaze playing down the line, missed it altogether, and umpire Patrick Gustard gave him the marching orders.
He appeared to have gone across the line. Let's have a look at it here and see if he played across the line. Athanaze. No, he didn't. He missed it completely, John.
Yeah, completely deceived by a quick and fast ball. Let's have another look. Coming some wide.
Yeah, beaten for pace.
Yeah.
And it came in with the angle as well. He was in front middle stump. I don't know if he's really coming down the wicket, but he was really beaten for pace. That bat was coming very late.
Yeah.
So that's the fall of the third wicket for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and bowling with some pace in this. His second spell here, Miguel Cummins, he has now removed Alec Athanaze. That's wicket number 3. And with the score on 56 for 3, Windward Islands in some trouble here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex.
So right after the drinks break, wicket falling as well. So that has been a trend in cricket matches across the formats. And that's a good first over and a new spell from Miguel Cummins, picking up the important wicket of Athanaze. Athanaze, the most successful batsman this year for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 200 plus runs for him this season. No other batter got to 200 for the Volcanoes. So he was a very important wicket, and to see the back of him, the pride will be very pleased. But there's another disappointing effort from Athanaze. Knows his value to the side, and if they're going to end this tournament on a high, he wanted to be there and put together an innings of significance. But it's not to be. It's now left to Hodge, the captain, and young Teddy Bishop. Teddy Bishop, remember, was part of the West Indies under-19 side and was a player of the match with 112 not out when they played against Zimbabwe under-19s right here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. So Diego Martin Sporting Complex hosting matches for that under-19 men's cricket World Cup. And Bishop, he got 100 here. I remember the captain, the stand-in captain at the time, Matu Nandu, the young Guyanese left-handed batsman, also getting 100 at Diego Martin Sporting Complex. So Bishop, with memories of that 100, but the barrage of fast bowlers running into him now could be a different setting.
It would be a good test for Bishop, young Bishop. I mean, Miguel Cummins looked pretty sharp here in his second spell, and now we are seeing Justin Greaves as well being introduced into the attack. So as I thought, Rosnan Chase has been taken off, and we have an all-pace attack now. Justin Greaves, the right arm, fast medium. He'd be bowling to Kaveem Hodge.
So Bishop will take strike for the first time. right-handed batter, very slimly built but tall. Also from Grenada, still 19 years old. Now in his third first-class match. Made his debut in the first round against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, but did not play all of the matches. He played against the Red Force. That was his second match. Now here he is against the Pride. First delivery on the pad, but high, so no appeal. Justin Greaves as well, another fast bowler introduced into the attack. So we've seen Miguel Cummins, Jordan, Raymond Simmons, and now Greaves. So the hunt is on for fast bowling points by the Barbados Pride. So Bishop, I think it was very good by the Volcanoes to get Bishop into first class cricket very early, just after that on the 19 Cricket World Cup. Short of runs and he has lost his place, but now he's back. He got 15 against Guyana on debut. No score and 7 against Trinidad and Tobago in the second round. Lost his place in his side and now he's back. They would like to get these young players playing first class cricket, playing more often. And now with nothing really of significance for the Volcanoes, Bishop is given another opportunity. He had that 112 right here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex against Zimbabwe under 19s. So he has the potential.
Well, we saw Kimani Melius as well here a week ago, and he scored 51 in the second innings, and he was very impressive, John. I thought he played quite a lot of shots. He was not afraid to hit the ball, and he was striking the ball with a lot of power and a lot of authority. He looked pretty good. And at that age, once you are exposed to the first class level, I think you have all reasons to really try and improve on your game. But he looked like a good player, Kimani Melius.
When he played in the 2020 Youth World Cup in South Africa, I thought he looked the part as well. But then COVID-19 came, and that 2020, 2021, no first class cricket, we did not see him. That's the end of Greaves' first over. 17 gone, 57 for 3.
So let's see what Miguel Cummins will serve up now.
Maybe some mangoes. Do you like mangoes, Anil?
Of course I do.
So lots of mangoes on our monitor there. Just to the northern end of the ground, just behind the side screen.
Probably our technical man, Visham Jagisa, will let us know what type of mango that is. Visham, could you make it
I
out?
can say they are sweet mangoes.
There's a mango in Trinidad called Dudus. That looks like it's a bit bigger. Dudus, it's a little bigger? Yeah, okay.
So in Guyana, there's similar looking mango to that. We call it the Julie mango. So that might be the Julie mango. Very juicy. I think that's where the name came from. Yes. Juicy, but somebody said, okay, if it's juicy, it got to be Julie.
That's one of the favorites of the local mangoes.
Okay,
Julie
nice.
Mango and starch mango as well. Those are the two most popular. But here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, it is Miguel Cummins. He's beginning to look threatening. That last over, John, he bowled with a bit of pace, and he got rid of Athanaze as well. He's now gone over the wicket. This is turned very fine indeed. That's a good shot. The leg glide, beating the man a deep fine leg. He's fairly wide, and that's 4 runs. So a good shot there from Kabeem Hodge. A badly lined delivery from Miguel Cummins.
Yeah, what you notice as well, because fast outfield, shorter boundaries to the straight, the field was a bit too wide, so he had no chance. He's there basically for the pull and for the top edge, but will not be able to save the runs if it's flicked that fine. Miguel Cummins will want to come off of that line.
Good looking on drive here from Hodge, but it goes straight to the man at mid-on. 1 for 14 Cummins, Miguel Cummins. He's in his 5th over. Decided that he wanted to switch ends after 3 overs. He was taken off. Roslan Chase bowled a couple overs from that end, and now Miguel Cummins is at the top end, the northern end here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. got a wicket in his last over. Driven, and that's good looking shot here from Hodge. Unable to get any runs. Two slip a gully, there's a point on the boundary. I think that Craig Bradford is employing a bit of a defensive feel as well, and quite rightly so, because he realizes that this is a pretty good batting wicket. He's got a mid-off, he's got a cover, he's got a point on the boundary, two slip a gully, and on the onside there's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep fine leg. Oh, it's very watchful indeed. It's good batting.
So Cummings coming to the end of the next over. Looks very sharp indeed. Oh, that's good bounce as well. Good carry, good service to the keeper. Cummins was off the West Indies duties for a bit. Went as a called pack player in England, and he's back, and he looks good. So that's the end of 18 overs. The Volcanoes 61 for 3, winning the toss and batting on day number 1.
Generating a bit of pace in the second spell here, Miguel Cummins. Looking pretty sharp, and he's bowling a good line as well. That was a good over there from Cummins, 61 for 3. Teddy Bishop is yet to score. Very attacking field for the young Bishop. There are 3 slips, or 4 slip. That's a 4th slip. That's a good looking push, but fielded by the bowler himself. 4 slip, there's a man just backward of point. A short mid-off, a bit wide. So he's more or less encouraging the drive here. Justin Greaves. There's a big gap between the man at backward point and the man at short mid-off. On the onside there's a mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, and the man on the fine leg boundary.
What is shaping up to be a race for the number 3 spot on the points table between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. It's happening at the Queen's Park Oval. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force winning the toss and batting first. They've lost 1 wicket, that of Keegan Simmons, bowled by Kimo Paul for 3. At the moment, Jeremy Solozano is on 22 and Isaiah Raja on 20. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Well played, Teddy Bishop, and that's a wonderful shot to get off the mark. Well pitched up, and there he is driving on the up and down to long off. Sweetly timed shot, well played.
Oh, that's a delightful shot. That's a good shot through mid-off. The man at mid-off is short and a bit wide, but he hit it straight enough and it beat the man on short mid-off, but it was so beautifully timed, and he didn't try to hit it too hard. Beautiful timing.
And that, what may be the race for 3rd place, Red Force 50 for the loss of 1. And a young man that you know everything about, young Raja, has another opportunity at the first class level. He's on 20, he has a start.
Yeah, well, I try to take my mind off it, John.
It's very difficult.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah. In the other match, the Windward Islands Hurricanes against Jamaica Scorpions. The Scorpions in all sort of trouble at the moment. They've lost 3 very early, 38 for 3 down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The Windward Islands doing everything in their power to win this tournament. They've started excellent so far.
Well, they have played excellent cricket, John, I can tell you, because I've seen the last 2 games that they played, and it was really, really good to see such good all-round cricket. I mean, the fast bowling was good, the spinners were good, the batsmen were good, and I thought generally the entire unit looked the part.
At one time, the Jamaica Scorpions were 10 for 3 But now Palmer and Alwyn Williams, they're in a 28-run partnership. So Williams, I have a lot of time for this Williams guy. I took the opportunity. I asked his manager after the last game. The Scorpions played against Harpy Eagles. I asked the manager to have a word with him, and he allowed me. And I gave the young man lots of encouragement.
Sure, that's a good looking shot, and pull in front of square. That's a good shot by Teddy Bishop. Short delivery, quickly onto the back foot and pulling it in front of square down to the deep mid wicket boundary. Lovely shot, John.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot as well, but well played, well placed. Went over the boundary ropes for a maximum. So Greaves in this over gone for 2 boundaries, so that's 2 boundaries to Bishop as well. Off the mark with a 4, followed it up with a 6, 10 from 2 scoring shots, 19 gone, 71 for 3.
Good little period here for the Windward Islands now. That Teddy Bishop has joined Kaveem Hodge. 2 scoring shots from Bishop looked really good. And here is Hodge, who is on 20, is on strike. He's going to receive from Miguel Cummins, who bowled a pretty tight over in his last over. And that's pulled behind square. That's going to beat the man down on deep fine leg. That's a bad delivery here from Cummins, and pivoting on the back leg and whipping it behind square. Kaveem Hodge looking pretty good. Roll the wrist as well on contact. Good shot.
Yes, so runs flowing now for the Volcanoes, and they're in total control. Earlier we saw some balls beating the edge, going down to third man and so on. This time, convincing shots by the Volcanoes batters. Captain Hodge was on 24 and leading the charges.
That's a good leave. That was a nice shot from Kaveem Hodge. He picked up the line very early, and he was on the back foot, one leg, and pivoting and whipping it behind square. The man at fine leg had no chance. Straight in line there with Miguel Cummins, 1 for 18. Teddy Bishop would need to stay out there with his captain. They have not had any big partnerships so far. The first partnership of 28, then there was 1 for 10 and the other 1 for 20. So they need to put together much bigger partnerships, the Volcanoes.
So just before joining the Barbados Pride for rounds 3, 4 and 5, Miguel Cummins was playing in England in county cricket for Kent County. Had a bit of a lean patch up there as well with the ball. In his last 1, 2, 3, 4 games, just picked up 1 wicket at the first class level, so not in the wickets column for Kent. And now he's back in the region, and against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the last game, picked up 1 for 27. Now getting back into the thick of things. Got the early wicket, the wicket of Alec Atenes. As this pitch dries out and as the ball gets older, Cummins may just begin to look a bit ordinary. But his batsmen just got some boundaries, so they're in high confidence as well.
Yeah, once they stay out there a while, I mean, they would get accustomed to the bounce and pace, because it's fairly even bounce and pace. So once they get themselves set, I don't see any reason why they shouldn't stay out there and get a pretty big score. Here's Cummins. Attempted the Yorker. Ended up being a very low full toss. So that's the end of Cummins' 6th over, and at the end of it, Windward Island Volcanoes, they are on 75 for 3.
So in that game at the Queen's Park Oval, the Guyana Harpegos leaving out Chandrapal Hemraj, maybe due to illness or injury because he was not part of the final practice yesterday at the Queen's Park Oval. And Niall Smith is back in the thick of things. The only wicket taker this morning at the Oval, Kimo Paul, got the wicket of Keegan Simmons. So here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, the Windwards in all sorts of trouble, but now staging a mini fight back. This is good batting. Teddy Bishop started at the first class level in rounds 1 and 2, but then tapered off and was dropped. Now he's back in the 11. Kimani Milias, who you mentioned earlier, is now added to the reserve list, along with Desron Maloney. Kieran Kotoy, who was among the runs, is 12th man for this match. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Glorious cover drive. A ball that was full and a bit wide from Greaves. And there's Bishop putting everything into it. He's a tall guy and he reached it easily and drove all along the carpet. That's 4 good looking runs, excellently played.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing here from young Teddy Bishop. He reminds me so much of Kimani Milias last week. Played some delightful shots. They are similarly built as well. Very slim and tall. Bishop, that was a glorious cover drive. He waited on it and pounced on it at the right time. Great timing. Beat the man at cover as well.
But this is going to be a very important partnership for the Volcanoes because another youngster is yet to come and is slated to come next. Akeem Auguste, USC's under-19 captain for the last World Cup. And then he'll be followed by the all-rounders and the bowlers. Kenneth Demba, Larry Edward, Ryan John, Darius Martin. So this is a very important partnership for the Volcanoes. Ball came back in. So good comeback deliveries since being hit for that glorious cover drive for 4. So Greaves
Didn't play in the last match, Teddy Bishop. But it's nice to see him playing these delightful shots here. Seems to have a lot of time to play his shots, really. Tight in defense as well. Could you tell me, John, which match to look at?
No, I cannot tell you. Oh no, it's difficult. I know you're glued to that game at the Oval, and in the interest of West Indies cricket, you want to know what's happening at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. But your place here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex is difficult to divide your attention into 3. And you must spare a thought as well for our fans who are following this tournament and want to know what's happening at all of the venues. I feel you. This one's played down to long leg and we get a single to end the over. That's the end of 21. Bishop looks good on 15. Hodges, captain, is on 24, 80 for 3.
Very nice cool conditions here now in the Diego Martin Valley. Nice cloud cover. The entire ground is covered in the shadows. So very cool conditions. Weather forecast wasn't too encouraging earlier today, expecting that they predicted some rainfall for the rest of the until Friday. Let's hope that they are off target, especially down here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, because we've got a lovely contest going on between the league leaders, the Barbados Pride. They're up against the cellar place team, the Windward Island Volcanoes, and they were in a spot of bother, a bit of a mini recovery here now with young Teddy Bishop, and he's got with him his captain Kabeem Hodge. They lost their last wicket on 56. They have now taken that score to 8, 4-3. Teddy Bishop. And here's Raymond Reefer for the first time, left arm around the wicket, driven through covers, going to pick up some runs here. Teddy Bishop, and that's a good bit of stop down on the boundary, is it? Well, it has hit the rope really. That goes into the boundary for 4, and another delightful cover drive here from Teddy Bishop. Have a look at this. Oh, completely missed it, and ended up tumbling over the rope as well. That's a lovely shot there, John.
Another wonderful shot from the young right-handed batter from Grenada, Teddy Bishop. So he's flowing now and is oozing with confidence. There was Miguel Cummings trying to pull that one back and missed it altogether and allowed the boundary. But that shot deserved for Reefer. First delivery in this match, driven for 4 by the young man. He looks good. Looks like he has all the time in the world as well.
I think that Joe Melwaricon might have a big part to play in this game, John, because I looked at Raheem Cornwall in that game that the Windward Islands played here. He didn't get a lot of turn in the pitch, except on the fourth day it was beginning to spin a bit. But himself and Shayden Walsh Jr., they bowled quite a few overs here, so I expect to see Warwican might come in the attack. But you were making the point a while ago that it's very important that we don't get a lot of wickets from their fast bowlers, especially the situation of the point standing that just 1.6 points separate both teams, first and second.
And already we see the Hurricanes picking up 3 early wickets. So the Jamaica Scorpions in all sorts of trouble in that encounter. So Barbados Pride will also be keeping an eye on that one. Yesterday, all eyes were glued to their monitors to see what was happening in that first one international West Indies against Netherlands. Netherlands 240 for 7 from their 45 overs, reduced due to rain. They started with 50 but then had to shave off some overs. West Indies got to the target, 249 for 3 with 11 balls to spare thanks to 11th one international century from Shea Hope.
Yeah. Good performance there from the West Indies first team.
Winning by 7 wickets. Tomorrow is going to be the second one-day international. And Shea Hope, who got a century to warm up for that tour when he was playing against Guyana at the Oval. He looked real good, but the Pride lost that game despite centuries from Hope and Craig Raffett. It was Gudakesh Moti with 100 low down the order to support Chandapur with 140 that really did it for the Harpy Eagles against the Pride. So since that boundary, Reefer landing in some good areas now, bowling good line and length to Teddy Bishop. And the slip is very wide. That's pretty much like a fourth slip, fourth slip. And then there's a gully. Man at point right back on the boundary. Very short cover and extra cover mid-off. So Raymond Reefer contented to bowl just outside the off stump. Want to tempt Bishop outside his off stump, just to feel at the backward square and a very short but straight mid-wicket on the onside. Now we see Warwican will go to mid-off. So it's
not a lot of movements for Raymond Reefer. He's just come in with the angle, left arm around the wicket, angling it into young Teddy Bishop. Played some nice shots for the 19 he's on. And, very tight in defence as well. They're coming on the front foot, bat close to pad, so that brings the Raymond Reefer's first over to an end. And at the end of it, Windward Island Volcanoes are 84-4-3. A lovely backdrop here on your screen. The mountains of the Diego Martin Valley, surrounded by mountains here. It's quite a lively community down here. It's very populated as well. And here is the Windward Island scorecard. Devon Smith bowled by Chase for 11. Dennis Smith 19. Hodge is not out 24. Athenaeus, he was LBW to Cummins for 9. Teddy Bishop is on 19 of 22 deliveries. We are back with. That's a good little push back. Justin Graves it is. Yes. Man for 16 in the 3 overs he had before.
In his 2 matches before this, Greaves picked up 6 wickets. So, not getting a lot of opportunities, but when he is bowling, manages to get in the wickets column. He's coming from the southern end of the ground. This was on the line of the batsman's body. So, trying to bowl wicket to wicket, Justin Greaves. There's no breeze. Or little breeze, you may want to say. And Shaquille, no doubt, look at the flags in a moment to show you the breeze we're getting. So it's Shaquille, Anil, and all the Neils.
Have a look at Justin Greaves here, John. Does he remind you of Ian Bishop as he leans forward with his approach? Caught my eye in a previous delivery. He looks similar to when Ian Bishop used to run up and leaning forward. It's to be a picture to look at Ian Bishop in full stride.
Yeah, I take your point, and then we saw the lateral movement there as well. So perhaps we have a chat with him. There's young Dimitri Cameron, who's playing his first season for the Guyana Harp Eagles. He bowls very similar to South Africa speedster Kagiso Rabada, and he was unaware of that. So I'm not sure if Justin Greaves is aware of his initial approach to the crease.
Down the leg side, turns around, and good run in there indeed. That's very good in by Kavim Hodge. The man at fine leg was a bit slow off the mark, but that was a ball that was headed down the leg side and turned down to fine leg by
So
Hodge.
they
have a look at the
evidence of little or no breeze.
Very limp indeed. You can see the Barbadian flag to your far right there, flying at half mast. That's in respect to the death of the former West Indies and Barbadian all-rounder David Halford. Here is Justin Greaves. Oh my, he's
chopped on.
Bowled him.
There was Greaves starting his ball just outside the off stump, and Hodge looking to got the inside edge, looking to go with the horizontal bat, and got the inside edge, the under edge, and played on. That's a very good dismissal. Bad shot from Hodge, lost his wicket. Volcanoes now losing their captain, losing their 4th wicket in over number 23, 86 for a loss of 4.
There was a bit of in swing there as well, John, and that's the reason for his downfall, because it took the inside edge and he deflected it onto the stump. So he's out now, and that's the fall of wicket number 4. Kavim Hodge, the Windward Island Volcanoes captain, he goes bold Greaves for 25. That came off 45 deliveries. And the Windward Islands, when you thought that they were probably looking to repair the early damage, they have now lost their leading scorer and the captain, Kavim Hodge, for 25. Together with Teddy Bishop, they were looking pretty good at the crease. They were dispatching the bad deliveries, and Teddy Bishop in particular played some delightful shot, but Justin Greaves has struck. He's picked up his first wicket of the game, and it is that of the Volcanoes captain, Kavim Hodge. 88 for 4. The new batsman is Akeem Hugis.
And the partnership of 30 runs coming to an end between Captain Hodge and young Bishop. So they had a start together. And they perhaps were looking to take this to lunch. But now that's not the case. So a left-handed batter has made his way into the middle. And that's Akeem Auguste. West Indies appointed under 19 captain for the last Youth World Cup, which was played right here in the Caribbean. And he's now having his opportunity. So Auguste, quite a solid batsman as well. Born in St. Lucia. So just one delivery and there's the end of the over. Greaves, a successful over for him, coming to an end. 1 for 19 from his 4 overs so far, and after 23 the Volcanoes winning the toss and batting 87 for 4. Yeah, so Auguste, just 18 years of age. He'll be celebrating his 19th birthday later this year in September. 2 first-class matches before this. He made his debut against the Jamaica Scorpions in the earlier round, and he last played against the Hurricanes down at the Queen's Park Oval. Remember, he was one of the 3 captains for the West Indies on the 19 side in this year's World Cup because of COVID-19. Some of the players, including himself, had COVID-19. So he's off the mark. Gets his next delivery from Rifa. In his debut match against the Jamaica Scorpions, had 3 and 11. The last match against the Hurricanes, no score and 18. But he's a much better player than that, Akeem Auguste. So the next generation of cricketers we're seeing in the middle doing battle for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Akeem Auguste, the 18-year-old, and Teddy Bishop, the 19-year-old. Lots of responsibilities on their young shoulders to get the Volcanoes to a respectable total. They can do so. Just need to bat to lunch, take it in sessions, take it in strides. Maybe the first hour after lunch, then to tea, and so on.
Well, they'll come under a lot of pressure here because Barbados, they have got a pretty semi-defensive field because they've got some men in attacking close catching positions. There are 2 slips and a gully. All the other men beside the fine leg, they're in a ring from the offside to the leg. And they're making run scoring pretty difficult for the Windward Island Volcanoes. So it's not a bad ploy here by the Barbados Pride. On the offside, you've got 2 slip a gully. There's a man just behind point. There's a cover and a mid-off. And on the onside, there's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and the deep fine leg. There's Ruifa, and he beats him all lengths up. Good delivery outside off stump by Raymond Rifa.
So Rifa, with his left arm seam variety, is a very good person to have in your attack. But Simmons as well, who's pretty much doing the same thing, but a bit faster. So this Barbados Pride bowling attack, very good, very formidable. I remember Raymond Rifa playing 5 seasons consecutively as the overseas in the franchise mix for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They were the Guyana Jaguars then, and he was an asset. Sometimes bowling that new ball, sometimes batting at number 3, getting some very important wickets, batting to save matches for the Jaguars as they were then. So his variety and his dedication, his commitment is second to none. So he's quite an asset to any side that he's in. So good work by the fielder down at gully. That's the end of Reefer's second over. Maiden, Akeem Agist just gotten there, is on 1. Bishop has been there a little bit longer. He's on 19, 87 for 4 after 24 overs.
Ogis got 20 odd and 0 in the last game when the Volcanoes met the Hurricanes. So he wouldn't be too high up on confidence really, but he was looking good when he played in that second innings. He was on 20 odd. And then Raheem Cornwall created all sort of magic, getting 11 wickets in that game. This is well driven down to wide mid on, sorry. And again, Chelly Bishop continues to look good, standing upright and turning it on the onside for a single.
So they're approaching lunch, just under 10 minutes to go for lunch on the opening day. Then they're also approaching a milestone, 100 runs, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. But they've lost 4 wickets in the opening session. And when a team can win the toss and bat and lose 4 wickets, it means they've lost the initiative. This one is squeezed away down towards a backward point, and we get into the boundary. There's Akeem August getting width and opening the face of the bat and running it down towards that wide third man backward point region for a boundary. So that's his first boundary, and he's now on to 5, 92 for the loss of 4.
Well, it was a wide half volley.
Very wide.
He was stretching out there, but he made proper contact and he kept it on the ground as well. So he picks up his first boundary, August. Short.
And he follows up with a very savage pull down towards forward square. Short ball from Greaves, overcompensating, and as you can see on our monitor, it was just outside the off stump. He's pulling from outside the off. Very safe shot in the end, all along the ground. And what a way to get your second consecutive boundary. Short ball dispatched.
Yeah, well, he played it on length as well. He knew it was going to bounce, even though it was just outside off stump. He got the height that he wanted, and it was short enough for him to play the pull shot, and he did it exceptionally well, hitting it down to backward square leg, all along the ground. So just 4 runs away from 100. The Volcanoes. And that's good batting here by Bogies. Right in line with this delivery from Justin Greaves. Brilliant sunshine now out in the middle. Volcanoes batsmen, no doubt, would be looking to bat out the last couple overs before the luncheon interval.
So we've seen Cummings picking up a wicket. Chase, Simmons, Greaves, who's operating now. So the wickets this morning shared evenly. And that's the end of another over. So Greaves, 5 overs, 1 for 28. And the Volcanoes heading to lunch on the opening day, 96 for 4. continue with the action here. It's going to be Jamel Warrican to pick up the attack. Warrican, not the Warrican we've seen over the years. So far, just 12 wickets from all 4 matches he has played. Quite down at number 13 in the overall wickets column. So 96 for 4. 25 overs gone, and now we're seeing Warrican with a ball that is getting old. This one is swept, but Chase is at short backward square and stops, but there's a little bit of discomfort. Warrican starting on the line of leg stump to the Bishop. Bishop is prepared to play some shots as well. Stabbing defensive shot. So this is a good passage of play heading towards lunch, giving the batters something different to think about. Because they had 12 wickets for Warrican. Hakeem Jordan, who just played 2 matches, is also on 12 wickets for the Barbados Pride. Full delivery. Rakeem Cornwall once again in the wickets tally, 21 wickets, Permal 19. Jeremiah Louis from the Hurricanes on 17. The best in terms of wickets for the Windward Islands Volcanoes is Kenneth Demba, who's still to come. 96 for the loss of 4. So quiet start for Jamel Warrican with his left arm spin. Bishop just defensive so far, recognizing that they're minutes away from lunch. Just want to bat to lunch.
No doubt Captain Braithwaite wants to give Warrican at least an over. The change of bowler to the batsman. So Windward just 4 runs away from 100 runs. That's not bad going. The run rate isn't bad, John. 3.69, and they lost 4 wickets. 96 for 4.
So the run rate or the runs, not any problem. Just that they've lost 4 wickets. That is the main factor. That will be a little bit of a worry for the Volcanoes. So Chase, who got the early wicket, is back. 1 for 19 from him. He's going to be bowling what could be the final over before lunch. Oh, look at the sweep and missed it. Just to recap what happened this morning, the Windwards Volcanoes won the toss and opted to bat. They've lost Devon Smith in the 7th over when he was bowled by Chase for 11. Scores 28 for 1. Then there was 10-run stand between Smith and Hodge. That's Dennis Smith, who opened the batting with his uncle. Dennis Smith was caught by Warrican off the bowling of Simmons. A good catch. 19 from 31 deliveries with 3 fours, 2 for 38 in the 10th over. Then Alec Atenes was, like before, to Miguel Cummins for 9, 3 for 56 in the 16th over. And there's a little bit of resistance between Hodge, the captain. Chance for run at the non-strikers end. Good running.
Yeah, that was a good call as well. Immediately as he played the shot, he realized it would have been a single, and he was calling and running at top speed there. Made his ground fairly easily in the end. So in this final over before lunch, we've seen 2 men posted on the boundary. There's a deep mid-wicket and there's a deep point as well. Chase driven through covers. Good looking shot here from Teddy Bishop. The man at the point on the boundary has to run about 20 meters to his right, so it gives the batsman enough time to complete 2. Teddy Bishop has looked pretty good, John.
Yes, he's good. And there was a 30-run partnership with his captain, Hodge, for the 4th wicket. But then Hodge chopped on 1 from Greaves and was sent back for 26, 4 for 86 in the 23rd over. Now it's left to Bishop and Akeem Agis, and there's Bishop driving gloriously down towards the extra cover, and the fielder Jordan would just go there to retrieve. Full delivery, and he was treated with disdain. Roston Chase, well played.
Yeah, this time he picked the gap and he hit it with a lot more power. He was right to the pitch, and that's a good drive. Very high backlift and bat flowing through the line of the shot. Look a picture here so far, Chetty Bishop, and he's batted well to both the pace and the spin, beating the man between short extra cover and mid off. Sweeps, doesn't get it in the middle of the bat. And that's the end of play. Before lunch here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, after winning the toss and electing to bat, they have closed on 103 for 4, with Teddy Bishop not out on 26 and Akeem Ogis not out on 10. So not a bad session here for the Barbados Pride. They have picked up 4 wickets in the early session, but Windward Islands, they have crossed 100, 103, and even though they have lost the top order, Devon Smith, Kabeem Hodge, Artanez, Bishop and Ogis, they are looking pretty good at the wicket, and John, not a bad effort from the Pride.
So the 100 coming up in the final over before lunch. 27 overs gone, 4 wickets down. Scoring rate is healthy, but they've lost 4 wickets. So you must say Barbados Pride would have won that for a session, with wickets going to Simmons, Cummins, Chase, Greaves, and 103 for 4. So we'll be back in about 40 minutes to bring you action in the second session on the opening day of this enthralling match between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Barbados Pride. Do join us. Welcome back to Diego Martin Sporting Complex, and welcome back to the action in this round 5 match between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and Barbados Pride. Just had lunch on day number 1. Lunch taken with the Windward Islands Volcanoes winning the toss and batting 103 for a loss of 4 wickets. 27 overs were sent down in the morning session, and now we're ready for the afternoon session with Teddy Bishop on 26, Akeem August 10, resuming battle. The ball in hand is with Raymond Simmons. First delivery is down the leg side. Want to say good afternoon once again to Anil Raja. Anil, I trust you had a good lunch and ready for some action.
Yeah, Mr. Ramsey, very much so. Pleasant good afternoon as well to all our viewers. And we are all set, as John Ramsing told you. Windward Islands closed on 103 for 4. They've lost 4 of their main batters. Here is Ogis. He is taking strike from Simmons. Barbados coming out with slight honours after the first session. They removed 4 of the Windward Island Volcanoes batsmen. Volcanoes managed to still reach 103. That's a pretty good run rate they had as well, but they lost 4 wickets. Short pull through mid-wicket, but didn't time it all that well. Just a single. The man at mid-on just moves to his right, and 1 more added to the total. So that's the first run after lunch, 104 for 4, Windward Island Volcanoes. That brings the right-handed Bishop on strike. He has looked extremely good since he came out, 26 of just 32 deliveries, so he's a pretty free scorer. Delightful stroke maker as well. Pretty impressed with what I've seen so far with Teddy Bishop, John Ramsing. Shout for an LBW. Yeah, impressive from what I've seen from Teddy Bishop.
Yes, he has a good technique and playing in the V's, playing straight. And that is very important from a young batsman. You do not want them to be playing across the line and playing too many shots with the horizontal bat too early. And he's looked the part. He's gotten some full deliveries because of his extra reach. He's been able to drive through the line. He seems to be a powerful player as well. So he looks good.
Times it pretty well, because those boundaries that he scored, the ball literally raced over the outfield. This is flicked down to fine leg. Just a single. Played some delightful cover drives. Couple pull shots as well.
I understand that the weather is going to change drastically overnight. That's what we've been hearing from the local Met office.
Well, I keep saying that I hope they're wrong, especially in the Diego Martin area. We do not have that amount of rain that they predicted, because the forecast was pretty gloomy, John, I can tell you that. And they say it won't stop until the end of Friday. So let's keep our fingers crossed here, because we've seen some pretty good cricket. Young Teddy Bishop is looking really well. Played some delightful shots since he came in.
So 2 overs scored after lunch. The first over sent down by Simmons. He's now bowled 4 overs, picked up 1 for 6. And according to The Guardian, they said that the Trinidad and Tobago Meteorological Society says it is currently tracking an approaching tropical wave, which was about 1,350 kilometers east of Trinidad and Tobago. According to a press release from the Met Office, an increase in cloudiness associated with this wave is expected late Wednesday, this is today, into Thursday. There's a 60% or greater chance of thunderstorms and or heavy storms over Trinidad and Tobago during the passage of this tropical wave. An increase in low-level wind speed, wind gusts can also be expected. The weather associated with this wave is likely to last until Friday evening.
Well, we'd have to keep our fingers crossed, John. Let's hope it doesn't affect the island badly. And let's hope that we can have non-stop cricket, because Justin Graves has resumed from the southern end here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. He's bowling to a fairly defensive field, because just the slip and the gully, or that should be a third slip, a first and a third. All the other men in run-saving position. There's a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover as well. This is played out on the offside. Couple of men looking to save the boundaries. There's a point on the boundary. There's a there's a fine leg on the boundary, no third man, and there's a deep mid-wicket as well, fairly square. Normal mid-on and short mid-wicket. So it's a bit of an attacking defensive field, John. I kind of like the line of attack. The wicket is not really offering a lot of help, so they're trying to conserve runs as well, the Barbados Pride.
That's well bowled. Nice inward movement from the bowler. And that bowler is actually Akeem Jordan. And if you're seeing Greaves on your monitor, we do apologize. So Jordan starting after lunch with Simmons. Nice inward movement he got. It's important as well with conditions like this. It's hot and with a little bit of cloud cover. It's going to be humid as well. It's important that do not overuse the fast bowlers, especially. You want short bursts, full energy, rather than long bursts with sustained energy, because these fast bowlers will have to work hard at these conditions to get wickets.
Well, we've had regular cloud cover, as we do now. Nice cooling effect. The sun came out in spurts, but conditions not too bad for fast bowlers or even fieldsmen.
Some nice extra bounce this time from Akeem Jordan. I was impressed with him on debut. He was there or thereabout and just was very patient when Chandrapur was accumulating 140 not out. He allowed the other batters around him, and there was Akeem Jordan just being steady and playing the patient game. Wild swing and a miss there. August, he's looked good for 11, but will need to bat long, and those shots would have been on, but with a bit of pace from Jordan. That's the end of his first over after lunch, 106 for 4.
He likes to play a lot of sweep shots when he's playing against the spinners. Akeem August. He got to 20 odd in that second inning against the Windward Islands Hurricanes. Didn't see much of him against the Pacers.
Well, this game is off to a flying start. You've seen 4 wickets already, about 106 runs on the board. Run rate a healthy one for
pretty
4
good
day.
run rate.
Yeah.
Having lost 4 wickets as well.
Yeah.
Guess Teddy Bishop is the man who has to carry the innings here for Volcanoes. And this is a single. It's well played out on the onside. An easy single.
Well, Bishop has a start, and he seems to be a bit more composed at the moment. That rash shot just now from August suggests he wants to be a little bit more aggressive. But a patient knock is what is required at this time for the Volcanoes. Pile on the runs of the Barbados Pride. Spend some time in the middle. The Pride will have other ideas.
Yeah, they need some big partnerships. The biggest so far was the 4th wicket partnership of 30. And then the opening partnership of 28 between Devon Smith and Dennis Smith. They both fell pretty early, followed by Hodge. And then we had Athenaeus getting LBW2 and Miguel Cummins. So it's Chetty Bishop and Auguste. Auguste is on strike. Good probing line here from Ramon Simmons. He had an opening spell of just 3 overs, but he only conceded 4 runs. And he also got a wicket in his first over. So he has 1 for 7 and he's in over number 5. So pretty good figures there for Ramon Simmons. It's a good looking forward defensive there from Auguste.
And as we mentioned, in the conditions could be very hot. Cricket West Indies are announcing that they're bringing the hottest summer of cricket with visits from Bangladesh, India and New Zealand this season. So they're announcing 30 days of international cricket for the men's side, 2 test, 9 CG Insurance One Day Internationals and 11 T20 Internationals at 10 world-class venues.
Well, what was a rare short delivery there, an attempted bouncer. Didn't see how high it got up early. Or the pace that it came off, we had to look at that again to see if it was an attempted bouncer.
Did not get up a whole lot. It's Auguste took it just about the hip. Pretty similar to that delivery as well in terms of length and the bounce he got. And the line was marginally straighter. So Bangladesh will tour the Caribbean from June 16 to July 16. We face West Indies in 2 test matches in Antigua and St. Lucia. That's part of the ICC World Test Championship. The two tests will be followed by 3 T20s and 3 CG United One Day Internationals in Dominica and Guyana. For us, 2 T20s will see a return of international cricket at the fully refurbished Windsor Park, where international cricket is being hosted for the first time since the hurricane damage of 2017.
What a delightful shot there for no run. It's a good looking on drive there by Auguste. Diving, tumbling stop there by the man at mid-on. Is that Raymond Reefer?
Yes.
Yes, that's Raymond Reefer. It's a good stop. That would have been 4.
So it's good news for Dominica and for cricket in Dominica and the Windward Islands. Nice bounce, nice carry from Jordan. So cricket returns to Dominica since 2017. Since the devastation from the hurricane in 2017. Cricket going back to Dominica.
Well, that should be some good news for the Dominicans. It's a long while they've not had international cricket.
Yeah.
5 years and counting. Another drive, another miss here by Auguste. Taking his chances outside off stump.
Yeah, that ball kept a bit low as well as it was passing. And he was essaying what might have been a booming cover drive, and then he started to do some shadow batting, leaving alone. So that would have been the shot he wanted to play, but his eyes lit up. It was a half volley outside the off stump, and he wanted to cash in.
I'll have to look to see if he's getting it to go away.
Oh, that one is beautiful. A picture of a shot. Wide half volley again from Jordan. And there's Auguste getting to the pitch of it and driving in the gap and will get the boundary. And he's now on to 16, but that was well played.
Yeah, he wouldn't mind that boundary a whole lot. I don't think he should mind that because at least Ogis is giving you the opportunity because he's playing the drive outside our stump. I don't know why he's taking out one of the slips. Not because he struck that ball for 4. You always had the chance to get him out. He's inviting you to really get him out. He's playing a lot of cover drives. He missed a couple. But just on slip and a gully now. This time he's very watchful. Yeah, I would have kept the slip in there, John.
Yes, because Jordan actually gets in the ball to shape away a little bit, and he's actually prepared to play some shots.
He's prepared to play the shot.
So it could have been an inviting edge.
Now he's put out a man at forward square leg on the boundary. Good short pitch delivery though.
Yeah, very short, and there's he's just ducking under it. But the fielder at deep backward forward square has been placed for that shot, but he's not tempted. So the Bangladesh series will end in Guyana with a final of 3 T20s and 3 one-day internationals at the National Stadium in Guyana, Providence. India will then come a call-in from July 22nd. Right here in Trinidad and Tobago with 3 CG United one internationals from the 22nd to the 27th at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, followed by 5 T20 internationals in 3 separate venues. The first T20 on the 29th of July will be historic as the first time ever. Men's T20 will be played at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad, the venue for the back-to-back.
Short pull in front of square. There's a man on the square leg boundary. He runs around and keeps it to a single. That's Raymond Reefer out in the deep. So very short delivery. Didn't have any pace on it whatsoever. Teddy Bishop had to actually wait on that, and he pulled it well in front of square for a single. So that takes the Windward Islands on to 113 per 4. We didn't hear any news on Kieran Cotoy. He got 73 in that last game the Windward Islands played. I don't know if he's on the injured list or something.
I'm not certain, but he's not playing this match. He's nominated as 12th.
He got a good looking 73, not out against the Hurricanes. But I haven't seen him on the lineup here this morning, so I don't know if he's under the weather in some form. Might get some news on that before the tea interval. 2 slips, a gully, a band backward of square. There's a cover and a mid-off. That's the offside field. On the onside there's a mid-on, short mid-wicket, and a fine leg on the boundary. Ramon Simons. Oh, and again down the leg side. An appeal for court. He's given him. He's out caught down the leg side. The ball pitched outside leg and going further away. He was looking to whip it down the leg side, and umpire decided that he was out caught down the leg. It was a very convincing appeal though. So have a look at it here now. Well, it looked like bat and ball alone was out there. I don't know what you saw in that, John. But I don't think it passed close to the pad. And if there was a noise, probably it was bat.
Yeah, the appeal was very confident. They went up immediately after the ball passed bat. And the bat was well away from the pad as well. So Auguste has gone for 16, caught at the wicket by wicketkeeper Dowridge, giving Simmons his second wicket. He's gone for 16 from 35 deliveries, and now the score 113 for 5 in the 32nd over.
So they have added 10 runs since the luncheon interval Windward Island Volcanoes, and they have now lost their 5th wicket, that of Aki Ogis. He was caught down the leg side to a ball that was pitched down leg and going further down. Appeared to have gotten the inside edge and taken down the leg side by the wicket keeper. So Windward now 113 for 5.
Agis did look like he'll be the one to take the attack to the bowlers, and because of that, he was prepared to play more shots. He looked as well to be the one that would be dismissed before Bishop.
Yeah, he's an attacking player. That's the mode he played in when he got that 20 out against Windward Islands in the last game here.
So cricket returns to Trinidad and Tobago with 3 one-day internationals at the Queen's Park Oval. Then the first time ever, Brian Lara will have a T20 international.
Well, a very vociferous appeal there. Don't know if he got any bat onto that.
That might have been the thing that saved him, because from
He was in
the
front of the
first
stump.
the first look at it, it looks as if he was trapped in front. But umpire Gus third.
You get another look at that.
Oh, and all the
Yeah,
players, all the fielders are still interested.
Wow. Not sure if there was any bat on that.
So the new batsman Ryan John got a perfect first delivery. I will try to have a look. Let's see. Perhaps after this delivery, the replay will come up. Oh, well bowled, another beautiful Yorker. And Yorker is still part of the game. A lot of bowlers not using it a lot, but let's see. So we're a bit side on for that one, but
I can't tell from
it's
here.
hard to tell from that angle, yeah.
Well, that was 2 very good Yorkers, John. Very accurate, good pace as well, and he did extremely well to keep it off his stumps, John. This time it's wide outside off. Doesn't have to clear that, John.
Yeah, that's too wide, and perhaps the batsman might have been looking for a next full one, and the bowler opted to go wide outside the off. So that's the end of a successful over from Simmons. He now has 2 for 9 from his 6 overs. Ryan John has just gotten there, yet to get off the mark. Bishop still there on 30, 113 for 5.
Losing another wicket here. Windward Islands. Hoagies making it 113. So they've added 10 runs since the resumption. Let's see the field that we're gonna have here. Slip, 2 slip, a first and a third, a point on the boundary. Short hook down to fine leg, just a single. Fine leg comes off the boundary. Brings the new batsman John on strike. Ryan John, one of the fast bowlers on the Volcanoes team. He needs to produce with the bat here. He's got an opportunity. He's yet to get off the mark. 2 slip, a gully. Point on the boundary, short extra cover mid off. Jordan brings him forward.
Just to conclude our discussion on the international tours to the Caribbean, after the T20 at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the first time ever, the action will switch to Warner Park, followed by Central Broward County in Florida. So India, touring Caribbean and USA. And after that, New Zealand will come a call in. 3 T20 internationals in Jamaica and 3 one-day internationals under the lights. Day-night matches at Barbados at the Kensington Oval. So it's what they call a very hot summer of cricket. Bangladesh, India and New Zealand in the Caribbean.
Well, we have been starved for international cricket here because of the pandemic, as you rightly said, John. So Oh, that's a beauty. That is a beauty from Hakeem Jordan. Appeared to have just left the right-handed batsman. So let's see it here again. Oh my goodness. Late swing as well.
It is that late swing that saved him.
Yeah.
Perhaps. That's a very good delivery from Jordan.
That was a pitch of a delivery. There is a man just forward of the square leg umpire on the boundary and a fine leg as well. I want to try a couple short pitch deliveries. This one is played out behind square on the offside. There's a man on the point boundary. Should only be a single. So John is off the mark. Ryan John. Well, we haven't seen Bishop on strike for a while. He is on 31. Good looking 31 at that. Oh my, he had to take evasive action there at the very last second. Almost found himself in trouble. That was a good bouncer there from Jordan.
Well directed short ball. And there is Bishop. He was committed, but then the ball came on a bit faster than he had anticipated and got the bat and eventually rolled the wrist over. So not in total control, but he survives. So that's the end of a nice testing over from Jordan. 116 now for 5. Bishop is still there on 32. Ryan John has just gotten off the mark on 1.
That was a good bouncer from Jordan. I thought he made good adjustment, Teddy Bishop, because he realized he was in some trouble. He just checked the shot and he didn't carry down to the man at fine leg. There was a trap set down there. There's a deep fine leg and there was a man at the square leg boundary as well. This time he is in total control, right on his toes and pivoting and pulling that ball through a straightish mid-wicket. There are 2 men on the onside, a short mid-on and a mid-wicket as well. There's also a man forward of the square-leg boundary, but he got it between the mid-on and the man at mid-wicket on the ground all the way. That's a very good shot. Turning the wrist.
Yeah, looks really good. Playing the pull shot and pulling away from danger as well, because there's no feeler at mid-wicket as we're seeing now. Greaves being placed at mid-wicket, where but just by the 30-yard circle, where the circle will be in a limited overs game, and it is also straight mid-wicket between Greaves and the track.
Oh, missed out there. Got another short one. And for the first time, we are seeing 5 men on the onside. So no doubt, looking to set up Teddy Bishop for the hook shot. There's a mid-on, there's a short mid-wicket, there's a normal mid-wicket, and there's also a man forward of the square leg boundary. There is a fine leg on the boundary as well, a bit wide. A slip, a gully, a point on the boundary, and a mid-off. That's the offside field. This is well pitched up. Good looking drive again from Teddy Bishop, straight to the man at short mid-off. Either side of him, that would have been 4. He didn't pick the gap. There was just the lone man in front of him on the offside. Simmons, he's got 2 for 13. He's in his 7th over. So very good economy rate as well for Simmons. He's also got 2 wickets to his name. Shot, pull down to square leg. There's a man on the forward square leg boundary, and it's a single. But he is prepared to take on the short pitch deliveries here. He's not afraid to play the pull and hook shot. He was in control of that one. He didn't time it all that well, but you could see him actually rolling the wrist on contact and ensuring that he kept it on the ground, because there are 2 men in the deep on the leg side.
They're now peppering him with this short bowling, and so far Bishop is winning that battle, not hitting in the air to the deep fielders, but a trap is set. And so far we're seeing Simmons in particular bowling lots of short balls to the right-hander. You may remember Ryan John from that under 19 winning team in 2016 when Chevron Hetmeyer led West Indies to that title. And he was famous for, along with two teammates, arranging their t-shirts in such an order for it to say Pope, John and Paul, with Gidron Pope, Ryan John and Chemo Paul. Pope, John, Paul. And that was quite a nice picture that went around the world in no time after that was posted.
He's going to pick up a couple runs here. If he runs the first one quickly, he does. And he was opening the face, beating the man at a gully there, down to a wide third man for 2. So that's 123 for 5 now. Windward Island Volcanoes, and that's after the 34th over. Wickets falling at 28, 38, 56, 86, and the last wicket falling at 113. Here is a look at the
bowling card. So far, Cummins 1 for 18, Chase 1 for 26, Simmons 2 for 16, and Greaves 1 for 28. The successful bowlers, Reefer, Warrican and Jordan, yet to get into the wickets column. So lots of options there available for Barbados Pride.
Playing a bit of a patient game, Barbados. Concentrating on bowling a tight line with a semi-defensive field. They've got the attacking men in the slip cordon, and they've got some men in defensive position as well. 4 men looking to cut the single, and we've got 3 boundary riders. Drive in, good looking shot, but straight to the man at mid-off. Just a couple of paces he had to move to his left.
Trying to tempt Bishop outside at off stump, but too wide, not forcing him into any shot at all. Jordan will be advised to get it much closer.
They won't mind bowling to Teddy Bishop because he's prepared to play shots once the ball is on for the shot. He's given no indication that he won't play a shot to a ball that's supposed to be hit. Here he is again looking to play a pull shot. Appeal for a catch down the leg side. Not out, says the umpire. But as I said, even though there are 2 men in the deep on the leg side, he's still attempting the hook and pull shot, John.
That one was short and over his left shoulder. He looked at the pull, but made no contact. And the appeal was not that convincing as well. So Jordan perhaps looking to just see if the umpire is napping to get that result. This time he's on top of it and plays it well.
Yeah, that last delivery he could have gloved that easily or even gotten an edge to it because he wasn't in control. I don't know if it touched anything because there was an appeal. I don't know if it touched his shirt or some part of his person. But he's prepared to go after the ball if he wants to play short of that delivery. So that would always give the bowler a chance. Change of field for John to slip a gully.
So Ryan John started the season with the first 2 matches, then was left out for 3rd and 4th rounds, and now here he is again. That's the end of Jordan's 8th over, none for 30 so far, 124 for 5 after 35 overs. The Volcanoes winning the toss this morning and opting to bat. Lost Devon Smith for 11, Dennis Smith for 19, Kavim Hodge, the captain, for 26, Alec Atenes 9. Lunch was taken with a score of 103 for 4. with Teddy Bishop on 26 and Akeem Auguste on 10. After lunch, we lost Auguste for 16. It's now left the Bishop, who's on 38, and Ryan John, the all-rounder, who's on 3, to get him out of this trouble. Wickets so far for Cummins, Chase, Simmons, and Greaves. 2 to Simmons, 1 to the others. That one has crashed away down towards square cover. Will get the boundary. That's a good looking shot. A ball that was just wide of the off stump as Cummins starts a new spell. Too much of width outside the off stump. And Bishop, who's well set now, will not miss out.
Well, you got a lot of time in that because there was a point on the boundary and it was just about 8 to 10 meters away from him. And he gave up on that chase really. So that was a good shot again by Teddy Bishop.
So that was Chase, who did not chase on that occasion.
He gave up the chase.
Chase gave up the chase. But Bishop into the 40s now.
That's a very attractive looking 40 runs.
Yeah, 42 from
actually.
52.
And he scored it in pretty quick time as well.
6 fours and 1 6.
Another defensive move here. One of the men in the slip cordon has been moved out. There's now just one slipper gully. There's a man at short square cover. Whoa, it's a good looking push through wide mid off. And at mid off runs around. That was beautifully timed there. Really flourishing now, John. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, this is his best first class score by some miles because in his debut game against Guyana at the Oval, he got 15, and against Trinidad and Tobago at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, just 7 in the second innings after not scoring in the first. So he looks very composed, Teddy Bishop, on course for a maiden first class half century.
Looking for 2 here. Oh, he's decided against it. And that fine leg was very quick to come around and cut off the intended 2.
So Devon Smith playing his 222nd first class match and has announced his official retirement from domestic cricket. So that would be his 222nd and final first class match for the Windward Islands. Oh, what a sweet delivery this time. Just outside the off stump, pitched and held its own and went by into the gloves of the keeper. Too good to beat that edge.
Yeah, almost the perfect delivery. The only thing that didn't happen is that he didn't find the outside edge. That would have made it the perfect delivery, but batsman had to play at that.
I think it was a wonderful gesture by Cricket West Indies and the Windward Islands Cricket Association to recognize the sterling contribution and the efforts of Devon Smith. Was presented with that memorable 222 on his shirt, and also some tokens from Cricket West Indies and from the Windward Islands Cricket Association. So that's the end of the over. 36 gone, 129 for 5. There we see Ryan Hines, former West Indies all-rounder. He's one of the assistant coaches with the Barbados Pride, and next to him is Vasper Drakes, the current head coach of the Barbados Pride. So the Barbados Pride management staff looking very relaxed. Mr. Coppin is there as well, and there looks like their liaison officer. So 36 overs gone, and we're going to have spin for the first time in the afternoon session in the form of Jamel Warrican. Warrican had just 1 over before lunch and disappeared off the bowling, but he was economical in his first over, did not concede a run. 1 over, 1 maiden from him. So we expect that Warrican will do a lot of bowling in this game. As the pitch dries out, the ball gets older, and little or no assistance to some of the quick bowlers. So Warwick maybe want to bowl a long spell and allow the faster bowlers to bowl at the other end and peg away at the Windward Islands batting lineup. But so far it's being held together by Teddy Bishop, the 19-year-old, on 43.
He starts with a Yorker length delivery. Jomel Warrican, he had just the one over before lunch. Let's see how Teddy Bishop shapes to the spinners. He has looked pretty competent against the quicker bowlers. Let's see him negotiate the guile of Jomel Warrican, the West Indies left arm spinner. He's bowling around the wicket, a slip. There's a forward short leg, a short mid wicket, a mid or normal, and there's a backward square leg on the boundary.
Warwick, who's operator right now, was actually born in the Windward Islands, born in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Moved to Barbados very early, played his cricket. His entire life is cricket in Barbados.
He's a wily operator, Jomel Warrican. He uses the crease quite well. Bowls deliveries close to the stump, then he goes very close to the return crease. He even delivers from a couple steps behind the bowling crease as well. So he's had his first over here after lunch. Conceding just a one-run Warrican. He usually is a very economical bowler. Has some good variations. He flights and spins the ball. He has a little loop as well. Then he has this one with the arm. And he also bowls from different angles at the bowling crease. Goes very wide of the stumps, and then at times he comes very close. Times he stay a little behind the stumps as well, so using all the guile he has. .130 for 5, Windward Island Volcanoes. This is the first day of the regional 4-day final round match here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. It's between the Windward Island Volcanoes and the league leaders, the Barbados Pride. Here is Miguel Cummins. Short, it's in the air, and he's out.
Soft dismissal, giving it away, you'd say. Short ball from Cummins, rushing the batsman. He is looking to pull, looking to play the ball with the horizontal bat to what was outside his off stump, and got the leading edge. Ball went in the air, and there he was caught. Looks like Shane Mosley took the catch, and he's gone for well played 44. Well set to carry on, but did not. 44 from just about 60 balls, and he's gone now with a score of 130 for a loss of 6.
Well, he has finally miscued one of the attempted shots. He was prepared to play shots to everything that was short, and he has paid the ultimate price. He's lost his wickets here. Young Teddy Bishop, I think he needs now to exercise a little more restraint, being a little more selective with his shots. Getting a top edge, and it just skied in the air, and it's a very simple catch to mid-off. So a sad way for Teddy Bishop to go after looking so good. That's wicket number 6, and Windward Islands won 34-6 with the fall of Teddy Bishop's wicket.
Bishop looked well set to marshal the rest of this batting card, but missed out. It's now left to Larry Edward to partner Ryan John. See how deep they can carry it. Edward and Ryan John more known for their bowling exploits than their batting exploits. So now 6 wickets down, the Barbados Pride fancy themselves of bowling out the Windwards Volcanoes very cheaply. There's Cummings picking up his second wicket. He's now in his 8th over. He has joined Raymond Simmons as the bowler with 2 wickets. 1 to Chase, 1 to Greaves. So the wickets being shared, but irresponsible shot from the well-set Teddy Bishop. Could have gotten his maiden first-class half-century, because not lots to play for in terms of a championship for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, but it could have been playing for personal milestones. And if the team presents the opportunity for them to win, yes, go for the win.
Well, not a lot to come in the batting. We have Preston McSween, Kenneth Demba, Darius Martin. So Windward Island looked like they would be shut out again for another small score. So it's Ryan John and Larry Edwards at the wicket.
Yeah, that one is steered away and it's going to go down towards the boundary at third man for 4. So just wide outside the off stump and got the boundary. So it's a little bit of room outside the off stump from Cummings to John. And he got it down to third man. No danger in the shot because they did not try to go too hard. Just opened the face and it ran down and went into the boundary at third man for 4.
He's looked quicker than all the Barbadian fast bowlers.
Yes, he's
Miguel Cummins.
yeah. So a yard or 2 faster for sure.
2 for 27. He's in his 8th over. And this happens to be his 3rd spell. He had 2 short spells previously. He opened the bowling and just sent on 3 overs. Then he came off. Then he had another couple overs before. And here he is back. He's removed Teddy Bishop.
Like I said, it's very hot out there, so you do not want to have these fast bowlers bowling too long. You can keep them as fresh as possible, both 4 or 5 overs, and that's it. I have lots to choose from. Miguel Cummins, Hakeem Jordan, Raymond Simmons, Justin Greaves, Raymond Reefer.
Well, they've got a good complement of fast bowlers, Barbados. And they've got the spinner to complement them and to put a little ease on the workload for the fast bowlers. But they've got about 5 fast bowlers out there, and I'm sure there are a couple of them who can bowl some medium pace stuff. It is a single down behind square. Total goes to 136 for 6 now.
So that's the end of the over, 136 for 6. In terms of medium, we have Jonathan Carter, who will come and give you some very decent medium doublers. He can get some lateral movement. He has some searing soft short ball to get some steepling bounce. So Carter is an option as well. So they can rotate and not allow these bowlers to be burnt out. Very hot conditions. But work will continue from the southern end of the ground. We saw already a ball disappeared out of the ground in that direction. So Workan yet to get a wicket, yet to get into the wickets column. 12 wickets to him this season, 12 to Jordan as well, the leading bowlers for the Barbados Pride. Let's say good afternoon to Adriel Woody Richards. Hello, my friend. Hope all is well now. Better days are ahead.
Well, it's taken off the man from just back of the point and put him at a very short mid-on. There's a forward short leg and a slip. There's also a short cover Warwican very much in the attack here, very attacking field. Added to the man at short mid on, there's a short mid wicket, a bit straight. So the line of attack looks to be around middle and leg.
Yeah, asking Warwican to bowl very straight.
A big gap between the man at short extra cover and the slip.
Yeah.
There's a cover point on the boundary, but any cut shot that he plays and it goes fine could easily run away to that third man backward point area. So he won't be giving him any room at all outside off, I doubt. Looking for that catch at forward short leg or the missed time on drive.
Umpire Tuckett lost his hat, but not his concentration. Did not lose his head at all. So this is good steady stuff from Warwican. Oh, that's the line of attack indeed. And the batsman is attacking, trying to get that forward short leg to move.
Well,
and this one's played into his back.
Probably thinks he has too many fieldsmen around his bat, yeah. Edwards. So, forward short leg taking a blow there, but seems to be okay. Here's Warwican. And that's technically well played from Larry Edwards. Pat and Pat close together, playing it defensively. And that brings the end to Warwican's over.
It's another maiden from Warwican. 136 for 6. So 56 matches, 95 innings, 9 times not out, 2,446 runs. Highest of 141, averaging 28.44, 3 centuries overall, 15 half centuries, 44 catches in a career in the 70s and 80s. That's my co-commentator today. And the Raj is like, is that me?
Well, I was just about to ask whose statistics are you reading out there? And when I heard the 44 catches, well, okay.
Tender age of 66. And of course, there's another Raja in the game at the moment, Isaiah Raja.
Out.
Edged, and that one is through the hands of Jonathan Carter at second slip. He should have taken that one. It went just about chest to shoulder height. And we can see now on the replay, it was coming around the wicket. Edge found. And there is Jonathan Carter, usually with safe pair of hands. And this time allows the ball to go through his hands and into the boundary for 4. Against the Guyana Harpy Eagles right here, at the Queen's Park Oval. Jonathan Carter was not feeling well at all. He allowed a few to go by in the air and off the ground as well. So I think now that he's gotten up in age, maybe his sight is going. Bad miss.
Seemed not to be too alert at that point in time. Appeared to be caught sleeping there actually, because you could see that he had just awakened when that ball hit his hands. It was a fairly simple catch as well. It wasn't a difficult catch.
It allows Edward to get off the mark. So Larry Edward is off the mark with that boundary. 140 now for 6.
Cummins would have picked up his third. Now has 2 for 32. You wouldn't be too pleased with that effort there by Jonathan Carter. Now 2 slips on a gully.
So Cummings looking very good. Not only in his comeback for his last season for Barbados Pride. It looks like he's having a second lease on his international career. Because if he continues to work hard, can be rewarded with a place on the international side again.
Yeah, at one time he was ineligible to be selected because of that contract he had in England.
Yes.
Okay, but that's over now, right?
Yes, he's back. So nice looking shot. Cummings 14 test matches and 11 one internationals for the West Indies. At the test level, 27 wickets. So we're looking to work his way back. But some of these players, as they get up in age, they also look, because it's a twofold tournament, development and also your personal milestones. We like to get back into West Indies team, but he's there as a senior bowler to also develop and mold the younger players. Just 31 years old, Miguel Cummings. So in those playing days, 70s and 80s, I'm an 80s child. So tell us about some of your players that you rub shoulders with, playing with and against at the regional level. Who are some of your teammates?
My teammates, you mean?
Those that went on, yeah.
Ask me that again, John.
Tell me about some of your playing, those you played with in your playing days for Trinidad and Tobago.
Oh, well, that'll be a lot of players. I'll try to go through it.
Like I said, those that went on, those that the world may know that went on to play for West Indies, maybe.
Yeah, well, I played basically in the 80s, and I played under mostly Ranji Nanan was the captain. I started under Derek Murray, and Ranji was there for a pretty long while. I think for most of my career, you know. I thought I played under Larry Gomes as well. He was Trinidad captain for a short period. Yeah, those are some of the guys I played with, Richard Gabriel, you know, Sheldon and Larry Gomes. But the team of 1985, when we won the Shell Shield, we had some pretty good guys around there, like Phil Simmons.
Mm-hmm.
There was David Williams as well, who went on to wicketkeeper for the West Indies. Tony Gray.
Mm-hmm.
Also played on that West Indies squad, as he was our fast bowler in 1985. Ganesh Mahabir, leg spinner. Prakash Musai, now Justice Musai. He was a part of that team, and of course Ranji. You know, so those are some of the men from the TNT squad. Some of them went on to play at the highest level. Harold Joe, of course, he was a formidable spinner. I didn't think he fulfilled his true potential, but he was probably one of the best spinners I saw in the region. He was probably the first mystery spinner, because he was the first guy I saw who was actually bowling the Dusra off break action. It was going to slip, and he was doing it with a straight elbow. Most of the guys who bowl the Dusra now, you know, there's a suspect action in their elbows.
Right.
But Haljo was pretty clean, extremely clean, and I used to ask him how he does it. And he was showing me that he had a technique where he used to put his thumb on the ball, actually squeeze the ball with the thumb and impart spin with the thumb. So instead of the index and the middle fingers imparting spin on the ball, it used to be his thumb jamming against the ball and spinning it the other way, and no one could have read him. I couldn't read him as well, and I only knew how he did it when he explained it to me. And this is why he didn't need to bowl with a bent elbow. So he was a formidable spinner, but I don't think he really got the chances that he should have. Yeah, those are some of the players I played with in those days. And I played a lot against the might of the West Indies players of the 80s, the fast bowlers, and all the great batsmen that we had in those times. So it was a pretty exciting time. Played for almost 9 or 10 years on the TNT squad.
In those days, West Indies were not looking at spinners as well, so that's why he did not get a lot of opportunities, or any at all. So it's going to be Warkan to continue. Warkan now in his 4th over. Very good over so far to these batters. And that's the end of a tight over from Warkan. The Volcanoes 142 for 6 as we head to the first drinks break in the afternoon session. So we'll also take a break for a few moments, and we'll be back with the Windward Islands 142 for 6. After the water break, the Blue Waters water break, here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, we're about to resume the action. 1 for 2 for 6. Remember, lunch was taken with a score of 103 for 4. So they've lost 2 wickets while adding some 39 runs in the first hour of play in the second session. Windward Islands Volcanoes won the toss and opting to bat this morning. Devon Smith being honoured because he's announced his retirement from domestic cricket, and he was honoured by the Windward Islands Cricket Association and Cricket West Indies at the start of the day's play. His Cummings continues, bowls to Larry Edward, and Smith opened the batting with his nephew Dennis Smith. They're both back in the pavilion. Devon 11, Dennis 19. Kavim Hodge, captain 26. Alec Attenay is vice captain 9. Teddy Bishop, who looked really good, dismissed moments earlier, 44. And Akeem Auguste 16, the batsman back in the pavilion. So now Ryan John and Larry Edward in a little partnership of just 12 runs so far. Cummings 2 for 32 in the wickets column. Successful bowler. This is perhaps his longest spell of the day. His 4th over in this afternoon spell. Just had a chance gone a begging as the edge was found, and Jonathan Carter at second slip could not hold on.
Yeah, that was a bad miss by Carter. A straightforward catch at slip. He's cramped for room here. Edwards getting a ball pitch in line with the body. Wasn't all that comfortable in trying to keep it down. There's no one at forward short leg. There is a deep fine leg. There's a short mid wicket and a mid on. Now, on the offside, there's a mid off, a cover, a man just behind square, and 2 slips and a gully. That's come into us 2 for 32. He's now in his 10th over. That's a good line. Pushes Edwards on the back foot. 142 for 6, Leeward Islands. Slow progress, but they continue to lose wickets at regular intervals. As John said, they lost 2 in the hours play after lunch, adding 39 runs. So Barbados just continuing to plug away.
Wickets going down with a score on 28, 38, 56, 86, 113, 130. So no partnership of significance other than 30, which was really a start between Hodge and Bishop. They're both back in the pavilion now. So it's been a hard day at the office for the Windward Islands Volcanoes batters. And just the bowlers to come. So it's a lot of work by these two.
One of the things about the championships, John Ramsing, I don't know if you would bear me out on this, as we watch Cummins, and this hits him high up the tie pad probably. A stifled appeal there, but not out, says the umpires. We're seeing a scarcity of wrist spinners in the tournament. Aren't we producing wrist spinners in the Caribbean anymore?
Yeah, we're looking for that, and even at a junior level, not a lot, if any at all, coming through. As you can see, some smoke coming through the thick bushes in the mountains there. The wind has picked up in the afternoon. Maybe that storm is coming.
Well, you know, before a storm there's a calm. Have a look at the scorecard here for the Windward Islands. This sounds so long ago. Dennis Smith, he was bowled by Chase for 11. And then Devon Smith in fact, was bowled by Chase for 11. Dennis Smith, we'll get back that scorecard in a while. We're back with Jomel Warrican. He'll be bowling to Ryan John, driving. There's a man down at long on, just a single.
Yeah, so wrist spinners, not sure what's happening. They're all dried up.
I don't know, we just don't seem to be producing quality wrist spinners in the Caribbean for the longest while. With all due respect to Mr. Hayden Walsh, I've not seen a lot of them in the regional 4-day format. Imran Khan, I think, well, we've gone past him really. Yeah, your team as well, the Harpy Eagles, a lot of finger spinners.
Yeah, three left arm.
And Sinclair.
Sinclair the off spinner.
Right arm. Well, we're here with the left arm orthodox Jomel Warrican. Very economical. He's in his 5th over and conceding just 4 runs. He always keeps things very tight when he bowls. He's been met with good defense here from Ryan John. Yet another very economical over there from Jomel Warrican. Windward Islands won 44 for 6. The sun is back with us here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Very bright sunshine. The entire playing area is covered in brilliant sun.
And an update from the next match, the match at the Queen's Park Oval, not too far from here. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting first against the Guyana Harp Eagles. Red Force 111 for 2. 111 for 2. With Jeremy Solozano, who looks good so far, is on 37. And with him is Jason Mohammed on 40. 113 now for the loss of 2. Good start from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, that's in relation to how they have performed over the last couple of matches with their batting. Pretty dismal, those last 2 games. Cummins on a very steady line from around the wicket to the left-hander. No, Jordan has come on the attack. My apology.
So what happens to the Martin Sporting Complex in the off-season? Because 3 first-class matches. Before that, we had the Under-19 World Cup. Lots of matches being played here in Trinidad and Tobago. So in the off-season, is this still being used for club cricket?
Well, it is the home ground of Merry Boys Sports Club. And they used it the earlier part of this year when we had the local limited overs tournaments. So this would be their home ground, no doubt. I'm not too sure if there's going to be any football being played here. Yeah, I'm not too sure if there's going to be any football.
So just past a flyer saying that the North Zone T20 with 8 teams is scheduled for the Diego Martin Sporting Complex from June 5 to 20th. Alright, so cricket planned for Diego Martin Sporting Complex. 8-team tournament, T20. White ball, of course. So will these matches be played on the lights?
2 p.m.
2 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. So, yeah.
Well, that's something to look forward to here because they have not had organized cricket. That's a good looking shot. Beats the short extra cover and the mid-off all the way to the extra cover boundary for 4. So that's a delightful shot. Look at this here. Punching it, Edwards, all along the ground. And that's a good looking boundary. Takes the Windward Islands Volcanoes up to 148.46. Yes, Larry, John, that's going to be something to look up to. That T20 by the North Zone, because they have been starved of cricket more or less in these areas because of the pandemic. And now that they have got a brand new sporting facility that specializes in cricket, I think that there are going to be some crowds there.
Yeah, that's encouraging. And I asked because I was wondering what happens to this lovely facility after these matches would have gone.
Well, it used to have a lot of football before this new stadium was built. I don't know if football would be allowed. I can't say really. So I don't know if it's going to be kept solely as a cricketing venue because it now has first-class status.
So 2 more to the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and that's the 150. The 150 coming up in over number 44. Larry Edward is on 12 and Ryan John 9. But if you look to the far side for where we are accommodated, the goal post on the floor just below the lights stanchion. So the goal post very evident.
I believe there's sufficient room on the eastern side of the ground to fit an entire football field, you think?
Yes.
Is it wide enough and not interfering with the cricket
pitch?
pitch?
Yes, it looks that way.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, I don't see any problem in the footballers using the facility as well.
So it's a community ground now, isn't it?
Well, sometimes the status can change depending. Now there are a lot more controls here, there are a lot of security, and they really got to secure the place and maintain it as well. So it's a different setup altogether. I don't think that each and anyone can just come in as they did previously when it was unfenced, and they didn't have all these modern set of stuff and equipment and things. So a bit different now.
I was speaking to Harish Raghunath, who is the facilities manager of the venue, about the scoreboard, because that is perhaps the only thing that is not functional in this stadium. And Harish Raghunath, quick to explain that there are some problems with the supplier who installed the electronic board to the far side of where we are, because that supplier went out of business. So it means that whatever issues they're having with the board at the moment cannot be rectified by that supplier. So,
well, that's probably a legal matter by now.
so that's the only setback. That's the only thing I'm not too pleased with at this venue. Other than that, it's really nice, modern. You can really enjoy this facility from all angles. And I remember my colleagues last week when I had that 4th round match, Scorpions against Harpy Eagles, were saying it would have been nice to have the media center or the commentary box to the north and south, or north or south, where you can have better view of the bowlers as they run in and run away.
Well, I guess the only available land space was to the west, because if you notice on the northern side, the perimeter fence is just beyond the boundary, so not a lot of room there.
Yeah.
And the same thing on the eastern side, there's the road, and also on the southern and western sides.
So another over completed from Warrican, very stingy in his spell this afternoon. 6 overs, 6 runs, and a total 152 for 6 after 45 overs.
Well, both batsmen are on double figures. Edwards is on 13 of 23 deliveries, and Ryan John is on 10 of 36. They should have had a fairly good look by now, so the thing is, if they can stay out there and post a pretty sizable partnership, try to pull their side out of a spot of bother. 152 for 6. It's good defense shown by Edwards.
Yeah, good steady stuff from Akeem Jordan. And he's walking back very briskly to the top of his mark. He wants to run at these batters.
Well, he would want to see some wickets in the wickets column there. He has none for 36. This is his 10th over. One slip, a gully, a backward pointer cover, and a mid-off. On the onside, there is a short mid-on, a man on the square leg boundary, and a fine leg on the boundary. Oh, that's a good leave there by Edwards. So they are trying to battle it out there. There's also a deep extra cover. Or was this the 12th man? Oh, I got carried away there. There's no deep extra cover. Or
So
is that Cummins on the field? Yes, Cummins is on the field. There are just 3 men on the onside, so obviously Cummins is the man at deep extra cover. I was hoping that Teddy Bishop would have batted on a lot longer,
Yes.
and we really would have gotten a good look at him, because he looked extremely good for the time he was there. Got to 40 yard. He at least should have got to a half 100. But he was going at everything that was ball short. Oh, that's a good short pitch delivery. At the last moment, he had to take evasive action.
Yeah, nice bowling from Jordan. Recognizing the full balls are being driven, opted for the short stuff. Immediately pushed Larry Edward back. Well bowled. So the Pride on top of the points table, mainly due to their batting. They've done very well. Batting themselves into good positions. In their first game, they beat the Windward Islands Hurricanes by 4 wickets at Kensington. Then beat Jamaica Scorpions also at Kensington by 10 wickets. After 3 months break between rounds 2 and 3, the action started back, and the Barbados Pride lost to the Guyana Harp Eagles at the Queen's Park Oval by 5 wickets. Then rebounded beautifully last week to beat Trinidad and Tobago Red Force by an innings and 22 runs. Because of that, they're on the points table at the very top. 4 matches, 3 victories, 1 defeat. And that's the end of the over. Nice steady over again from Jordan. That's Akeem Jordan, finishing 10 overs, none for 36. A maiden over, the total 152 for 6. The Windward Islands Volcanoes. Yeah, so the Pride, 67 points from their 4 matches, closely followed by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 65.4. And the Breeze picking up marginally. And just the flags now stretching out a little bit more than they were earlier. Still beautiful conditions for cricket. Harp Eagles 51.2 points from 4 matches, 2 wins, 2 defeats. Red Force started this tournament out of the blocks in a hurry. 2 wins from 2 matches, the Red Force. And after that, just cannot get back into the winning column.
Yeah, they were at the top 2 together with the Barbados Pride after the first 2 rounds of matches. Just a couple of points separated them. Those were the bonus points, but they fell back really badly, having lost the next 2 matches outright. But Roston Chase is back on the attack. Chase has 1 for 26 in his 6 overs. A slip and a forward short leg. There's a short extra cover, a short mid wicket as well. We've got 4 men on the boundary, on the 3 on the leg side, a backward square, deep mid wicket, and a long one. Edge chase brings the batsman forward. There's also a point on the boundary, short extra cover and a mid off normal. Chase had very early success his very first over when he bowled Devon Smith for 11.
So Barbados Pride already picking up some points in this contest.
Yeah, they would have a couple bowling points plus some fast bowling points as well.
Yes, we'll have 5 wickets that they've taken with the seamers, barring that wicket from Chase. So of the 6 wickets, Simmons, Cummins, Greaves sharing the 5. So those 5 wickets bringing them 1 point, because it's 0.2 for 1 wicket. And then they have 2 points for picking up 6 wickets so far. So 3 points already to Barbados Pride in this contest. So Chase come back over is a maiden, and score remains on 152 for 6.
Well, the fast bowling bonus points certainly worked to their benefit, Barbados Pride. And quite rightly, they are using a lot of fast bowlers.
Well, to be spin from both ends as Warrican is switched around. He's going to be coming from the northern end for the first time in this match. So Warrican 6 overs from the southern end without any success, but he's been very economical. 6 overs for 6 runs. And many will want to have a look at that game at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy with the Windward Islands and Jamaica locked in battle. Last update we had, the Jamaica Scorpions were 98 for 5, but that was a long time ago. 98 for 5, a long time ago. They've now progressed to 167 for 6. Paul Palmer is still there on 66. But they've lost everyone else around him. 167 for 6. So Leeward Islands Hurricanes as well would have picked up 2 points for getting 6 wickets. Not sure how many of those 6 wickets are fast bowlers. But neck and neck, Leeward Islands and the Barbados Pride in round 5.
Yeah, I thought that the Leeward Islands would probably had gone ahead after the last round, because a close call here, not out. Yeah, I thought that the Leeward Islands probably would have gone ahead, because in the last round they got a couple more batting bonus points than Barbados did. But the thing is, Raheem Cornwall got 11 wickets in the match, right. And also Durham, the left-arm orthodox spinner, he got 4. So 15 wickets went to spin, so they were not able to get a lot of pace bowling bonus points, and Barbados just edged ahead by 1.6 points. So it's a close battle, really. Depend really as well how they bat and how many bonus points they can pick up while batting. Very interested indeed.
Yeah, so Warrican starts from the northern end with a maiden, so 7 overs sent down by Warrican, and none for 6. And the score remains on 152 for the loss of 6. So 3 consecutive maidens sent down. So Ryan John, 10, and Larry Edward, 13, finding it very difficult at the moment in the middle. So lots of cricket to look forward to as well after this tournament ends. On the regional scene, we're having women's cricket, women's senior cricket, 50 overs and T20. That will be bowled off in Ghana from June 7. Then, like I mentioned earlier, Bangladesh, India, and also New Zealand heading to the Caribbean for senior men's tours. So lots of cricket after an absence of pretty much 2 years due to COVID-19.
Yeah, we have not had international cricket at the Queen's Park Oval for some time. That would be a welcome return, really.
My memory is telling me that this, if you look at all those tours coming in, it will be one of, if not the busiest season for a long time in regional cricket. Chase looking for a second wicket. 1 for 26 so far. Got the first wicket in the very first over he bowled when he got rid of Devon Smith for 11.
Trying to detect if he's actually turning the ball here. Well, that was a quicker, flatter delivery. That one would not turn. Yeah, I want to see if he's imparting spin, if it's actually turning, because I don't expect it's going to turn, because the last game we had up to the final day of that, the last game up to the final day, we didn't have the ball turning a lot. The first 3 days it was pretty good batting track. Late on the final day, Raheem Cornwall started to get some spin. But this is a better wicket as well than last week, so I don't expect that this is going to turn a lot.
It was a similar situation with Guyana and Jamaica last week in round 4, when only on the final day then we saw some ball keeping a bit low and the spinners getting a little bit more turn. Other than that, was a very true track. So the sequence of maidens being broken with a single taken in this Roston Chase over. It's Larry Edward and 30 now. Ryan John 11, 153 for 6, 49 overs bowled with this ball. This ball was not exactly 49 overs old, because after 5 overs the ball went out of the ground and they had to change it. So it's pretty much a new ball they got. So we can say this ball is approximately 49 overs old. So the spinners now will begin to get some purchase with it.
Yeah, it might just grip a little bit, but I don't think the surface is going to allow that. It is not dusty, really. It's very hard. It's a bit of grass on it the first day. So you'd really have to impart a lot of spin on the ball itself and get a lot of revolutions for it to really turn. Warwickon. Loud shout for LBW appeal there, but let's see if it's going to be leg byes. I don't think that the umpire is going to select leg byes. No, he doesn't. So look at it here. Well, those are very difficult for umpire to really detect whether the ball had hit the bat first or if it had hit the pad first. And they usually say not out for that, unless of course there's a referral.
In these close situations, these close calls, there's always that decision review system available, but not at this domestic level.
That's a big hit. That is a huge hit. That is out of the ground here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Down on the knees, hitting it high and hard. Have a look. High and hard and far. That's a great pickup. All over the mango trees on the northern side, over the perimeter fence as well. So we might have a wait here. That's a huge hit here, John.
Yeah, gone for some mangoes. That's the third 6 of the innings. And there's Larry Edward getting a full delivery from Warwickon. We were just speaking about a lack of pace and lack of spin on this track. So it was a very safe shot from Larry Edward. Got under it, hoiked it all the way over long on and into somebody's farm, it looks like. And that's a big hit. 6 on any ground.
Yeah, all the way into the mango field to the north. And no one really in that area to get that ball back. I think they would have to use another ball because the third umpire has already come onto the field. They would have to find a ball now that is how many overs old? 50? That shouldn't be much of a problem. Well, that is a mighty blow there by Larry Edwards. He hit it in the middle. It was so nicely timed. There's a man down at long on, and he started to look way up to the north. He started to look at the mountains because that ball really went far, very far. And that is now 160, 460 Windward Island Volcanoes.
And has pushed the partnership up now to 30, joint best in the innings. 30 between Kavim Hodge and Teddy Bishop.
Well, Warwick just had 7 overs for 7 runs, and after one delivery, 7.1 overs for 13. A big 6 by Larry Edwards over wideish long on.
Hint of turn in that one. Ball that was just outside the off stump and turned slightly into the left-hander.
Well, it had some flight and spin in it as well.
Yeah.
Flatter, quicker delivery there by Warwick.
Some drift in the air, so it's all happening here. I'm sure those persons to the northern end, just behind the side screen, whoever is the owner of the lands behind the side screen, when it's not mango season, when they're not picking mangoes, they may be picking balls, because lots of balls may go in that area. Overs completed, 160 for 6 after 50 overs.
Thought they should have had a couple ball boys in that part of the field.
Yeah.
Especially that area, because the ball can easily, as we have seen twice already for the day, that's the second ball that they had to change. A ball boy or two, you wouldn't mind.
As we can see on the monitor, Vice President of Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallow, former selector Miles Bascom, Director of West Indies Cricket, who is the current, I think, President of the Grenada Cricket Association. That's Dwayne Gill. Looks like Mr. Coppin from Barbados Pride sharing the space there with them as well. I remember lots of cricket back home in Guyana where the ball boys would be present. Ball boys at various venues, and it's something that we'd look forward to when they're not at school or when they're not otherwise occupied. The ball boys would come out and just have some fun. They'll be on the scoreboard as well, just assisting and making their mark. I haven't seen any of those at the Martin Sporting Complex, but I saw in the practice nets some of the youngsters having a knock. Those same youngsters could have been here assisting with balls. Have that young population to make that transition later on.
Yeah, that would have helped out there with the lost balls. Roston Chase 1 for 27. This is his 9th over. Bowling to Ryan John on 12. Defensive prod. Man at slip comes out and does the fielding. Larry Edwards is on 19 now of 41 deliveries, while Ryan John is on 12 of 51 deliveries.
Just recently making the news was Darren Sammy, the two-time West Indies winning captain, the St. Lucian. He also played for the Windward Islands. Single this time to Ryan John. Darren Sammy received the Sataria Pakistan Award, and that's for his role in the restoration of international cricket to Pakistan. It's the third highest civil award. And just in 2020, he received the highest civilian medal of Pakistan, the Nishan-e-Pakistan, also for his role in the restoration of international cricket to Pakistan. And he was also awarded honorary citizenship by President Arif Alvi. So, son of St. Lucia, son of the Windward Islands, son of the West Indies, Darren Sammy getting another Pakistani award. Score after 51 overs, the Windward Islands Volcanoes 161 for 6 here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex.
Well, that's good news for the former West Indies captain, Darren Sammy, World Cup winning captain.
Good afternoon to Joseph Reds Pereira and the rest of the guys in St. Lucia. Reds, Guyanese born but now living in St. Lucia with his wife, Zandra de Flormont. So hello guys and good afternoon. The team not in the most comfortable of positions, 161 for 6, 51 overs bowled. And this is especially after the won the toss this morning and opted to bat. So winning the toss, opting to bat may be good, but not when you have 161 on the board with 6 down.
The Jamaican Scorpions are leading a fight back here against the Windward Island Hurricanes. They've now taken the score to 175 for 6. Palmer and Merchant still at the wicket. Palmer is on 73 while Merchant is on 32. So a bit of a recovery by Jamaica, 175 for 6. Here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, loud shout for appeal and the finger goes up, and that's the end of Ryan John, LBW to Warwican, finally getting a wicket in his 9th over. Jamel Warwican, he has taken the 7th wicket to have fallen off for the Windward Islands, and with the score on 161, look at it here again. Oh yeah, that looked plumb in front actually. That would have gone on to hit between mid and leg. So Ryan John goes, he's out for 13. That came off 56 deliveries. And the Windward Island Volcanoes in a spot of bother, 161 for 7. So Warwican, after toiling for 8.3 overs, got his first wicket, 1 for 13. His figures were looking very good just an over ago, 7 overs for 7 runs. And then he was struck for a massive 6 over long on, and he's now gotten some revenge by removing the wicket of John. 1 for 13 now. 161 for 6, John Ramsing.
And that was the best partnership of the innings, 31 between Ryan John and Larry Edward. So 31 for the 7th wicket. Now Kenneth Demba makes his way to the middle. Demba, he's been in the wickets column this year for the Volcanoes. He's out there to face the music. There's an issue behind the umpire's arm. Something seems to be happening. Oh, the ball. The ball was actually there, and no one knew where the ball was, so the play was held up momentarily.
A very attacking field now for Warwican. He's brought in an extra man in front of the bat. There's a forward short leg, and there's now a silly mid-off or a silly point if you prefer. Just about a meter away from the batting crease. There's also a slip. There's a very short mid-on. You can call him a silly mid-on. Just a couple meters in front of the bowling crease, and almost on the pitch. And there's also a normal straight mid-wicket, short. Warwican.
On the back foot, Kenneth Demba, the new batsman. Picked up some wickets in that last game against Windward Islands. Demba bowled a fairly consistent off break, has a pretty good loop, and he imparts a lot of spin as well. So he's come out to join Edwards. Larry Edwards is on 19. Score 161.47, and that's at the end of over number 52.
So Demba now in his 10th first class match for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Has a highest score of 25. 142 runs to his career. Made his debut back in November of 2017. He was playing against Jamaica in Jamaica. He has scores of 6, 14, 10, 25, 11, no score. Sorry, 11, 10, no score, and 7. So Demba can hang around a little bit. Best of 25 this season. Picked maybe for his bowling. He's been in the wickets column. 15 wickets. Chance for run out. The fielder mid on. Does not pick up, mid off. Does not pick up.
Well, that was a pretty dangerous call there. That man was at very short mid on, and it was hit with some power as well. Had he picked up that cleanly, there could have been some problems here for Edwards. Moves to 20, brings Demba on strike. Demba yet to score, forward short leg and a slip. Stun chase, and he plays it down to short fine leg. Barbados Pride looking to clean up the remaining 3 batsmen of the Windward Island Volcanoes. They wouldn't mind going in at the tea interval having done that job. And this is hoisted over wide long on. That is going into the boundary for 4. That's a good hit here by Demba. Reinhardt and Demba. There's a man at long on and there's a deep mid wicket as well, but he hit it between both of them. It was in the air for a while, but perfectly safe. Lofted it over the infield. There's a man at short mid wicket. So a good boundary to take Demba off the mark. Drives, there's no one at backward point. There's a man at point on the boundary. He has a long chase, but he cannot stop the batsman from crossing for 2. So that was well played by Demba. He opened the face, realizing there's no one at backward point, and picked up 2 runs. That brings the over to an end. Chases 10th over, 1 for 35, and Windward Island Volcanoes 168 for 7.
Sherman Lewis put on 124 runs with 10th wicket.
Yeah, McSween can really hit the ball around. I saw him in that last game. He was going after everything almost. And he had some success as well. So he can hit the ball, Preston McSween. He's due next. And then you have Darius Martin. Those are the two batsmen in the dugout. As Warwick looks to clean up the tail here. Pushes him on the back foot, Edwards.
So Windwards losing Sherman Lewis to West Indies duties. Lewis in Netherlands with that limited overs team. This was hit in the air. This and it's going to go over the fielder at wide, long on and into the boundary for 6. So that's another big shot.
Yeah, and look at it here again. That is a big hit. Coming down the track this time, the previous 6, he more or less stood in his crease. He just got under it, but this time he took a pace or two down the track, got to the pitch, and deliberately hit it wide and high and far. So that's the second 6 we have seen of the bowling of Warwick. Edwards now has moved to 26. And he whips this behind square. There's going to be a couple here. Well, he's prepared to go after Warwick once he gives it any sort of flight. And he doesn't care that the man is posted down at the long on boundary, and there's also a deep mid wicket. So that's good clean hit in there from Larry Edwards. He moves to 28 and Windward Islands 176 for 7. Still has a very attacking field. 3 men in close catching position. God, I should say 4. There's a man at a very short mid-on, and there's also a very short straight extra cover. So 5 men actually in close catching positions. There are 2 men down in the deep, a long on and a deep mid wicket, and there's a normal mid off. Warwick. Defending when he has to as well, Larry Edwards.
"24 runs away from a possible batting bonus point, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. So if they get to that 200 mark, they'll get a batting bonus point. They haven't had one of those since their first innings of this tournament against Guyana at the Queen's Park Oval. That was in February this year. So the over is completed.
Well, they've got a lovely batting track, and you would expect that they should score in excess of 250 or even 300, but they struggled throughout the innings. They lost wickets early. The first session they lost 4 wickets, so they were losing wickets at regular intervals, and they still have not been able to stop the slide. Biggest partnership so far in the innings being 31. So they would really need a big effort from the remaining 3 batsmen to get a total of some respectability. Roston Chase, an all-spin attack, and Jamel Warwick. And here is Roston Chase from the southern end. He looks to steer that past the man at slip. Could have brought that on his stump quite easily. He hit it into the turf and it bounced to the man at first slip. Bowl him through the gate, it appears.
Yep.
Completely fooled by Roston Chase. Kenneth Demba, look at this here. Oh my God, it knocked the off stump back. So Roston Chase has now picked up his second wicket, 2 for 35. Bowling Kenneth Demba all over the shop 176 now for 8. The Windward Island Volcanoes, and he is outfoxed Kenneth Denver, Roston Chase. That's a good delivery.
Yeah, very well bowled from Chase. Got some pace on that one. Quicker delivery from the off spinner. And when pitched, the ball had some inward movements. He got a hint of turn. And it was enough to beat the defensive prod of Kenneth Denver. Denver gone for 6 after hitting a boundary. So, for the trouble now for the Windward Islands. 176 now for the loss of 8. And on the verge of being bowled out very cheaply and very soon. Yet again. So, Preston McSween is out in the middle and just Darius Martin to come. Not a lot of batting from the Windward Islands standpoint. But Preston McSween, who had a 31 when he was batting with Sherman Lewis, as the Windwards put on 124 runs for that 10th wicket against Guyana, the Queen's Park Oval. History can repeat itself, but in this situation, McSween really have to bat very deep. Edwards is there, looking not too bad at all on 28. And McSween can just be a good partner to him. So far, Barbados spread all the way.
That was a good delivery by Roston Chase to dismiss Denver, knocking the off stump back. So this has brought Preston McSween to the wicket. He's off the mark immediately with a single of the first ball he's faced. Possibility that they can get a wicket before the tea interval, and then they would have an extra 30 minutes. If that is the case with the last pair in the wicket, the tea session can be extended by 30 minutes. But they would have to get this 9th wicket before the next couple of minutes. Here's Chase. He sent back the long on. There's a long off. 3 men around the bat, the others saving a single. Roston Chase, right arm around, cuts it into the ground. Good bit of feeling there at first slip by Jonathan Carter.
After the first 2 rounds of action, the West Indies selectors mentioned that places in the test squad to face England were up for grabs. Now with Bangladesh coming around, places in that test squad will be up for grabs. These teams and these players no doubt looking to fill those slots. So that's the end of the over. Successful over from Roston Chase. He now has 2 wickets, and it's now left to McSween and Edwards with Martin to come to get the Windward Islands to a score of respectability. 177 for 8 after 55 overs as we look out into the hills. So just 44 from Bishop, 26 from Hodge, and now 28 from Larry Edwards. Players getting started but not carrying on. The others, Devon Smith 11, Dennis Smith 19, Atenes 9, Agist 16, Ryan John 13. Not able to make any sizable contribution, and Denver, who just dismissed for 6. So the win was 177 again. Not looking too good in the batting. Another meek performance so far.
Well, this is possibly the final over before the tea interval. That is provided a wicket doesn't fall in this final over. If it does, they would take the extra time with the final wicket before they give the tea interval. So let's see if McSween and Edwards can survive this final over before tea. 177 for 8. It's been a good day so far. I mean, we have not had the sweltering sun most of the day. We have had it at times. Down the wicket, there's nobody back with a square. That's going to run into the square leg boundary for 4. He was coming down the track. He was beaten in flight, but he still went through with the shot and whipped it square on the leg side. There was a man at the straightest deep mid wicket, but he could not get around there. And it went into the square leg boundary for 4. So that's a good hit here from McSween. 181 for 8.
It's good to see the number 10 prepared to use his feet to the spinner. I know that's something that we haven't seen a lot recently. So that's pleasing to see McSween down the track.
Goes for a big one. Bounces just before it reaches the man at the deep mid wicket. So a bit of luck here for Preston McSween. If he had connected, it probably would have gone all the way. But if he had made a little better connection than he did, he probably could have held out to the man at deep mid wicket. There was also a man at wideish long on the boundary. So he took his chances there and he got off with it, McSween. This brings Larry Edwards on strike. Just the final delivery, most likely before the tea interval. And that's a single long to long on. So let's see if the umpires would wait till they reach to their respective position. It looks like yeah, that would be the interval, John.
Yeah, so they're walking away. And that's the end of the interval, the second session. So 183 now for the loss of 8 wickets. They went to lunch with a score on 103. So 80 runs in the session. And we've seen some 28 overs bowled. So lots of time still in this opening day. But 56 overs bowled total, and that's the end of a very good session once again for the Barbados Pride, picking up some 4 wickets in the session for 80 runs. 4 wickets for 80 runs in a session. You must go with the side that picked up 4 wickets.
Yeah, that's been a pretty good showing by Barbados in both sessions. They got 4 wickets in the first session before lunch, and now at tea, they've picked up a further 4 wickets. So Windward Islands 183 for 8.
All right, so that's the position at tea, and that's where we'll take a break as well. I'll be back in about 20 minutes to bring you this action in the final session on day number 1 between Windward Islands Volcanoes and Barbados Pride.
And we're back here live at the Diego Martin Recreation Sporting Complex, and we are about to see the resumption of play after tea in the fifth and final round match in the Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Championship. Barbados Pride, they are up against the Windward Island Volcanoes, and at tea, Volcanoes went in at 183 for the loss of 8 wickets. They lost 4 wickets in that session between lunch and tea, and they added 56 runs, was it? 80 runs they added in that session. 80 runs in the session, yes, that's correct. In 29 overs. So we're back with Roston Chase. He has resumed the attack from the southern end. And he'd be bowling to Larry Edwards. Edwards is on 29 of 54 deliveries, and his partner at the other end, Preston McSween, he is on 6. There's a slip, a forward short leg, a silly mid-off as well, as Chase runs in, and this is driven down to long off. There'll just be a single in it. There's a man on the long off boundary. So that take Edwards into the 30s. Preston McSween is now on strike. Chase has 2 for 27. And Barbados Pride, they continue to peg away at the Windward Islands batting lineup. They've taken 8 wickets so far in 2 sessions. Again, driven this time down to long on. Chase drifting into the pad slightly. Batsman getting on the front foot and whipping it down to a straightish long on for a single. The field changes again for the left-handed Edwards. Man from square leg has been brought into forward short leg. There's a silly mid-off or a silly point if you prefer, and a first slip. There's a short extra cover and a short mid-wicket as well. Chase around the wicket. There are 2 men down in the deep. There's a long on and a long off. So if he intends to go for the big hit and miscues, always the chance of getting out, but he's driving it along the ground quite sensibly down to long on for a single, and that's the end of the first over after the tea interval. And Windward Islands, they are 186 for 8.
3 runs in the first over after tea, so now in the evening session. 2 wickets standing, but Preston McSween and Larry Edward looking very comfortable at the moment. They want to stay out there for as long as possible, just to deny Barbados Pride for a little bit. But
And 21 first-class
we
matches
see this
for
morning
Winward Islands
before the start of
since
the
making his
day's
debut.
play. Devon Smith receiving a memorabilia to mark that this is his final first-class match for the Windwards Volcanoes. He's now announced his official retirement, or his retirement officially, and the baggy green Windwards cap as well being presented by Dwayne Gill, who's the Windward Islands director on Cricket West Indies board, and vice president of Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallow, also presenting a token of appreciation for the sterling career of Devon Smith.
Well, we're back with Ramon Simmons. A loud shout for LBW. Where the man that fine leg comes around and keeps it to a single. Would it be leg by? Yes, leg by.
That's
Here's
a
the signal.
full ball on the pad. It'll be interesting to have a look at that again, because it did not. Let's see where it's going to be hitting his batter.
It was
Outside leg.
drifting down
Yeah,
leg.
yeah.
Yeah, clearly he was drifting down leg.
Very good decision from umpire Patrick Gustard. It caught my eyes because it was hitting full,
Yeah.
but on the replay, we're seeing that it was drifting clearly down the leg side.
Well, when you look at it frontal on the angle we are at, John, it's difficult to really tell. We have to really look at it at the monitor because the monitor is straight behind and we're seeing exactly the line of the ball, but from the naked eye, looking out, it's difficult. Here is Ramon Simmons, 2 for 16. That's whipped down to backward square and the man on the fine leg boundary comes around, just a single. Very economical Ramon Simmons. This is his 8th over. He conceded just 17 runs and he has also picked up 2 wickets. So a pretty good showing here by Ramon Simmons. 188 for 8 Windward Island Volcanoes. Edwards moves to 30. McSween on 8. So McSween really punished some bowling in that last game that the Windward Islands played at the Queen's Park Oval. Edward has looked good in defense. Hit 2 huge sixes of Warwican down at wide long on. They went very, very far. As a matter of fact, one of the balls was lost.
So just 12 runs away now from a batting bonus point. The Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Well, they would have spoken about that, I'm sure, at the tea interval, that it's important that they get to that milestone of 200. It's also a batting point. Let's see, Simmons has employed a deep fine leg and a man on the square leg boundary in the deep. So there's also a point on the boundary. This is a pitched up delivery that Edwards attempts to drive straight back, but hits the inner half of the bat and bounces back down along the pitch.
Previously, they got the scores 173, 186, 190. So they were getting close to 200, but not able to get past that or get to 200. So now they have 188 on the board, 2 wickets in hand. Dicey situation based on the recent track record. Well bowled again, nice full delivery.
The spear would have to take them over the 200 mark, John. You can't leave it really for the number 11. So McSween has got to put his head down and try to stick around with Edwards. He's showing pretty good temperament and technique as well. He's also able to hit the ball. As I said, those 2 huge sixes off Warwican. 1 slip, a gully, and this ball is off a good length, making some height, and it has Edwards jumping off the toes to keep it down, but he does so successfully, and that's the end of Simmons' 8 over. He now has 2 for 17. Look at the background there. Some information here, John?
Yeah, that's the upcoming West Indies fixtures. So, like I said, Bangladesh, India, and New Zealand tour in the Caribbean. The first set of action will be from June 16th to the first test in Antigua. They move on to St. Lucia, Dominica, Guyana. And India will be here in Trinidad from July 22nd. They move on to St. Kitts, then Fort Lauderdale in Florida. And New Zealand will come towards the end of this international series in August, where they go to Jamaica, then Barbados. And right after that, we'll be having CPL in the Caribbean. CPL turns 10 this year.
Well, except for the first 2 matches, which are the test matches, all the other matches are white ball cricket, T20 and ODIs. But quite a lot of matches, though. That's a huge diet of international cricket, John.
Yeah.
We have been starved for the longest while, but ooh, that's a lot of cricket.
So
188 now for 8 as the Volcanoes plug along here.
Yeah, so that will be 30 days of men's international cricket. 2 tests, 9 one-day internationals, and 11 T20 internationals at 10 venues.
That's a pretty hectic schedule.
Yeah. You ask for it, you can have it.
Yeah, you want it international
Demand and
cricket.
supply.
Chase down the track, and he almost played it back into the bowler's hand, but he picks up a single because it goes down to the long off area, and Edwards moves to 32. Preston McSween is on strike.
So Edward driving that previous ball, powerfully enough to get it past the bowler. So here is Chase looking for further success. You want to end this innings very quickly.
And that's whipped off the pad down to deep mid wicket. He's got 6 men on the onside. Roston Chase for the right-handed McSween. So very strong onside field for Preston McSween. But a change in the field now here for the left-handed Edwards. 3 men close to the bat, forward short leg, silly mid-off, and a slip. Chase not extracting a lot of turn here on the pitch on this first day here at Diego Martin Sporting Complex. It's a very good batting track, very hard, well rolled in. And this is Tickle Fine, down to fine leg. This is probably going to run away for 4 down at the fine leg boundary. It does now, and that's very well played. A quick, flat delivery from Chase. It was picked up very early by Edwards, and he played that leg lance to perfection. There's no one down in the deep on the leg side, and it ran all the way to the fine leg boundary for 4. The total moves to 191 for 8, and Edwards moves to, that should be 36 now, I think. 34, okay, he is on 34.
Bad line from Roston Chase. Trying a bit too hard. Really wanted to pick up a wicket before the over ended, and slanted too much across and down the leg side. 193 for 8, 59 gone. So inching closer to the 200 mark, and that will also be a psychological advantage for the Windwards Volcanoes. They did not get there since February this year, the very first innings of the tournament, and after that, that's it.
That's with behind square, chance of a couple. Yes, they're going to go back for the second run. The man at deep fine leg had to cover some distance, and they were able to come back for 2. Very well played there by Preston McSween. He whipped it off the pad. All along the ground, there's a man at mid-wicket. It was way to his right, and then the deep fine leg had to run around about 15 meters to his left. By that time, they had crossed for 2. A first slip, a third slip, a gully, a point on the boundary, a short extra cover, and a mid-off. That's the offside field. Here is Simmons. Drives to get a tick outside edge, thinks of a single, a bit of a misfield at cover, and they eventually go through for that single. There was a bit of confusion after McSween had played that shot. He was coming down the track. By that time, the fieldsman got his hands to it, and both batsmen were confused at that time. Luckily for them that it hit his hand, and it went past him a couple of meters, and they were able to finally go through for the single.
Yeah, so there was the captain. He got down quickly but could not stop it, and because McSween felt he hit it so well, he was already taken off for the single, not to realize that it was half stopped, and then the single was on. So these things happen. We're humans.
Edges and drops before it reaches the man at first slip. So there wasn't enough carrying it, but he found the edge, Simmons.
Simmons in his 4th game this season did not play against Guyana at the Oval in round 3, but against the Windward Islands picked up 1 and 4 in the opening round in Barbados. Then against Jamaica, just 1 wicket in the first innings. Last game against TNT Red Force, 2 and 1. So he's been in the wickets column, but not able to get that maiden fight for played for the West Indies on the 19th in the 2020 Youth World Cup in South Africa.
An attempted Yorker here by Ramon Simmons. It was in swinging as well to the left-hander. By the time it reached him, it was heading down the leg side, and he whipped it on the onside for a single. So it brings the right-hander Preston McSween on strike. Just 3 runs away from 200 Volcanoes. They have 2 wickets in hand. Not a bad run rate. 3.30. Whoa, that is not a smart shot at all there by Preston McSween. Simmons had gone around the wicket, coming into him with the angle. It pitched just outside off. Thought he should have been getting forward to that, or at least getting in line with the ball. He stood right there and was attempting to play a cut shot by helping the ball along. Passed very close to the outside edge. Pass over the top of the stumps as well. Similar type delivery this time. He allows it to go by. That's the smarter thing to do. And that brings Simmons' over to an end. 2 for 21 of 9. Windward Islands 197 for 8. Larry Edwards is on 35 and Preston McSween is on 13.
2 runs away from a batting bonus point and 2 runs away from a psychological advantage as well. But it's also important that the Windward Islands bat some time. They haven't been able to spend a lot of time in the crease, so it's important that they occupy the crease, tire the Barbados pride out a little bit, so when they come to bat, they'll already be perhaps physically tired, which can affect them mentally and psychologically. The funny old game, cricket, 95% of it is played above the shoulders. So you play with it. That's a very good shout for leg before, and the verdict has been given. So Larry Edwards missed a very straight ball from Ruston Chase, and he's actually gesticulating to the umpire. But let's have a look at it. As we can see, hitting him on the back foot and giving the marching orders from umpire Carl Tuckett from Nevis. So that's the end of Larry Edward for a very good knock. Leg before wicket to Ruston Chase for 37, and the score 199 for the loss of 9.
Well, Ruston Chase produced a very good delivery there. We couldn't tell from where we are, but that definitely hit him on the back foot, which was right in front middle stump. So unless he had gotten an edge onto that certainly would have been LBW. So we'd have to give umpire Tuckett the benefit of the doubt. Well, he put up a pretty long vigil, Larry Edwards, but finally getting out LBW to Ruston Chase.
And there we see as Edward makes his way back to the dressing room, he's showing his teammates that the ball has hit the bat. But that's all now history, as umpire Carl Tuckett, who says you're out. It makes way now for Darius Martin, number 11. Number 11 with number 65 on his shirt. Darius Martin. So, just the last pair at the crease now for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. McSween on 13 and Martin yet to face a ball. Perhaps they may not get to 200 after all. 199 for 9.
Well, this is why I was saying a while ago that the batsmen at the wicket have to ensure that they get to 200. You can't leave it for the number 11. Here's Ruston Chase. Very attacking feel indeed. There's no one from the short extra cover all the way to slip. That entire area in the deep there on the offside, it's vacant. 2 men in the deep on the leg side, a long on and a deep mid wicket. Chase and Martin allows that to go by.
Yes. Tall lad, Darius Martin. So long levers trying to smother the spin of Roston Chase. Another full delivery. Drift in the air, as you can see. Chase now 3 wickets. So Larry Edward gesticulating, he had some bat. But the umpire, Carl Tuckett from Nevis, had other ideas, but it was a ball that was very full, very straight, hitting him on the back foot. And most times when you hit on the back foot, umpire would be easier to give that decision.
Even if there was an edge on that, John, that would have been very difficult for the umpire to judge, because he was forward with bat and pad close together. Those are very, very difficult for the naked eye to really pick up. I mean, you have to have snicko and all of that to really determine that.
That's true, yeah.
But it certainly hit him on the back foot, which was in front of middle.
So 199 for 9 wickets falling today. It was the scores on 28 for 1, 38 for 2, 56 for 3, 86 for 4. Lunch was 103 for 4. Then 113 for 5, 130 for 6, 161 for 7, 176 for 8. Tea was taken, 183 for 8. And the 9th wicket going down now, 199 for 9. So last pair, and Preston McSween is going to take strike now. There's Simmons hitting him back over his head, and that would be 200 runs. 203 now for the loss of 9 wickets. So they've gotten to 200. Compliments of a good shot back over the head of the bowler. And the umpire had to take evasive action. Safe shot in the end.
Yeah, very well struck. Had some power in it. He was probably looking to go higher, but he did well to hit it where he did. Picked up 4 runs. He can hit the ball cleanly. I tell you, I've seen Preston McSween really belt some bowling a week or so ago. So they now have a much more spread field. There are 5 men covering the boundary, long on, long off, deep mid wicket. 6 as a matter of fact, and that's a ripper. That is a ripper. What a comeback delivery here from Simmons. Have a look at this. And this is what you call a cutthroat delivery. Wow.
Oh, he had to really take evasive action there, McSween.
Well, luckily for him, he didn't attempt the hook shot there, because that had danger in it. He could have been knocked down.
Yeah.
It's a good reply there by Ramon Simmons.
He was looking like a boxer there, evading some blows.
Another good delivery. Hit him in the midsection. McSween. 6 men on the boundary. There's a man down at fine leg boundary, pretty wide. You could say it's a backward square leg on the boundary. There's a normal mid-wicket on the boundary. There's a long on, there's a long off. There's a point on the boundary, and there's also a third man. A slip, a gully, and just the short extra cover are the men who are in close. It's a good stop at slip there by Carter.
Yeah.
No chance of a run. 203 for 9. Well, they have brought a bit of respectability to their score now, John.
Yeah.
McSween ensured that they got to 200 with that straight back hit a while ago. He's on 17 of 19.
He's forced the captain to go very defensive. If you look at the field, well spread.
Yeah. And yet another good delivery. Very late decision here by McSween to just pull out, and now a warning from the umpire that that's the final bouncer in that over.
That one was not so much of a danger. Did not present so much of danger like the first one, which was on the line of the body, almost taking his throat. But McSween also showing good technique and allowing it to go over his head. McSween, after that 86 first innings knock against Guyana in the first round, did not get a lot. 11, 2, 5, 12, 4, 3, 13.
Bowl him. Bowl him.
And that's the end of McSween. That's the end of the Windwards Volcanoes in their first innings. So McSween, the last batsman to be dismissed, bowled by Simmons. And that's 10th wicket going down with a score on 203. The final score 203 all out, 62 overs exactly. And that's the end of not the best batting displays from the Windwards Volcanoes, but it's the best since they got to 337 against Guyana in the very first round, in the very first innings of this year's tournament. 203 all out. McSween, last man dismissed, bowled by Simmons, who's picked up his third wicket. And that's the end of that innings. So let's do recap briefly and quickly. Devon Smith bowled chase for 11. Dennis Smith caught Warrican, bowled Simmons 19. Kavim Hodge bowled Greaves 26. Alec Athanaze, like before Cummins 9. Teddy Bishop caught Mosley, bowled Cummings 44. Akeem Agis caught Dowridge, bowled Simmons 16. Ryan John, like before Warrican 13. Larry Edward, like before bowled chase 37. Kenneth Denver bowled chase 6. And last man to be dismissed, Preston McSween, bowled Simmons 17. And leaving Darius Martin not out on 0, having faced some 5 deliveries. So that's the bowling for you now. You can see Miguel Cummings, 10 overs, 2 for 32. Akeem Jordan, 10 overs, none for 36. Roston Chase, 14 overs, 3 for 44. Raymond Simmons, 10 overs, 3 for 27. Justin Greaves, 5 overs, 1 for 28. Raymond Reefer, 2 overs, none for 4. And Jamel Warrican, 11 overs, 1 for 27. Out of the 10 wickets to go, Chase with 3 and Warrican with 1. So out of 10, 6 went to fast bowlers, and those are crucial fast bowling points for the Barbados Pride. So Pride will begin their first innings in a few moments. We'll take a break and we'll come back with Barbados Pride replying to 203 all out made by the Windward Islands in their first innings. Do join us in about 3 to 5 minutes. So we're back with the action here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. We're about to witness the start of the Barbados Pride first innings in this round 5 match in Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Championships. Barbados Pride will have to reply to 203 all-out made by the Windward Islands Volcanoes in their first innings. The Volcanoes won the toss and got to 203 all-out from 62 overs. It means that the Barbados Pride will have to bat 26 overs before the end of the opening day. They've started with Captain Craig Braffett and Shane Mosley. First delivery sent down by Preston McSween, left arm seamer, bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Craig Braffett. Braffett, the leading run scorer in this year's tournament. He's been among the runs from the start of this year's championship. Just Chanderpaul, that stage right, Chanderpaul and Devon Thomas, and also Kieran Powell, the other batsman, on 400 plus runs. Braffett 475, highest of 276 against Jamaica Scorpions in Barbados at the Kensington Oval. He had 100 against Guyana at the Queen's Park Oval. So he has 200s this year. Shea Hope, who's in the Netherlands with West Indies, 50 over side. He got 100 for the Barbados Pride when they played against Guyana. So Craig Braffett, 4 matches, 475 runs, average of 79.16, 200, sorry. Here he is with Shane Mosley. So he's off the mark. We'll get some runs through the onside as one goes down towards backward square. Field on the boundary, fine leg comes around. So he's off the mark. Captain Craig Braffett. Shane Mosley, 4 matches before this, 143 runs. Averaging 23.8. Highest score of 48. So he's short of some work, Shane Mosley. But he has played all matches this season. Looks as if Braffett, if he adds 25 more, will be the first and only person so far in the 500 club. This year, Chanderpaul and Devon Thomas have 414 runs. Powell, 403. Have some catching up to do. So there you can see on your monitor. Just 4 batters over 400 and 1 over 300 joining them. There's a huge gap. So McSween has started. So there's Yannick Carrier of Trinidad and Tobago, 311. One person in that 300 column. John Campbell, 298. Reefer, 274. Blackwood, 262. Joshua Da Silva, 245. And Hemraj, who's injured, not playing this game, 227. Oh, good delivery to end the over. Good start. Good promising first over from Preston McSween with a new ball. Braffett is on 2. Barbados Pride, 2 without loss, replying to 203 made by the Windwards Volcanoes.
Thought that Barbados Pride did a fairly good job. Thought that Craig Braffett, the captain of the Pride, he was very much on the ball. And for such a good batting track, I thought that they did well to dismiss the Windward Island Volcanoes for 203. He had set pretty good fields as well, Brathwaite. He had a semi-attacking field, or semi-defensive, any way you want to put it, because he had men in the right position in attack, but he also did a good job in saving runs. This is a very fast Diego Martin Sporting Complex outfield, and it's an exceptionally good batting track.
and to have picked up 8 wickets at the tea interval and then finishing off the Windward Islands for 203. I thought the bowlers did a fairly good job, and I thought that Craig Baffett was outstanding with his general tactics and his captaincy. He's now at the wicket, and he's got Shane Mosley with him. They are replying to the Windwards Volcanoes first innings of 203. Can't afford to be too attacking Windwards. Just 2 slip a gully. Everybody else tried to save a single except the man down at the fine leg boundary. And who is it? It's John. Yes, he has come in this game. Ryan John. He's bowling to Shane Mosley. Barbados doing a fairly good job, John Ramsing, restricting Windward to 203 on a pretty good batting track, I thought.
Yeah, that was a very good effort. At one time, it looked as if the Windward Islands would not get to 200, but some late order batting. And now they're looking for the early wicket. Ryan John, perhaps pitching marginally outside leg stump as the left-hander Shane Mosley takes strike.
Well, he was looking to play it on the leg side. He had moved across the stump. Whether it was going to beat the wicket or not, difficult. Yeah, I'd started to move because we were clearly seeing the off and middle stump while the ball was going long leg. So he adjusted his front foot as well when he realized the ball was swinging back on into him. Took it on the front part, but it would have missed leg stump. It's a good delivery. It swung late as well. It's a better line from John. And Mosley does the right thing and allows it to go by.
So earlier we saw the graphic with the bowling. So Cornwall is way out on top on 21. There we see Jeremiah Louis. So Cornwall has 21 wickets. Parmal 19 wickets. Jeremiah Louis 17. Kenneth Demba 15 as well. Go to Kesh Moti. McSween, who's operating at another end, is on 14. So runs for Mosley. He's off the mark as well. And 2 more runs to him. So both batsmen on 2. And they doubled the total. 4 without loss. So Demba, not to be dependent on him. He's on 50. He has 15 wickets so far. McSween 14. So the bulk of the bowling perhaps will be done by those. So Ryan John back into the side. Has an opportunity now with the new ball. 4 without loss.
Ryan John came into the Windward Islands Volcano team for this game, replacing Josh Thomas. Thomas was hard pressed to get among the wickets in that game he played. I thought he got just the 1 wicket. So he has been replaced by Ryan John. Looking at him now, right arm over. All in a pretty good line. Not giving a lot away with the new ball. Braithwaite, the leading run scorer in the regional tournament, also has the highest individual score, a massive 275. That's a big score. Brilliant sunshine now. It's the Ryan John runs in. Trim crisply down to mid-off. No run. So that's the end of Ryan John's first over. And at the end of the second over, Barbados, in reply to Windward Island Volcanoes 203. They are 4 for no loss.
Just early days yet. We see now
The
Liam
manager.
Sebastian.
Yeah, that's the manager of the Windward Island Volcanoes.
Yeah.
Surprised that he quickly has taken the role of manager now. He only recently stopped playing.
I know.
He's pretty young. I mean,
Very young.
I think these positions you should allow the guys to really grow into it a little more. I think having now finished playing first class cricket, I'm not too sure, but I think I'll want a much more experienced man as the manager.
His father was once the manager for the Windwards side.
Yeah,
And
he's
was
a
selector
pleasant
as well. Selector.
Yeah, well, I played a lot against
Lockhart.
Sebastian. We used to have a pretty good rivalry, the Windward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, he played mostly in the 80s. I'd like to say hello to him as well. The old Sibo. Hope all is well with him. Very determined batsman, Lockhart Sebastian. So 2 slip, a gully for Preston McSween. He had a 5 in the last game he played. He had 5 for 92 against the Leeward Island Hurricane at the Queen's Park Oval, and he had sent down all of 28 overs. It was a very good piece of bowling by McSween. And that was a good batting track as well at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, then he followed that up at 1 for 32 in the second innings against Jamaica Scorpions, 4 for 96. Against TNT Red Force, 1 for 81. And then he started the season against Guyana Harpy Eagles, 2 for 78 and 1 for 38. So he's been in the wickets column every time he gets the ball. So the early wicket from McSween from the Volcanoes will do them very well, especially the prize scalp of Brathwaite.
Well, he swung the ball a lot when he got that 5 for 92 at the Queen's Park Oval, because none of the other bowlers were moving the ball as much as he was. And he picked up 5 wickets. That's a good take down the leg side by Dennis Smith. Craig Brathwaite has looked pretty sharp out there. It's very quick footwork and bad speed. He's looking the part.
You have some spectators on the outside and they're very vocal. You can hear them coming through our microphones periodically.
Not a big crowd by any means. There's been a working day and the home team not playing here as well would have contributed to that. The fact is, a lot of people are looking at the games at home, John. They're getting it streaming live.
Yes.
You know, so I'm sure most of them are taking in the game at home. There is a leg slip, 2 slip on the offside and a gully. McSween whipping up behind square. This might be the man down at fine leg. No, that's good bit of work down there in the deep. Running around about 15 meters to his right. That ball was traveling fairly quickly. Using the pace of the ball, Brathwaite, and working it fine down to fine leg. A good cut off there, but he picked up 2. That's the end of the over. Barbados 6 for no loss.
Yeah. There we see a pride, mainly their bowlers looking very relaxed. Greaves, Akeem Jordan, Raymond Simmons in the foreground. Cummings and manager Coppin having a discussion in the back. So they're pretty much relaxed at the moment, maybe looking to enjoy a good batting display from their openers. 6 without loss after 3.
And that fight back we were talking about in the game between the Jamaican Scorpions and the Leeward Island Hurricane, that is continuing. Palmer is still at the wicket. He's 5 runs, 4 runs is it? 5 runs away from 100. Mindley has now joined him. He's on 8, and Jamaica are 232 for 7. So a good bit of regular action there from the Scorpions.
So after 3 rounds, heading into round number 4, Guyana Harpy Eagles, they were 5.8 points away from leaders Barbados Pride. And a win against Jamaica Scorpions would have gotten them right up very close, if not overhauling Barbados Pride. But Jamaica Scorpions put their heads down and played a very wonderful game of cricket right here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex in round 4. And that slowed, if not stopped, Guyana from advancing towards another title. So they, once again, the Jamaica Scorpions, they can play spoilers in this year's tournament for teams like Guyana, like the Windward Islands, and make it very simple for the Barbados Pride to go on to take another title.
Yeah, that first day that they batted against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they really put themselves in a strong position. They got to 294, I thought it was. And the fact is they occupied a lot of time. They batted well into the second day as well, not so. And Guyana too, on the other hand, dropping short, the man at gully. Wasn't a catch, but if outside edge was found, it was dropping quickly, and he had to more or less fend for himself there because there's no way he was going to get his hands under that. Good delivery. Yeah, I thought that the Scorpions batted extremely well in that game to avoid being beaten by the Harpy Eagles. As you rightly said, Harpy Eagles would have been in contention in this game as well. But they are being held up at the moment at the Queen's Park Oval. The Harpy Eagles, the TNT Red Force, are putting up a fairly good fight. They are 178 for 2. Solozano is on 70. And Jason Mohammed. 3 wickets, I'm being told now. Who got out? Mohammed got out. Okay, 178 for 3 now. Jason Mohammed is out for 68. And Solozano is not out on 70, but we are back here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, and it is Ryan John from the southern end, right arm fast medium. Good quickish delivery there. Craig Graffett allows it to go by. 2 slip a gully. It's a man, a backward point, a cover and a mid off. And on the onside there's a mid on. Short mid wicket and a fine leg on the boundary.
So John has been too inconsistent. Failed to pick up a wicket in round number 1. Then he has had just 1 wicket in round 2 against the Red Force. Lost his place in the side for rounds 3 and 4. And now he's back for the final round. But the Volcanoes, what they're doing, in my opinion, is that they're breeding the younger players, recognizing that this game doesn't have much to offer the team. So they can have the younger players coming through the system, like Auguste, Teddy Bishop, and now Ryan John having an opportunity as well. So these youngsters getting their opportunity at the first class level, and we can have an extended run maybe.
Well, it was good to see the Windward Islands as well, giving a young Kimani Melius and the left orthodox spinner Durham a little run as well.
Oh, that's a very well bowled delivery to end over number 4. Well bowled, Ryan John. That ball pitched and moved away from Mosley as he brought it forward and beat the outside edge, but not by a lot. 4 overs gone, 8 without loss.
Bit of a fire in the background there on the hills.
Yeah, that can be very dangerous now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty dry out there. And we're accustomed having a lot of forest fires and bushfires at this time of the year, but we have not had a lot of rain, and I don't think it's excessively dry, but I think everything on the ground is pretty dry. As we've seen on the far northern side there, that bushfire has been burning since morning, since we came here.
Correct.
The cameras are not picking that up at the moment. But there's another bushfire that has started way to the right. That could get out of hand. So let's see Preston McSween. And very tight in defense here. Craig Braffett.
On my off day, one of my off days, I was traveling down south to the Gasparilla area, and as I passed Couva, there was a bushfire almost on the road. It was difficult for drivers because of heavy smoke. So Trinidad and Tobago very dry at the moment, and lots of these fires, forest fires, bushfires, popping up.
Well, somehow we haven't done badly as far as the bushfires are concerned, because usually it's much worse than that. But this year the vegetation didn't get all that dry. Looking to flick it down the leg side. That's poorly lined here by McSween. Braffett doesn't make contact. The shadow is beginning to lengthen here now on the western side of the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Shadow of the covering the roof of the stadium, just about a quarter away onto the playing area. That is expected. Braithwaite, I'm sure that McSween would want to go with the prize scalp of the Barbadian Pride captain, and he looks to play this on the onside. Good little contest here between the Volcano fast bowlers and the two Barbadian opening batsmen. There's a leg slip. Craig Braffett has got to be aware of that. He's playing a lot of flick shots.
Yeah, he tends to fend it off the hips sometime. That leg slip bordering on a leg gully because it's
a bit wide.
Yeah, very wide.
It's well played. The flag's on the far side now, fluttering in the breeze, so a bit of a wind now this afternoon.
Yeah, you can see some leaves as well blowing across the pitch and around the players in the slip cordon. So the leaves also making its way around the ground. The wind has picked up.
Oh, and that goes to the man at that leg gully position, but it was well controlled there by Craig Braffett. Took the bottom hand quickly off the bat to ensure that it travelled on the ground, and it bounced just before it reached the man at leg gully. So he's got a 5-4 field, 4 men on the onside. That's a very good over there by Preston McSween. Kept the Barbadian captain pretty quiet. 8 for no loss, Barbados Pride.
Yeah, maiden over completed, so 26 overs to go in the, well, Barbados have a maximum of 26 overs to bat today, or up to 5:30, whichever comes first. So if the Windward Islands take their time to bowl their overs, play will be called at 5:30. But if they bowl the 26 overs, then we'll head off for day number 1. But still some time away, 21 overs to go for that. So slow start from Captain Brathwaite and Shane Mosley. Ryan John will continue now for his 3rd over. This one is flicked away nicely. Runs for Mosley. This one goes through mid-wicket, and the boundary that he was looking for, he gets it. And now the score into double figures. 12 without loss. Good way to start over number 6.
Yes, whipping that off the pad down to a straightish mid-wicket. There's a mid-on and there's a man at normal mid-wicket. He found the gap between both of them, and that travelled quite quickly. He got a lot of bat into that, Mosley. It was a poorly lined delivery as well. He started it just on about leg stump, going down the leg. Ryan John.
Coming from the road end, as you can see some traffic behind him occasionally. Oh, that's a good delivery on line of the middle stump, but moved away after pitching. So Mosley shoulders arm and allow it to go by. So John with under 19 success to his credit. Played in the 2016 World Cup when West Indies won the under 19 World Cup under the leadership of Shimron Hetmeyer. He was there with Kimo Paul, Tevin Imlach and the likes. Getting the ball to move away from the left-hander, but starting it a bit too wide, but very wide. So not forcing Mosley into the stroke, but not putting any pressure at all on the batter.
I think in terms of going around the wicket and angling it into Shane Mosley and making him play a bit more. He's going across the batsman at the moment from over the wicket, and with that angle Shane Mosley is picking it up fairly easily and not having to really play at that delivery.
Two slips of Gully on the backward point and play already.
Out.
Edging and taken at slip. So he's gone. Healthy edge found. Ryan John getting the breakthrough. And that's the end of Shane Mosley. And we have a look at it on the replay. Very wide delivery again. Mosley fishing at this one and is taken at second slip. And he's gone for 7. And Alec Atenes at second slip, pouching that one. So Mosley caught at second slip by Atenes off the bowling of Ryan John for 7. The Barbados Pride losing the early wicket, 12 for 1 in over number 6.
Well, Mosley didn't get across to that at all. He was just standing that right way. He stood in his batting stance. He was not to the pitch and he was not across to that. He was just flashing outside the off stump, but the ball was moving away and found the edge. That's a good bit of bowling by Ryan John. I was now saying that he should have gone around the wicket, but he used the angle extremely well. Mosley was looking pretty good leaving those deliveries alone, but he was lured into playing that expansive drive. Not really getting across to the line. And unfortunately, he didn't pick up the swing as well, so he was caught with a sharp little catch there at slip. So the Barbados Pride have lost their first wicket with the score on 12. Raymond Reefer has now come out to join his captain, Craig Braffett. The left-handed Reefer.
Yeah, Raymond Reefer, very committed player. Getting an opportunity to bat at number 3 for the Pride. Not a new role to him, he has done it before. So he's coming very early in this innings. 12 for 1 in over number 6. There's Mosley.
He's been given a promotion because he's been scoring runs. Pretty decent at this level. Fairly consistent, Raymond Reefer. So Barbados have decided to allow him to bat a very important number 3 position. So let's see how he would respond. Ryan John looking to go across the left-hander. This one is on the pad. It is whipped through forward a square. There's going to be a couple here, possibly 3. Reaches just about a couple meters from the boundary and they're going to complete 3 runs. That's very good running there. So Raymond Reefer is off the mark and Barbados are now on 15 for 1. The first wicket falling for the Bajans here.
Successful over coming to an end from Ryan John, over which he got a wicket of Shane Mosley, caught at second slip by Alec Atenes for 7. So the early breakthrough coming, and that is very important from a Windward Islands Volcanoes standpoint, because their defending a small total 203 they got in their first innings. So the only way they can remain in the game or come back in the game is by picking up wickets, early wickets, and then continue to take wickets at regular intervals to keep Barbados Pride at bay. Pride, not only this game they have to keep their eyes on, they have to keep their eyes on what's happening in the other game if they want to win this year's tournament. So they want to bat out of their skins, because in the first innings, if you bat 110 overs, the position, your total will be considered for batting bonus points. McSween starts a new over. The first batting bonus point is given when you get to 200, then 250, 300, 350, 400. So if they can get as many as possible before that 110 overs, they have done well to put themselves in a position to win not only this match but the tournament. But they must be very watchful. This Windwards bowling lineup, they're pumped up. McSween and Ryan John using this new ball very well.
Very attacking feel as well here for Preston McSween. And that's driven square. That's a glorious shot. That was an over pitch delivery, and very well played there indeed by Raymond Reefer. He got to the pitch and just opened the face, helped it on. Have a look here. It was swinging late, but he middled it.
Yeah.
It's a lovely shot.
Well played and well placed. It went all along the ground. He posed for the cameras and no man moved. He did not even left his crease to go to his captain of the non-strikers end.
McSween shouldn't mind that
well
too
played.
much. He's got 3 slips, a gully, a backward point. If he can get him, lower him into a fault shot. 3 men in the slip and a gully waiting there for that outside edge.
But Reefer's very patient as well. He has the strokes. He can play his shots. But when the ball is not in his arc and does not present the opportunity for him to go for a shot, he will be very watchful, very defensive.
Yeah, he's a very patient player.
Mm-hmm.
One of the reasons why he scores runs as well. He's able to defend against the bad balls, and his shot selection is good, I think. And that is played down on the leg side behind square. Just a single. There's a fine leg who was pretty wide. And keeps it to a single. 20-4-1. This brings the right-handed Braffett on strike.
On the overall tally of for runs this season, Raymond Reefer, 274 runs, is in 8th position. Just Craig Braffett for the Barbados Pride ahead of him with 475, so 201 run more than Raymond Reefer. So that's a big gap between Craig Braffett and the next batter for the Barbados Pride. McSween landing just on the foot mark and falling over, so not landing comfortably there. Preston McSween, and he's looking back at that popping crease. The ground became a bit loose, so when he landed, did not get the type of traction, almost fell over. So Reefer in the opening match, 23-45 against the Windward Islands Hurricanes, Barbados, and then 71 against Jamaica Scorpions, 29-27 against Guyana, and 79 in the last game against Trinidad and Tobago at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So that's the end of the over. 7 overs gone, 20-1, Braffett on 5, Reefer on 8.
And at the Queen's Park Oval, the TNT Red Force, they have just lost their 3rd wicket.
You're getting a sneak peek of what's happening in that other game. Chance for overthrows. So the Jamaica Scorpions. So that's the 100 for Paul Palmer, in fact. So Palmer getting the 2 that was required, and now he's celebrating his 100. 238 for 8. That may very well roll over. And there's Palmer getting to his 100. Well-deserved 100 from the young man. And Jamaica Scorpions can be spoilers because they've done it to Guyana last week and can do it again this year. So well played to Palmer nonetheless.
They are scoring at a pretty brisk clip as well, 234, and there are quite a few overs as well in the day's play. That's the Jamaica Scorpions. As I was mentioning ago, TNT Red Force losing a 4th wicket. They are now 183 for 4. Joshua De Silva was just out, caught and bowled by Moti, I thought it was. Yes, for 72. Yes, Solazano going for 72. Now we're back here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. It's going to be Ryan John. Good line. No ball signal by the umpire. It's held a pretty good line.
And the
To
sun
the
is
left-handers especially.
yeah. The sun is back with us. So John transgressing the front line, being penalized. So no ball, 1 extra. He has to bowl it again. Reefer on 8 looks very good. 21 for 1. This is over number 8. Consecutive no balls from Ryan John. So not getting it right at all. You saw from the other end, Maxwell upon landing looked uncomfortable. I was checking the popping crease. Now we're seeing Ryan John transgressing for the 2nd consecutive time.
Yeah, he's having a problem with the front crease. Needs to adjust the idea is mark or his run up. Raymond Reefer almost losing his shape there in negotiating that last delivery. It's falling over a bit to the offside. Ball is coming back into him. Well, he's made the correct adjustment now, Ryan John. So almost half of the front boot was behind the line. So not taking any more chances. 2 consecutive no balls.
Then also Raymond Reefer had made the adjustment. He played the defensive shot, the forward defensive shot in the approved manner.
Well, one thing for sure is that the floodgates have not been open, and they are kept under pretty tight rein here by the Windward Islands fast bowling attack. This is a very good batting track, remember, and it's a very fast outfield as well. But they have been able to keep things in check so far. We have had, this is over number 8. And Barbados Pride are 22 for 1. He lost the wicket of Shane Mosley. He was caught at slip for 7. That's the wiser thing for Reefer to do. Allow those balls outside of some to go by until you can get yourself well set. Still a long evening here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. We would have, how many overs we would have remaining?
In total, we have to get through 26. So this is over number 8. So for the 18 overs to go after this one.
If the light permits. But we've had good light here at around 5:30. It's still usually pretty bright. Oh, that was well played. He actually waited on that and whipped it off his pad. It's a good bit of feeling there by the man at short mid-wicket. That probably could have raced away for 4. One of the things about Raymond Reefer is that when he's playing his attacking shots, he hit the ball with a lot of power. He's a fairly big guy as well. And those big bats that they have, once it hit the middle, even the edges, they travel. Someone was mentioning that they don't make bat with edges anymore. Even the edges are like a full face of the bat. Seen men miscued shots off the edge and it traveled for 6 with these big bats. Braffett on strike. And that's very well played. It's been very watchful, Craig Braffett. That's the way you bat when you want to score big runs, and he has definitely got an appetite for runs. The fire in the far side seems to have subsided a bit, John. It's now smoke, so we don't know if it's still raining there. We can't see if the fire is raging, but no big flames really.
No. So lots of fire, because lots of smoke we're seeing, and the...
Someone may have put it out because there are some houses close by there. I don't think they're going to allow that to burn through the night.
Yeah.
So they probably would have put that out. Not taking too many risks. If you look at further down to the south, you'll see there's a big housing complex there as well.
Yeah.
It's a lovely area to visit here in Diego Martin. As I said, there's the Blue Basin waterfall. There's also a water wheel that has a lot of historic significance here in Trinidad. McSween aborts his delivery because the batsman was not ready, Raymond Reefer. They're having a bit of
it's not...
an exchange of words there.
Yeah,
It's tough as well when the bowler gets into his delivery stride and the batsman puts up his hand at that point. It really angers the fast bowler.
He was about to deliver Preston McSween, and there was Raymond
At the
Reefer.
very last second, the batsman signaled that. Well, let's go again, Preston. No harm done there. 3 slips, a gully, a cover, a mid-off. And on the onside, just the mid-on and the man down at deep fine leg. That's a good leave.
So the chatter on the outside has picked up as well. Spectators coming in perhaps after work or after the regular duties of the day, enjoying the last moments of this first class match. It's nice to know that first class cricket is being played in your community. You want to come out and support. Oh, well played, Raymond Reefer. What a shot. Well pitched up, and it's driven all along the ground down towards extra cover and into the boundary. It was pitched up, but it was wide.
Well, that's the best way to respond to Preston McSween questions a while ago. A beautiful cover drive. That was hit with a lot of power. I tell you, when Raymond Reefer plays an attacking shot, that ball really comes off the bat with a lot of speed. He's a good timer. He's a strong guy, as I said. That was well played. Glorious shot.
He got 100 against the visiting English side at Coolidge early in the year, Raymond Reefer. Since played into the onside, runs for him as Teddy Bishop runs down towards deep mid wicket.
Excellent running. That is excellent running as well by Raymond Reefer. Great urgency there. He realized that there was the possibility of 3, and his first 2 runs were very, very quick. That was the key.
Yeah. And it was all Raymond Reefer doing, because he was the one pressing his captain to go for the second and then even harder for the third. It's a good running from Reefer. He's very fit. And those 5 years he spent with the Guyana Jaguars was really...
Let's have a look at this here, John. I think when he's playing on the onside, he seems to be losing his shape a little bit with the head falling over to the offside, just a little bit. So he's got to be aware of that, Raymond Reefer. Probably pull up that in a while. Yeah. That's a technique he's got to correct pretty quickly. And Craig Braffett says this on the offside. for a single. It's now 31 for 1.
Rifa's looking very positive so far. 16 at the run of ball. And he's forcing Braffett to take some quick singles as well, like he did on that occasion. Now signaling for a drink of water, Rifa.
It's turning out to be a very, very fine afternoon here in the northwest part of Trinidad, down in Diego Martin.
11 wickets already on day number 1.
Well left. It's looked pretty good, Raymond Reefer, justifying his promotion in the batting order. He's at number 3. That's a very important position. He's responded quite nicely so far, 16 of 17 deliveries. Hasn't been in any trouble whatsoever.
So this would have been the replay.
He thought he was falling over a bit there, John. I think his head should be a little more in line with the ball. Let's see, Maxwell.
What hold. Well pitched and held its line through to the keeper. There was Raymond Reefer tentatively stretching forward and was beaten. So 9 gone. Barbados Pride 31 for 1.
Let's look at it again. Oh yeah, he's probably playing for that one to come in with the arm. It pitched and just held its line, passing very close to the outside off stump, but that's the first time I've seen Reefer beaten in the 16, 18 balls that he has faced. 31 for 1. He's gone past Craig Braffett a long time ago. Braffett 6 of 24 deliveries and Reefer 16 of 18 deliveries.
So they're making it look a bit easy now, Reefer and Braffett. After the fall of Mosley. Mosley went to the score on 12. So a little partnership developing between captain and Reefer. So now Shad Mohammed is the liaison for the Windward Islands. Making his way
Changing the
around.
bowling here, John. It is going to be Darius Martin.
Yeah.
He's replaced Ryan John. Ryan John got the wicket of Shane Mosley. So Craig Braffett would be facing up to Martin. His first delivery.
No ball.
No ball. The umpire's hand now goes up. You've got good hearing, John. Did you hear that call from quite here?
I was watching as the umpire as he was coming in, because the first time I'm seeing Darius Martin, so I want to see what he's offering. And there's the umpire, outstretched arm.
So a false start here for Darius Martin.
A tall guy, look at his pants, not quite reaching his ankles.
A no ball off his first delivery. Oh, what a good stop at second slip there. What a good stop that was. Braffett deliberately steering that just wide of the man at second slip, but a diving stop. Very clean.
Yeah. Outside the off stump. There's Braffett pushing at it, but a little bit of extra bounce. Almost taking the outside edge and ballooning in the air, but it took the outer part of the bat and went along the ground. Strong looking lad so far. High action as well.
It's not heavily built, Martin. More on the lean side. Not as big as Preston McSween. Or even in on striker Raymond Reefer. But he's pretty tall. Could be around 6'3".
So he made his debut in the last game.
Yeah, that was his first game. Darius Martin at the Queen's Park Oval against the Hurricanes. Short, cut square, just behind square on the offside, and that runs away for 4 runs on the point boundary.
That was extremely wide. It sat up as well. And was begging to be hit.
Short, wide, and Craig Braffett wastes no time. It's hitting it backward of point for 4 runs. So there's now put out a man on the point boundary. So there's a gap between the man at gully and the man at cover. There's a sweeper now on the point boundary, 2 slipper gully. Very good batting by Craig Braffett. Playing ball on its merit, really. You can see that he wants to get another big one. That's an ominous sign here for the Windward Island Volcanoes. This guy has a huge appetite for runs. Has the temperament and the application as well to stay in the wicket for very long periods.
Coming from very high action is Martin. So the extra bounces were pushing the batsman back.
I particularly like Craig Brathwaite's footwork. Very, very quick, very nimble on the feet. And this is how you got to play fast bowling. You can't be lazing around on the crease. Your footwork has got to be quick, decisive, and also your bat speed, whilst you keep your eyes on the ball. It's looking very, very ominous indeed.
So that's the end of the over as well. So 36 gone. 36, sorry, on the board for 1. 10 overs gone.
With the score 36, with the loss of 1 wicket, Braffett is on 10 on 30 balls.
Overs.
5 overs, none for 17. Ryan John 4 overs, 1 for 14, and Darius Martin lone over, none for 5. Oh, sharp delivery again from Maxwell. This ball to come back from outside the off into the left-handed batter Raymond Rifa. Looked a little bit awkward, but he handled it well in the end.
Now in his 6th over, McSween probably beginning to tire slightly. He can bowl very long spells. In that 5-wicket haul that he got last week against the Hurricanes, he bowled 28 overs. Yeah, and then he came back in the 2nd overs and in the 2nd inning and sent down about 15 overs. And this is whipped off the pad. This might beat the man down at fine leg. It does, because he's fairly wide. That's not a good delivery here from McSween. And again, Raymond Rifa not allowing anything loose to go by, and he whips it very fine down to fine leg, and a good boundary.
Yeah, it was a full toss to start with from McSween. And there was Rifa. He's clipping it, got enough connection onto it, helped it on its way. So he's going to pick up the boundaries. Once it's there to hit, he's going to hit them.
I thought that Martin down there at the fine leg could have put in a better effort. Seemed to have given up a lot early.
Yeah, now he's being moved slightly finer. He was very wide at fine leg, but the boundaries are short on that side. The straight boundaries.
We are not picking up the man hidden behind the tents to our right here, John, but there's a point on the boundary as well.
There is, yes. Looks like August. It is August. As he's walking in, you can see him now.
Yeah.
But they're a bit sighted because of the tents that they put over the dressing rooms, just in front. So looks a bit cool on the outside.
Yeah, it's nice cloud cover.
Yeah.
I like. I just told it turned out to be a very nice day. We've had bits of sun and we have a lot of cloud cover as well. Probably the calm before the storm, John?
Well, I did look at my. Oh, this is Raymond Reefer not playing any shot. And the ball brushing the pad on its way through to the keeper, but hitting him outside the off stump. But that's a very naughty thing to do, Raymond
Look at
Reefer.
it here. Wow. That came back a long way.
So brushing him on that tie on his way through.
Thought he was a little too early in that decision not to play a shot, because that started fairly close. And then it came back as well. Not too sure if it passed over the stump or if it passed just outside the off stump. But that was a very dangerous leave there. But to be honest, that was one of the few deliveries that came back so much. That's a good delivery there by McSween as he toils away. Could be out.
Oh,
Goodness. The edge found traveling to where a third slip would have been, but there are just two slips in position and a gully. And a bit of a life here for Reefer. Have a look at it. Playing very far away from the body, and a third slip would have been in business there. So close call for Raymond Reefer. The ball was swinging fairly late. This is one of the things about McSween. He probably doesn't swing the new ball as much as after a couple overs have gone. Those last two deliveries really swung. The one before, it came back a long way, and this one was going the other way.
Actually, is the field in that second slip position who took the catch to dismiss. Mosley flung his body to his left but could not hold on. Beautiful shot. Back past the ball on the onside of the pitch and will get the boundary. So back-to-back boundaries. This one in total conviction. The previous one was not in control. And that's the end of 11 overs. It's time for drinks as well. So after 11 overs, the Barbados Pride replying to 203 all out made by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They're 48 for 1 with Reefer on 28, Braffett on 10, Mosley, the only batsman dismissed, gone for 7. We'll take a drinks break as well, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
And play is about to resume here after that final water break in the day's play at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. It's going to be Martin, bowls to the Barbadian captain, who whips this nicely off the pads through mid-wicket and picks up 2 easy runs. An over-pitch delivery there from Martin. So Barbados Pride resuming on 48 for 1 after 11 overs. Craig Braffett has now moved on to 12. Raymond Reefer, who's looked pretty solid. He had a bit of a life the previous over when he edged one outside the stump. It flew where a third slip would have been. Not actually a chance, because I don't think it went to hand, but it certainly would have gone straight to where a third slip would have been. That's the only flaw I've seen from Raymond Reefer so far. But here is Darius Martin. Craig Braithwaite has looked extremely comfortable since the start of the innings. Not even the semblance of an error. It's very quick onto the back foot when the ball is pitched just back of a length. Keeping his eyes on it all the way and playing it just under the level of the eyes and getting right in line. Very good for a young batsman to look at. Craig Braithwaite. Defensive technique to fast bowling. Watches it go by. He's slightly open a bit with the front leg, Braithwaite. His front foot is pointing somewhere down the line of the wicket. So he's not exactly a bit open. Look at his front foot. Oh, good quick decision to allow that one to go by. Not entirely side on in his batting stance, slightly open with the front foot. And you could understand why. Trying to keep that front pad out of the line of the ball and using the bat more or less. Very strong offside field. 6 on the offside. There's a point on the boundary. 2 slip, a gully, a cover mid off. On the onside there's a mid on, a short mid wicket and a fine leg. Turns it down to fine leg, thinking of 2. No, the man at fine leg is quickly off the mark. Not a good throw though, and it has put his wicket-keeper in some trouble. That was a difficult take. It was not on the bounce, neither was it full. It was dropping just where you are undecided. And he took a knock on the fingers there. You can see that Dennis Smith is in some pain. For the left-handed reefer, Darius Martin has now put a point on the boundary, 2 slip, a gully, a cover and a mid-off. So almost similar feel to what he had for the right-hander. You'd have to hold the line here. End of Martin's over, and at the end of it Barbados are 51 for 1.
Yeah, Martin doesn't look too bad. It looks good. Has some pace. He's running in the good action as well. The only thing so far you may want to criticize is just bowling a bit too wide of the mark and not forcing the batsman to play often enough. Other than that, he has a good run up, good pace, good bounce he's getting from this dead track. As you can see the mountains in the background. And I was making a point just before the drinks break that I did check the weather map, Anil, and it looks as if we'll have some rain overnight and into day number 2. Does not look that encouraging for cricket. But at one time I was doing a game in Guyana and it said it was going to rain cats and dogs, and some of the persons, including players, were adamant of going to the venue. And we had to rush to the venue because there was no rain as was scheduled. So
Well, we thought even today we would have had some rain, especially after lunch, because they say that the weather was going to change for the worse sometime in the afternoon. But we have seen no signs of that here down at Diego Martin. And the last 2 rounds of matches we have had, it has been uninterrupted. We have had no game was interrupted by rain. And one of the amazing things about this year's tournament, John, is that out of the 12 matches that were played, only in the last round, this is whip fine down fine leg, that's going to be a couple. The man at backward square leg has a pretty long run, 15 meters or so, and Craig Braffett gets back for 2. Yeah, we have not had any rain interrupting any match, and out of the 12 matches, 11 matches were decisive. There were outright wins for teams in 11 of the 12 matches. Just the one match with the Leewards and the Guyana Harpy Eagles ended in a draw. So that tells you 2 things, is that the batting wasn't all that good, all the matches were completed, or that there was good weather as well. I thought both happened. We had extremely good weather, and we had some teams not batting well.
Yeah, well, I covered that game, Jamaica Scorpions, in fact, was not Leewards, Jamaica Scorpions against Guyana Harpy Eagles right here. And there was just a slight delay on day number 3 for rain, because as the umpires were making their way out, there was a drizzle. And they delayed for about 2 minutes for the covers to come on and off, and play started just about 4 minutes late. So other than that, there was no rain, really good conditions.
But they didn't lose any play, did they?
No, because they bowled the additional over at the end of the day.
Yeah, but that was amazing. All
Yes.
11 of 12 matches had outright decisions.
So Larry Edwards starts a spell. He has replaced McSween at the northern end, and so far sent down 5 deliveries, conceded 2 runs. So good start to Edward, just peppering the batter outside the line of the off stump and Braffett. So that's the end of 13 overs. 13 gone, 13 to go in day number 1. Barbados replying to 203 made by the Windward Islands Volcanoes, 53 for 1.
Well, we've seen spin for the first time in the Volcanoes attack. Larry Edwards, the left-arm orthodox spinner. They've also got Kenneth Demba in the lineup. He is the off-spinner. He's been getting some wickets for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. But we are seeing the left-arm orthodox spin. Here is Martin.
And a no ball again. This time, I heard the call from umpire Carl Tuckett before seeing his hand. And now the bowler doing the right thing, Martin, making the adjustment to his run-up. And that's the 3rd time. He's now in his 3rd over that he has transgressed that front line.
Well, in the IPL, I actually see coaches and bowlers during a game coming out with the measuring tape to correct the run-up.
How the game has changed, eh?
You bet. Now just play through cover. Wide half volley. There's a man at the point boundary. He keeps it to 2. But that was over pitch. It was wide. Raymond Reefer was reaching outside off stump. Played it with a horizontal bat. It was very close to the turf. But he kept it on the ground. There's a man at cover. There's a point on the boundary. But he couldn't stop the 2.
And quite different to the IPL. After the no ball, there's no free hit in this format.
Well, not in the 4-day format.
That's right. And that IPL is that siren that goes off when a no ball is bowled. No ball again. So Martin having lots of troubles with the no ball. not getting it right so far. Early days for him. Do not want to develop a no ball problem, which has plagued many persons I saw last week right here. Kimo Paul getting someone to edge to slip, and only to look back to see the umpire hand was stretched out. So some players have that issue, and if do not correct it early, it can become out of control. And defending a small total of 203, you need to get most of these things right.
Yeah, fast bowler overstepping can be a problem. Can be difficult at times to correct. And it's difficult as well for a coach. I think it's all about rhythm. The bowler himself has to have the rhythm and to know exactly where and when he's going to get into that delivery stride, adjust the run up to suit. Takes a lot of practice as well, but it can be a very frustrating thing for a fast bowler and a coach as well. I think it's one of the more difficult areas of coaching when a fast bowler is having a problem with the no ball and overstepping. You got to keep trying a lot of things to get it right.
This is punched down the ground by Braffett. Runs for the Barbados Pride captain, 4 of them, as John could not chase it down.
Sean was actually struggling there. I was wondering if he was going at top pace here, John. Have a look at this.
Yes.
He was having a bit of a jog. Yes. That ball was very far from the boundary, and he had given up long before. Well, he had a spell there where he probably gave it everything. Yeah. And he's a bit tired at the moment, John.
Yes, was nice shot from Braffett nonetheless.
John actually escorted that ball to the boundary.
Yeah, his second boundary. With 5 boundaries already in his innings of 31. Pride now trailing by 141.
Ooh, that was so well timed.
Yeah.
He looked as though he was not actually going through with the shot. He did check it, in fact, and it really raced off the bat to the man at short mid-off. Travelled quickly, so that was a good check drive there from Craig Braffett.
So there's a collapse at the Queen's Park Oval. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they've lost their way somewhat. And we've seen the fall of the 8th wicket. 199 for 8. Brian Charles was just dismissed, caught at the wicket of Kimo Paul. 199 for 8.
Oh, they were 183 for 3.
They were on course moments ago. Kimo Paul coming back and picking up 3 very late wickets, changing the complexion of that game.
That's a big collapse there, from 183 for 3 to how much you said?
199 for 8.
Goodness. 5 wickets falling for something like 16 runs. Well, it continues for the TNT Red Force. They're batting woes, that is. Well, Guyana wouldn't mind that at all, because they're still in with an outside chance.
Yes, mathematically it's possible.
And seeing what is happening there with that Jamaica and Leeward's match, any number can play, really.
Yes. So that's the end of 14 overs. That's the score now, 6-2 for 1. Braffett on 19, Reefer 31. The deficit now 141.
Barbados are looking even more of the favourites now to pull off the championship with the situation in those other 2 matches there, John Ramsing. I have a lovely view here at this settings at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Yeah. We are on the western side of the ground. You can see the shadows now encroaching the pitch from the main pavilion.
far to the east, on the far side, that's where the Blue Basin waterfall is situated. Also that historic water wheel. But we have got some interesting cricket going on here, with the Barbados Pride up against the Windward Island Volcanoes. It's gonna be the spin of Edwards, left-arm orthodox Edwards, bowling to the left-handed Raymond Reefer. There's a forward short leg, a slip. There's a man at short fine leg. Turns it down to fine leg. No run there. There's a deep mid wicket and a long on the onside, and there's also a point boundary on the offside.
So the 9th wicket has fallen as well for the Red Force. It's 199 for 9 now, and a 5-wicket haul for Kemo Paul.
Well, still 1 run away from a batting point there.
Yeah, Uthman Mohammed was just dismissed leg before to Kemo Paul. Shannon Gabriel will come out to. Looks as if Kemo will get a 6 for if Shannon does not survive.
Just like to see Raymond Reefer stand a bit more upright when he's playing the ball on the pads. His head is not in line with the ball when the ball is in line with the pad, so he's got to do a bit of work on that. He's got to keep his balance to play through the onside. That's where the power comes from. So played by Braffett. Not much on offer here for the spinners. So Larry Edwards would have his work cut out. Very slight turn when he does impart spin.
So just a single in that over from Larry Edward. So Reefer moves on to 32. Will keep the strike. It's 63 for a loss of 1. 15 overs gone. Terence Hines and Shannon Gabriel at the crease at the Queen's Park Oval. Hines shielding the number 11.
And Mohammed.
There you can see the replay there just moments ago. That was Brian Charles spectacularly taken down down the leg side by the keeper. So Reefer and Martin back in action, back in battle.
So, Kemo Paul doing the damage here at the Queen's Park Oval. Did he get a 5er?
Yes, 5-4 for Kemo.
I thought he only got 1 in his initial spell.
Right,
He
he
just
came back
back
and got,
quite nicely.
yeah, gotten 4.
This is turn fine off the pads, and that goes down to fine leg for 4.
Right, so Reefer as well picking up boundaries at will. So that's the 6th boundary for Raymond Reefer to take his tally on to 36. So bad line again from Martin. So Darius Martin not getting his run up right and now not getting his line right. So he's in all sorts of trouble.
I probably would have taken him off before he started this over that he is in, because he's really struggling with the no ball, and the fact that there's a left hand and a right hand in the wicket is creating added problems for him.
So I played from Reefer, just opening the face of the bat. Get it on towards backward point. We get a single. So that 5-4, Kemo Paul has done very well. He's right up there with among the wickets, the leading wicket takers. Before this match, Kimo had 13 wickets, now he's gone to 18. Full delivery and well driven. Sweetly played. Finding the gap. There's a little gap there between extra cover and mid-off. And he has split that perfectly. That's with surgical precision. Captain Braffett held the pose.
That's a shot of class. Didn't look to overhit it, and the moment he made contact, he checked the shot there. He had already put enough power in that, so it was a check drive, and he beat the man at cover and mid-off, bisecting both of them. As you said, that is not a big gap. It was a pretty tight angle to get between cover and mid-off. Mid-off is fairly deep, but he had absolutely no chance. From the time Craig Braffett played that shot, he didn't bother to move really.
And that was the 5 for Kimo. We just saw the replay. And Kimo got Uthman Mohammed leg before. And live at the Queen's Park Oval, Shannon Gabriel hit Kimo back over his head for a 4. So the total is now 203 for 9. No ball again from Darius Martin, and he continues to have his troubles.
Yeah, I thought that the Windward Islands captain Hodge should have probably taken off Darius Martin. He could have brought him from the other end and see if he could have gotten his run up right.
Yeah.
Or even he had Denver as well.
And he's now in his 4th over and already bowled 4 no balls.
Yeah, that's a very high percentage of no balls here from Darius Martin.
That adds to the frustration of the fielding side, because if you're continuously overstepping as you bowl, what will the captain be forced to do? He has to resort to some defensive tactics. Defending 203 is not easy, and the bowler now making it much easier for the batting side. 3 runs.
Well, they have their work cut out. There's no doubt to that. Windward Islands Volcanoes. Craig Brathwaite has gotten himself well set. Raymond Reef has looked good as well. It's a good batting track. And they're looking to win the championship, so all reasons to bat on. Trivan, that's going to be 4 more. What a shot.
Did not try to hit it too hard at all, Craig Brathwaite. Just got on top of it and stroked it easily. Easy on the eye, the on drive. 4 runs.
Good check shot again. That's beautiful batting by Craig Brathwaite.
And that's the end of 16 overs. 14 runs scored in that Martin over. And the score now races on to 77 for 1. So 0-4-1-4, no ball, 0-4. So lots of runs in that over for the Barbados Pride. And they cashed in nicely. So 77 for 1 after 16. Bad bowling from Martin.
Yeah, 31 runs coming in the 4 overs that Martin has sent down. And as you said, 4 no balls as well. So I thought that Captain Hodge probably missed a thing there by not removing Martin in that final over that he had. I think he has a couple other fast bowlers if he wanted to continue with the pace on this end. But he should have taken off Martin there. He was not having it easy. He was bowling a lot of no balls. Oh, is that a chance? Or did he hit it into the ground? Well, I didn't see any reaction from any of the fielders, so he apparently played it into the turf and it bounced to the man at forward short leg. Spectators catch. Edwards, over pitch, undriven, be a single, there's a long on. Total moves on to 78 for 1. A lot of time in this game, and Barbados are in an extremely strong position at this point in time. They wouldn't be too concerned about what is happening at the other matches, because they got to make sure that they do what they got to do, and that is trying to win this game outright. They've got to be aware as to the weather forecast as well, but there's nothing you can do about that. Oh my goodness. Wow, that was a close call there for Braffett. Let's look at it on the replay. Barely missing the stump there. Oh, it just passed the leg stump.
Yeah, flighted delivery, well pitched up. No foot movement from Brathwaite. Almost chopped on. So a quicker one from Edwards. Edward really trying his best.
Yeah, he's got him in a spot of bother there. The first time Braffett has looked a bit uncomfortable those last couple of deliveries. That's well played.
Smothering the spin to end the over. 17 gone, 78 for 1. And it Stumps at the Queen's Park Oval with Trinidad and Tobago Red Force ending day number 1, 203 for 9. Gabriel 4, Terence Hines 9.
Plays over?
Yep. Stumps.
So they are not actually bowled out, TNT. Similar score to the Windward Islands, 203 for 9. Windward Islands were bowled for 2 or 3 all out against Barbados Pride.
So just Solozano 72 and Jason Mohammed 68. And Isaiah Raja 26 getting into double figures.
All the other scores are in single digits.
Carrier 3, De Silva 2, Imran Khan 2, Brian Charles no score, Uthman Mohammed no score, earlier Simmons 3, and that's it.
Well, the batting woes for the TNT Red Force continue. Wow. Are you telling me that Martin is still on? Well, you better believe it, he's still on. None for 21, none for 31 in 4 overs, Martin.
Captain giving him an extended run.
4 no balls as well.
14 runs in that last over he sent down.
Yeah, I can't understand he keeping on Martin at this point in time. Reefer getting a bit impatient. Looks like he wants to get on with it somehow.
So at one stage, TNT Red Force were 178 for 2. They've lost wickets at 178, 183, 186, 186, 189, 199, 199. So from a position of 178 for 2 to 199 for 9. 21 runs, 7 wickets.
Wow, I tell you, that was a major collapse there. I was shocked because just a while ago when I told the score was 183 for 3, and then you came back and said that 9 wickets were down. I really couldn't believe that. Kimo Paul is the man in that game at the Queen's Park Oval. He has the Red Force in all sorts of trouble. 203 for 9 after being 183 for 2. What a collapse. But we are here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Darius Martin is having a tough time here. Trying to control his line. Control not going over the front crease for the no ball. He's bowled 4 already. He's conceded 31 runs in 4 overs. So he's not having it going his way whatsoever. Fairly defensive feel now he has. A slip on a gully. There's a point on the boundary, there's a cover normal, there's a short extra cover straighter, and then there's a mid-off on the onside, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a square leg on, a fine leg on the boundary. This is a much better line. So why doesn't he try to go around the wicket? If he's having problems with the no ball, and he's having problems as well with the line, I thought that he would have gone around the wicket, especially to the left-handed Raymond Reefer, and see what happens there. Wow. Another poor delivery.
Yeah. It's looking too easy now for the Barbados Pride. This one is down the leg side again, and Rifa playing it off the hip and got it very fine. There's a fielder in Teddy Bishop at fine leg, but he was wide of the mark at this time, and the boundary scored. So 82 for 1, and Martin continues to be expensive. 18 gone.
Yeah, I thought that Kareem Hodges, the Volcanoes captain, missed a thing or two there by keeping on Darius Martin for 2 overs too many. So it's Barbados now putting themselves in a very strong position, 82 for 1. Remember the Leeward Islands, they scored 203. For those of you now joining the broadcast, we welcome you this afternoon, Wednesday afternoon here. Say hello as well to all of those who are locked on in the Windward Islands, having a look at their team. As Larry Edwards left arm around the wicket bowls to Braffett, who drives to short extra cover. Yes, there was a few up the islands: Dominica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada and Carriacou. Hope you're all locked in and really taking in the cricket. As the shadows lengthen here, almost reaching the square out there. And Larry Edwards plugging away, but Craig Braithwaite is not really giving anything away here. Just a couple deliveries and a couple overs before he had almost chopped one onto his leg stump. But he is going back in that very correct mode of his. 27 of 61 Braffett. Reefer is on 42 of 44 deliveries. Good tight length and line here by Larry Edwards. Seeing Kenneth Demba doing some warming up down at mid-off. No doubt the captain would have signalled him, and Braithwaite looking to turn this on the onside of his legs. Took it on the tie pad, and there was a stifled appeal, leg by signal by the umpire, and that brings the over to an end. Larry Edwards has now bowled 4 overs. He has none for 4, and Barbados 83 for 1.
Yeah, so just 7 overs remaining in the day's play, or we can go up to 5:30 local time. Time is now 12 minutes after 5. So 18 minutes to get in 7 overs with spin operating, very possible. And if Darius Martin will continue, it may not be possible because he comes from a long run, bowls a couple of no balls, and has hit us around the place as well.
I thought he got 2 overs too many.
Yeah.
Should have been off the ball a couple overs ago because he was really struggling with his run-up. And then he couldn't control the line because there's a left-hander and a right-hander in the wicket. And about 3 times he drifted down into the pad of the left-handed Raymond Reefer, and he was glided down to fine leg for boundaries with those 3 deliveries. So his figures were fairly expensive.
So Kenneth Demba will come a call in. Starts down the leg side. So Demba in the wickets. Among the wickets this year for the Volcanoes. Right arm off spinner. He had 9 for against the Guyana Harpy Eagles in the opening round. 4 in the first innings, 5 in the second. 1 against TNT Red Force. 2 and 3 against Windwards in the last game. And here he is now, looking to bowl his side into a strong position. Lots of work to be done, I can tell you that.
He was fairly decent in that game against the Windward Islands Hurricanes when he got 2 and 3. I thought with the pressure they were under, he was bowling pretty economical in that spell, and he picked up 3 wickets as well in one of the innings, and then got 2 in the second innings. Demba. He imparts spin on the ball. I like how he imparts a lot of spin on the ball. He also has a bit of a loop, but he doesn't flight the ball very high. There's a bit of flight for it to loop, but it's fairly low. If you look at him, you can see that he's... Ooh, that's a quick arm speed there. Very fast indeed.
Yeah. 15 wickets in the tournament for him. The right arm off spinner. He's going to be coming round the wicket to Rifa.
That's the 3 men on the onside.
He's now in his 10th first-class match. His first over comes to an end. That's a single, so 19-20 now gone. 1 down for 84, trailing by 190 Barbados Pride. Not a bad start to his spell. Kenneth Demba. We'll have a few this evening. Come back tomorrow. I'm sure he's going to be bowling a lot tomorrow, weather permitting.
Yeah, I think all the bowlers on the Volcanoes team, they certainly have their work cut out tomorrow, because you could well imagine that Barbados are going to look to score upward of 300 here. They've lost just the 1 wicket, so that could be a long, hot day at the Eagle Martin Sporting Complex for the Volcanoes tomorrow. Craig Brathwaite, technically very correct with his forward defensive to the left arm orthodox spinner, getting right out to the pitch, bat angled, facing downwards, ball being met right under the level of the eyes. Any coach would like to see that. Good example for you young batsmen to look at Craig Brathwaite. It's very good technically. And there he is, realizing that was a shorter delivery. He was initially coming on the front foot, quickly got on the back foot and steered it down to point. So he's judging the length good as well.
Spin from both ends as Edward bowls on the northern end, and that's the end of his 5th over. So it's bowling economical, 5 overs bowled, 4 runs conceded. Rifa's there looking set for another half century. He's on 42. Captain Brathwaite is on 28, a little bit more sedate, 42. The total 84 for 1. That's 5 overs to go in the day's play.
Just to update you on that score between Jamaica and the Windward Island Hurricane, Jamaican Scorpions, they have now crossed 300. They are 301 for 9. Palmer is still there. Paul Palmer, 143 not out. And that's the last play at the wicket.
This one is played nicely by Raymond Rifa, and he's going to get the boundary very early in the over. That's Demba as he goes round the wicket. Rifa driving all along the ground, well pitched up, and he got the boundary. There's no fielder right in the boundary at cover. There's a man at extra cover, a man at regulation cover, and he pierced the gap nicely.
Yeah, he hits the ball with a lot of power, Raymond Rifa.
So he's now on to 46 and getting closer to Another first class half century. He has 17 of those already. Opens the face of the bat. Opening up. Fielded by Captain Hodge. At extra cover. Sarifa. Drives elegantly over the top, and that will be 50 runs to Raymond Reefer. That will be the 50 he needs to get to his 18th first class half century. The 31-year-old left-handed batsman from St. Lucie, Barbados, getting the boundary, and now he's gone to exactly 50 from 50 deliveries. Barbados Pride 92 for 1. Well played, Reefer.
That was a very good half century there from Raymond Reefer. Even though he hit this one in the air, it was a good shot. He went over the infield deliberately. He found the gap down to the straightest extra cover boundary, and that brought up a half century for Raymond Reefer. That's well played.
9 fours to him so far. This one has cut elegantly down towards backward point. The fielder was at backward point. This one went just to the left of him and into the boundary for 4.
I don't know if Denver is trying to bowl too quickly here, but Reefer picked that short delivery and backed away quite quickly and cut it just behind point for 4 runs. So 2 good looking shots here for Raymond Reefer. Denver probably guilty of bowling a bit too quickly here.
In his 84th first class match, 1 test match as well, so lots of experience from Raymond Reefer. One test.
Very fast hand speed, Demba.
Yeah.
Always gives you the impression that he's looking to bowl too quick.
So that's the end of Denver. His second over. The partnership now 84. 22 overs gone, 96 for 1.
Well, that came in pretty quick time as well. I mean, Bradford is not scoring quickly, but Raymond Reefer, he has really picked up the pace. And he's going at more than a run a ball. He's 54, 52 deliveries, Reefer. 96 for 1, the Barbados Pride. Looking to close in on the regional 4-day championship here. Windward Islands, they're under a lot of pressure here, and that game has just ended at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy with Barbados on 302 for 9. Palmer is 144 not out, and Harty is on 8.
So that match at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Stumps on day number 1. Jamaica Scorpions 302 all out. 80 overs. It means the Windward Islands Hurricanes will have just about 8 overs to face this afternoon, or until 5:30. Not sure if that will happen. Misfielding and allowing the single. Guess who? Darius Martin. Having an ordinary day, Darius. Did not trouble the scorers today, remained on 0 not out. As the Pride bowled out the Volcanoes for 203 from 62 overs. Single easily taken to long on. So Reefer just passed his 18th first class half century. Scored 98 for the loss of 1 and over 23, getting close to their first 100 Barbados Pride. Making a very strong reply to 203 all out made by the Volcanoes. Top score of 44 coming from Teddy Bishop, supported by Larry Edward with 37.
Well, regardless of what happens here this evening with this game, I think that Barbados, as the leaders in the championship, they would have to reassess their position tonight and look at the other matches where at least the team that is contesting for honours, the Windward Island Hurricane, and make an assessment as to how they would want to go about tomorrow's proceedings. They also have to keep an eye on the weather as well. So I believe they might want to score fairly quickly tomorrow and try and get things wrapped up as early as they can. But it would be a bit of a wait and see, John.
You mentioned the weather. They can control the game, but not the weather. So control what you can. 23 gone, 98 for 1. Briefer 55, Braffit on 29. So the name Reefer, very synonymous with Barbados cricket. There's Floyd Reefer, umpire Leslie Reefer Jr., and there's this Raymond Reefer.
Even from in the 80s, the 70s, late 1780s, there were a couple of young reefers who were playing on the Barbados under 19 team. Can't exactly recall the first name, but I had played against one of the reefers in those youth tournaments. I don't know what the first name was. And after that, we saw quite a few reefers who represented Barbados. I'm taking a look here at the bowling for Windward Islands.
So 5 bowlers used so far. Preston McSween, none for 29. Martin, none for 35. Larry Edward, none for 6. Kenneth Demba, none for 13. That's Ryan John, 1 for 14. The only successful bowler so far of the 5 tried. Braffit, 29 not out. Reefer 55 not out. Shane Mosley gone for 7. Still to come. Carter, Chase, Cummins, Dowridge, Greaves, Jordan, Simmons, Warwicker, not necessarily in that order. Formidable batting lineup nonetheless. 98 for 1 after 23.
Yeah, that's a pretty awesome batting lineup, especially when you're already in such a strong position. So they're going to take full advantage of that, I'm sure, tomorrow. The Pride looking to win the championship pool to pool. They started off on top after winning the very first match in the first round. They were in the lead and they never really relinquished that lead. Even though it's a very slim one here coming into the final round, they're in a very good position here because the Leeward Islands are struggling a bit against Jamaica, who just crossed 300 and they still have a wicket in hand. So the Leeward Islands would be under a lot of pressure there to win outright after seeing what has happened here today. Might be a bit too early to talk, John, but that's a pretty good score for Jamaica. 302 for 9.
So it seems as if they're all out. Yeah.
The last wicket fell?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
So
all right.
they have the reverse of 203, which was here. They are 302, and same thing for the Red Force, 203.
I thought they had lost 9 wickets. You're saying all out?
Yeah, it seems that way on the monitor. So 98 for 1 as Akeem Ogis comes into the attack for the first time. He's bowling from the southern end. Seems to be bowling wrist spin.
Yeah, I thought I saw his wrist turn over.
Yeah,
I was asking the same question when I saw him for the first time, and I was told that he's bowling a bit of wrist spin and he bowls an off break in between, so we'd have to look at him and see what he's really doing.
Yeah. May just have 2 overs because of time. Yeah, some
wrist spin.
Some wrist spin there. So the first for the day.
The first for the match, actually.
Yep. So the West Indies on the 19 captain this year's World Cup.
I like to see wrist spinners. Somehow they excite me.
And that's 100 coming up for the Barbados Pride. 100 coming up in over number 24. Youthful exuberance, diving full stretch to his right.
Batting with so much ease, Craig Braffit. Well, not a lot of turn here for the wrist spinner as well.
Spira thought that the ball is just 23.4 overs old. I was short on dispatched. He will not bowl that to the West Indian captain. He will not miss out. And he's guilty of pulling the ball down and paying the penalty.
Look at that. He hit that over the front foot. It was so short. He had all the time in the world, Craig Braffett. There's nobody to really stop that boundary in the direction it went. It was at wide long on. He had all the way from backward square leg to long on to pick that gap. Nobody in the deep on the onside. You would have to have a lot of confidence to bowl without anybody in the deep except the backward square leg to Craig Braffett. And again,
yes, there he goes again, down to long on this time, and consecutive boundaries for Craig Braffett. And it seems as if that stump, because the umpires lifting the bails, and an expensive over. The first from O'Gee's, the first of wrist spin that we've seen for the match. And that's Stumps on day number 1 with the Barbados Pride. 109 for the loss of 1. Captain Craig Brathwaite is on 39. With him is Raymond Reefer on his 18th half century at the first class level on 56 from 54 balls with 10 boundaries and 109 for 1. The deficit 96 runs on first innings. The Windward Islands won the toss this morning and opted to bat and were bowled out after tea for 203, leaving Barbados Pride with 26 overs to bat to Stumps. But at 5:30, they faced 24 of those, 109 for the loss of 1, 94 runs to be exact. They're trailing by 94 runs, and that's a summary of the match. Teddy Bishop 44, Larry Edward 37, Kavim Hodge 26, and Dennis Smith 19, getting in the runs column for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, as Raymond Simmons 3 for 25, Ruston Chase 3 for 46, Miguel Cummins 2 for 32, and Jamel Warrican 1 for 27, doing the bulk of the damage. 203 all out from 62 overs. Pride, very good reply, 109 for 1, 24 overs. Reefer 56, Brathwaite 39, Mosley the only batsman dismissed for 7, Ryan John the only successful bowler, 1 for 14 from 4 overs. The Windward Islands will have an uphill task tomorrow in containing this Pride attack, but it's all to play for on day number 2. And that's about it. That will end our coverage for today as we say goodbye to you from the Diego Martin Sporting Complex with the Barbados Pride in a very good position, 109 for 1, replying to 203 all out. On behalf of Anil Raja, my name is John Ramsing. On behalf of Shaquille, Michael, and Visham, wishing you well for the rest of the evening. And here's inviting you to join us just about 10 hours tomorrow for coverage of this 5th round match between Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Barbados Pride, live from the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Until then, goodbye.